Let's call this to order. Give me a second here. We are calling the matter in Solid Waste Bureau 20-001 compliance order to order this morning. And I would like an entry of appearance from the parties.
Morning, Mr. Hearing Officer. This is Christopher Atencio on behalf of the New Mexico Environment Department.
Okay, I see you.
Good morning. This is Pete Domenici on behalf of HRV Hotel Partners, LLC.
Good morning. And Mr. Domenici, do you have your witnesses lined up for your case today?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and Mr. Atencio, do you have yours?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Okay, and who are your witnesses, Mr. Atencio?
Mr. Hearing Officer, the New Mexico Environment Department has 3 witnesses, so it's going to call Mr. Peter Garcia, Ms. Terry Monahan, and Mr. Adam Duran.
Okay, and I heard Mr. Garcia, who I see is with us. And who else did you say?
Ms. Terry Monahan and Mr. Adam Duran.
And I'm not understanding the last name.
Adam Duran?
Adam Duran. All right. And do we have them here? I see Mr. Garcia, but do we have the other 2 with us, Mr. Atencio?
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Hearing Officer. This is Peter J. Garcia, Sr.
I see you, sir. Mr. Atencio?
I show Mr. Duran is on. I am checking with Ms. Monahan to confirm. I spoke with her this morning, but I don't see her on the list yet.
Oh, I see Mr. Duran. Okay. And now I see you, Mr. Duran. I see Pueblo of Pewaukee.
That's me, Adam Duran. I work for the Pueblo of Pewaukee.
Very good, very good. I'm just trying to figure out who's here and what their names are, so we can get you sworn in. And then, Mr. Atencio, is your 3rd witness ready as well?
She tells me that she's trying to log on. I am forwarding the link that Ms. Corral sent earlier this morning, so hopefully she'll be on in just a second.
Okay, let's go over some ground rules. And then we can talk about exhibits. So the most important thing in this hearing is that we are here to gather relevant evidence to make a recommended decision on the compliance order that was filed in this matter quite some time ago. It looks to me as though it was filed, and I'm looking at the compliance order for the date of it it was signed by now Deputy Stephanie Stringer, then Director of the Resource Protection Division, on January 29, 2020. I don't know when it was received. I do know that there was an answer. I don't think HRV was part of that initial answer, Mr. Domenici.
Yes, Your Honor. Tom Nasco filed that answer, and in the top paragraph, it states BL Santa Fe and HRV, and then in parentheses it says BL Santa Fe. So the interpretation is throughout that answer, when Mr. Nasco is using that parenthetical phrase, it applies to both of those respondents. So I think by virtue of that, HR did answer at that point in time. I note that there was an amended answer filed by BL Santa Fe. And then this week I filed a supplemental answer. So so we're not part of that amended answer of BL Santa Fe. The 2 documents that would pertain to HRV would be the original answer and the supplemental answer.
Okay. And Mr. Atencio, is there any objection to anything that Mr. Domenici has stated?
Mr. Hearing Officer, Mr. Domenici correctly stated the history of all that. The department does object to the timing of the supplemental answer. There is a difference between the initial answer that was filed by Mr. Masco and the supplemental answer. And because of that, it changes the nature of the department's response in preparing for this hearing. So 2 days before the hearing is not sufficient time. So the department would object to the timing of that, not necessarily Mr. Minitu's or HRV Hotel Partners' ability to supplement the answer.
Okay, well, why don't we deal with that as a preliminary issue in just a moment? I'm going to finish up with my ground rules here. The ground rules can be found in 20.1.5.400 NMAC. They are called hearing procedures. Subsection A talks about the evidence that will be admissible. And for both parties, when you call your witness, I'm going to be wanting to know which of the compliance order counts that witness is going to be either providing direct evidence on or rebuttal evidence toward. So Mr. Domenici, please, since I'm not sure which one of your witnesses is speaking to which one of the counts, please make sure that I understand before each witness testifies which counts that witness is being brought to testify. In subsection 1 of A, the hearing officer shall admit all relevant evidence unless the hearing officer determines that the evidence is irrelevant, immaterial, unduly repetitious, or otherwise unreliable or of little probative value. The rules of evidence do not apply. They can be used as guidance. Evidence relating to settlement is not admissible. Each witness shall be examined orally under oath or affirmation. Parties shall have the right to cross-examine a witness. The hearing officer may limit cross-examination that is unduly repetitious, harassing, or beyond the scope of the witness's direct testimony. I expect parties will be objecting in a timely fashion to any of this for my consideration. Exhibits. All exhibits offered into evidence shall be marked with designation identifying the person by whom the exhibit is offered and numbered serially in the sequence in which offered. Now, Mr. Domenici, I understand that you did not mark the exhibits, you bait stamped them, and that you're going to be marking them as you present them. Is that right?
That's correct. And the ones that I mark will be greatly reduced from what I've presented.
Okay. Well, that's fine. I just want to create a very clear record for the secretary's decision. Okay. And then there is a subsection for objections and offers of proof. I'm not going to go through that now, but basically, if a party objects to evidence and I sustain the objection, it will still be included in the record, and a party can make an offer of proof if it's not an exhibit, but it's testimony. So that will be included in the record as well. The court reporter is going to be taking care of the exhibits and swearing in the parties. The burden of persuasion under subsection C, the complainant, meaning the Solid Waste Bureau, has the burden of going forward with the evidence and proving by a preponderance of the evidence the facts relied upon to show the violation or violations occurred and that the proposed civil penalty is appropriate. So that's a two-part burden. Following the establishment of a prima facie case, the respondent has the burden of going forward with any adverse evidence or defense to the allegations. All right. Are there any questions to any of that?
Yes, I have one issue. which is, you made a statement, or you're probably paraphrasing about settlement is not admissible.
Let me read it.
Yeah.
Without paraphrasing, I'll just read it. It
Okay.
didn't seem like, it seemed like since you didn't engage in settlement that this wouldn't be an issue, but I'll tell you what the rule says specifically. Now I have to find it again. Here it is. In A1, 400A1, evidence relating to settlement that would be excluded in the courts under the Rule 11408 is not admissible. Do you have a question about that?
Yes, we are planning to address the settlement between the department and BL Santa Fe. So I didn't want to let that go by without, reconfirming that's in our exhibits. And that's, I think that is relevant. I don't think it's excluded by that rule of evidence as it goes to.
I would agree. That's not really what that's really not what this is talking to. So I agree with you. This is, this is negotiations that, parties engage in to get to a settlement. Well, that information can't be used against the party because we want people to settle things before a trial or a hearing. If you have a settlement that has been approved, then by all means that's relevant.
Thank you. Okay.
Yes, of course, that makes sense. So Mr. Atencio, I think, yeah, I see Ms. Monahan there with us now. I'm going to ask the court reporter to swear in your three witnesses. It says, is it Mr. Duran? Okay, I have to remember your name because it says Pueblo Proaki beneath your picture. So Mr. Duran, Ms. Monahan, and Mr. Garcia, would you please all turn on your microphones and say your name and spell your name for the court reporter one at a time. Mr. Garcia first.
Peter J. Garcia Sr. First name spelling P-E-T-E-R space. Middle initial is J space. Last name is Garcia, G-A-R-C-I-A space S-R.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Duran?
Yes. Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Adam L. Duran. Spelling A-D-A-M space capital L space Duran. D-U-R-A-N.
Thank you. And Ms. Monahan?
Good morning. Monahan, spelling is T-E-R-I. Monahan is M-O-N-A-G-H-A-N.
That's great. Ms. Monahan, at first your microphone was not picking up your voice, but you seem to have cured that. So thank you. We heard your last name loud and clear. Ms. Adeguin, would you swear these three witnesses in?
Yes. If you all would raise your right hands. Do you and each of you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
I do.
Thank
Okay,
you.
now let's deal with any preliminary matters. I figured the exhibits would be a preliminary matter, but now I know that there's a new preliminary matter brought up by Mr. Atencio. So would you please lay out your issue?
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. Under the rules 20.1.5, the procedure.
Excuse me 1 second. I am having a very hard time understanding Mr. Atencio.
I agree. I think it's your microphone. Are you using your phone and your computer at the same time?
No, Mr. Hearing Officer, just the computer.
Okay. I wonder, there seems to be a sort of a hollow echo in the room, but if you could just speak a little, maybe get a little closer or speak a little louder, we'll try to get through this part of it. So would you please give me the rule number you just cited?
Is this better, Mr. Hearing Officer?
It is, I can understand you, yes.
Okay. Under the 20.1.5 and the procedural rules for this kind of hearing, specifically, I'm looking at 20.1.5.200 C, the scheduling of the hearing.
I see it.
Part of this is the scheduling of the hearing, 30 days after notice of a hearing, 30 days prior to the hearing date, the request for a hearing and the answer up in 200A. There are a set number of days in this this process designed to allow the parties to adequately prepare a case and respond both to the initial compliance order as well as the answer. Now, I understand all of the changes in both representation and the corporate structure that has gone on with this facility. And you certainly can be sympathetic to HRV's desire to have a supplemental answer based on some of those changes and new counsel. However, presenting that 2 days before the hearing puts the department at a disadvantage in that.
Okay, let me hold on one second. Let me pull up the let's all look at this document that you are referring to, right? It's a let me get to the proper folder here. Hold on. What is the title of the document that you are referring to?
I am opening it now, Mr. Hearing Officer. I believe it's entitled Supplemental Answer to
Okay.
Administrative
Okay.
Compliance Order.
Let me find the supplemental answer. Hold on one second. Okay, I have here dated March the 2nd. I think, is that the document you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay, I have it open. Is there, let's be very specific. What in the supplemental answer are you specifically objecting to?
Specifically the timing in paragraph 1 in the original answer that Mr. Nasco had filed on behalf of HRV, there was admission, and I believe it's paragraph 6 of the compliance order. There was admission to that, and HRV now denies the allegations in paragraph 6, which, excuse me, I'm opening up sort of document to be specific here, but testifies to the, or addresses the status of caller and of HRV in the fact pattern at issue in this matter.
Okay, Mr. Atencio, let's go one item at a time, okay? So what I'm understanding you, and it is still a little hard to understand you, so I want to make sure that I hear you, is that in the supplemental answer filed literally 2 days ago, HRV is denying the allegation in paragraph 6 specifically. And what you're saying is in the original answer filed many months ago by Mr. Hanasco, which incorporated HRV, the allegation in paragraph 6 was not denied. Was it, what was it in the original answer? Was it, how did he deal with paragraph 6?
Excuse me, Mr. Hearing Officer, I am opening that now. For the sake of clarity, I will read paragraph 6 of the compliance order, which says pursuant to 20.9.2.7 H1 NMAC, respondents are haulers. And
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. I see it. Yes. Miss Adeguin, did you catch that?
Possibly. It's very hard to understand him.
Yes, I understand Perfectly. Yes, I'm also having difficulty. He said that, and I'm looking at the compliance order. He said that pursuant to 20.9.2.7.H1 NMAC, respondents are haulers, and haulers is in quotes. And that, and I'd like to see the original answer. So let me make sure that I have a copy of the original answer here. Mr. Domenici, do you have a copy of the original answer?
Yes, I do.
You do have it. Okay.
Yes.
And I just want to, I think I have it here. Yes, I do. It's titled Request for Hearing and Answer of Respondents, BL Santa Fe and HRV Hotel Partners, LLC. And here, Mr. Atencio, what page deals with paragraph 6 in the original answer?
It would be page 2, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Oh, it's on page 2. Okay. And my computer's having, for some reason, trouble opening this document, but I will rectify that.
Mr. Hearing Officer, I'm trying to log on with my phone for the audio and
Okay.
for the,
Okay. Sounds good. Well, I'm sure that'll help. Let me, Mr. Domenici, I'm having difficulty opening this document for some strange reason, so bear with me here. I think I got it open now. Okay, I have it open now on page 2. Okay, okay, yes, I see it. Response to finding of fact, paragraph 2, answering paragraph 6, BL Santa Fe admits that BL Santa Fe transported 3 solid waste loads to Jacona landfill, spelled Jacona, located on Pueblo Pewaukee lands, to the extent that paragraph 6 refers to persons not employed by or affiliated with BL Santa Fe. BL Santa Fe is without knowledge or information sufficient to form a belief as to the truth of the allegation in paragraph 7, directed at non-parties, and therefore denies the same. So, Mr. Domenici, did you review this answer before you filed your supplemental answer?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And why did you change the substance of paragraph 2 in the original answer to what you have in your supplemental answer?
Because there were 3 loads transported by BL Santa Fe LLC.
Mhm.
The vehicles were owned by BL Santa Fe LLC. They were loaded with equipment owned by BL Santa Fe LLC, which was operated by an employee of BL Santa Fe LLC. HRV participated in none of those activities. So the admission with respect to HRV is contradicted by the facts. And the facts I'm reciting are in Exhibit 1 of the department's, their main investigative report. They have photos of the equipment with the equipment ID and the registration, and they have interviews as to who operated the loader. So this is not an accurate admission with respect to HRV. It is, to my knowledge at least, it is with respect to BL Santa Fe LLC.
I understand. Mr. Atencio, how do you answer that?
Mr. Hearing Officer, I think part of that answer to Mr. Domenici's question of accuracy will be through the testimony and evidence of the department's witnesses. And I certainly don't have issue if that's part of the argument that Mr. Domenici would like to make. However, as stated, and as we discussed, that original answer included HRV Hotel Partners in the definition of BL Santa Fe in that first paragraph of that answer. So that changes from an admission of hauling to now a denial of hauling, for which the department has not had adequate time to prepare.
So, Mr. Atencio, I understand that you are basically, crying foul because the rules contemplate no surprise by one party to another in preparation for your case. And I hear that and I sympathize with that. And I wonder, Mr. Domenici is saying that in Exhibit 1, there is evidence to support his contention. And you're saying that had you known they were denying being haulers, you would present additional evidence that you don't have today. Is that what you're saying?
Mr. Hearing Officer, that's certainly a possibility. The department has prepared all the evidence that it had with the notice that it had, and
Right.
Given a little bit more time, the department likely would look for additional evidence or witnesses to address those.
I see.
Change.
Well, Mr. Domenici, let's look at the rules here. And Mr. Atencio, now that I can hear you clearly, and I can really hear you clearly now, so whatever you've done, it made a big difference. Which rule specifically? Is it under 200 in the pre-hearing procedures? Can you point me to the rule that would substantiate your objection?
Mr. Hearing Officer, I can't point to a rule that says specifically there must be a defined time for the parties to prepare, other than the scheduling of hearing and the process, that the process is initiated by the request for hearing. And then in C1, in C3.
C of what? Of 200, 300, what are we talking about?
Excuse me, 200.
200C, let me get there. Okay, I'm in 200, initiation of process, request for hearing, the answer shall do this, that, and the other. C, scheduling of hearing. Okay, I'm with you now.
And my argument would be that the initiation of the process in A and the scheduling of hearing in C contemplate a certain amount of time, at least 30 days between a notice of hearing and the actual hearing date, as well as the clear answer directly admitting or denying each of the factual assertions that combined those contemplate enough time for both parties to adequately prepare for the hearing.
Right. Mr. Domenici, what do you have to say?
Well, two things. Just one is the original complaint alleges that HRV was a hauler. So there must have been evidence at that point in time, which I still haven't seen any of that. I don't think that's in the investigation. The investigation report was closed and has not been supplemented since well before the compliance order was issued. So they didn't, at the time they filed the complaint, they were relying on what they have today to allege HRV was a hauler. I don't think there's any surprise that's prejudicial in any way. And I think they already have, and we'll get into this, of course, but I think they already have a settlement on this particular issue by BL Santa Fe. There's a penalty payment and another payment. And this seems to be one of the more clear issues where BL Santa Fe was, in fact, operating, I guess was a hauler in quotes. So I would just point out that what transpired with this partial settlement is part of a little bit bigger picture, which is BL Santa Fe and HRV separated. And you'll hear some testimony on this. HRV was out of the project completely when those negotiations took place, was generally aware of them, but was not participating in them in any way. So those are my two issues. First, I still think they should be able to at least establish what they put in their complaint, which might overcome my denial at this point. I didn't put any facts in my denial. I just said we deny that. So that would basically just be saying, go ahead and prove that, as you alleged in the your original order. So that's all I have on that, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
All right, Mr. Domenici, the trouble I'm having with this is that the purpose of 20.1.5.200A is to help consolidate the issues that go to a hearing. That the answer, by admitting or denying, puts the other party, the complainant in this case, on notice that they have to bring evidence for anything that is denied, and they don't have to bring evidence in something that is admitted. And the answer clearly admits paragraph 6. So I'm going to agree with the Solid Waste Bureau that this issue has been admitted. Now, that to me establishes a prima facie case in that one issue. If you want to bring evidence to show that HRV was not a hauler, you are free to do that with your witnesses, and that's part of the whole burden of persuasion. But the way I read this rule, the burden of persuasion has been met so far by the Solid Waste Bureau because of the answer that was filed in March of 2020. I think that you've had enough time. You entered into this case close to 60 days ago, by my recollection. I could be off by a bit. But in preparing for this case, I would think that you would have looked at the answer and the administrative compliance. And if you had had a problem with the answer admitting something that doesn't apply to your client, I think you would have filed something more than 2 days before the hearing. So in my mind, filing something that close to the hearing constitutes a waiver. And I will leave it as there's a prima facie case that your client is a hauler based on the admission in the answer. However, if you have evidence that is compelling and that is not controverted by the department in some way, then you're more than welcome to disprove that fact. But for now, that is a fact. Is there another preliminary matter besides the exhibits that the parties want to deal with? Mr. Atencio, is that the only change in fact that you are objecting to in the supplemental answer?
Mr. Hearing Officer, I believe that's the only substantive one. There are some minor ones that do not impact the department's case to such an extent, and the department's not going to object to any of those other changes. So as far as preliminary matters, the department has no other matters to raise.
Okay, let's talk about exhibits. Mr. Atencio, since you're going first, are your exhibits numbered and bait stamped or whatever? Are they marked properly?
Mr. Hearing Officer, we submitted a single file with the combined exhibits yesterday to Ms. Corral. They are marked NMED. They are marked numerically. I believe we had worked out with Mr. Domenici that the department's exhibits would be marked numerically and his alphabetically.
Okay.
So ours are numeric with a Bates number following that designation.
I do see that. I see exhibit 1 looks like it goes for 140 some odd pages, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, I do see that. So is there and looks like there might be a index in the very beginning. Let's take a look here. No. Okay. Is there how many exhibits do you have altogether?
Mr. Hearing Officer, the department submitted 6 exhibits.
Okay, very good. For a total of 234 pages?
Correct.
Okay,
And
very good.
of course, the department head, and I believe Mr. Domenici reserved for any rebuttal
course.
to this to
Of course.
be admitted.
Yep. Okay. Now, Mr. Domenici, have you seen a copy of the department's exhibits?
Yes, I have.
Okay, you have. Are there any objections to the admission of those into evidence at this time?
Yes, for Exhibit 4.
Okay, let me get there. What page number is it, Mr. Domenici?
Well, they start there each exhibit again. So it's towards the end of the package. It's like 4/-001.
Okay, what I meant was, since the PDF has 234 pages, what page number of the document am I going to?
Well, they didn't number them consecutively. They numbered each exhibit. So it's probably about page 170, I would say.
Perfect. That's what I'm asking you. Okay, let me get there. Okay, I'm here on page 170. Let's see where we are. I have exhibit 2 there at page 170. So let me keep going. I have exhibit. Let me get past exhibit 2. That goes on for quite some time. Okay, here still exhibit 2. By the way, since this counsel for both parties, since this exhibit is one large PDF, there's 234 pages, it's easy for me to navigate to it if you give me the PDF page number, not the exhibit number or the Bates number, but if you'll just tell me the page number in the Adobe PDF document, then we can just get to it very simply. But I think I'm almost there. I'm in exhibit 3 now. Is this 4 now? This might be 4. And what is it, Mr. Domenici? What is exhibit 4?
Exhibit 4 is a small amount of material that was not part of this transaction, was left on the property, and then it was taken care of by a subsequent protocol. So and so I don't object to the foundation of the document or anything like that. But as far as the relevance of a sort of post-transaction, I don't know what the purpose of this is. If it's to show responsibility or liability, then I don't think it's relevant. If it's to show something else like feasibility or cost, it probably would be or could be.
Okay.
If it is along the lines of the rule of evidence of subsequent remedial measures, if this is allowed to happen, it creates a very strong disincentive for this kind of conduct to have taken place, which was very effective and provided a benefit to pretty much everyone involved here. And to be punished for that, which is what possibly the use would be, is to say, aha, you did this, so you could have done it before, or you, whatever it is. I don't know exactly what it's going to be. So I would like to at least reserve my objection until it's introduced.
Okay, so I see exhibit number 4 is, let's see how many pages this goes for. This is, about 18. I'm on page 20. How many pages is this? This is a long exhibit.
33.
Very good, 33 pages, thank you. And Mr. Atencio, let me get back to the beginning of this exhibit. Okay, and it looks like it starts out with a letter. It looks like it's a letter dated September 21st, 2018 to Michael Shepard, HRV Hotel Partners, from, let's see, who is this, Mr. Atencio? Who's the letter from?
Mr. Hearing Officer, this letter was from the then Bureau Chief of the Solid Waste Bureau, Ms. Arlie Ashley Marks.
Okay. And besides, how would you generally describe Exhibit 4, besides this initial page? What is it?
Mr. Hearing Officer, this exhibit is approval of a sludge disposal management plan that is required for disposal of solid waste, or excuse me, special waste.
Okay, so Mr. Domenici was saying that this occurred after the actual dumping of the sludge on the Powaki Pueblo. Is that the case?
That is correct.
Okay, fine. And why is it relevant? What is the purpose of Exhibit 4 in your case?
Mr. Hearing Officer, when we get to this part in the testimony and the evidence, the department would offer this to support HRV Hotel Partners' direct involvement in the day-to-day operations of Bishop's Lodge.
Okay, all right, okay. Well, since this part is objected to, Exhibit 4, we will just deal with Exhibit 4 when your witness comes to the stand, so to speak. Are there, so Mr. Domenici, there is an objection to Exhibit 4, but how do you feel about 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6?
I also have an objection to Exhibit 6.
Okay, and what's the objection?
That's the resolution of the tribal council. That is, I understand the rules of hearsay don't apply, but that is, of course, hearsay. And depending on what Mr. Duran is able to testify to, that our view is that's an extremely self-serving hearsay document. And we are entitled to cross-examine on that. It basically says the Pueblo will allow the responsible parties to remove the material. It begs the question completely of the Pueblo's responsibility and involvement in this circumstance. And without having access to that information and to whether the council was aware of that and how they considered that, this I don't think provides, I think it's more detrimental than helpful, in that it doesn't, of course, if someone is partially responsible or maybe largely responsible, they would sign in a resolution allowing someone else to bear their burden. I don't see how that, proves anything as far as my client's complicity, and I don't think it really goes to establish feasibility of this removal. There's nothing further in the record that amplifies on this, that sets up a protocol as to how third parties or NMED or anyone could go on their property. And throughout the investigation report, NMED repeatedly indicates they do not have jurisdiction on the Pueblo.
Okay. Mr. Atencio, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. For this exhibit, the department offers this solely for the fact that the Pueblo Council has authorized access. There's certainly understand facts that would go with that, but it's for the permission for access to the Pueblo. And I'd like to point out that in the exhibits provided to NMED yesterday, this exhibit is listed as a possible exhibit by Mr. Domenici for HRV as well. So that's the limited nature of the purpose of this exhibit, and Mr. Duran will expound on that a little bit more, but it's not for the certainly establishing liability or anything like that.
And you have a witness, you said, Mr. Atencio, that will bring this in, that could support this with a foundation or authenticate it?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Officer, and I'd also maybe suggest that as a government document, that this should be accepted as such as a lawful government document, and if not accepted, and again we can discuss this more if we get to the once we get to it in our case. But the department would be willing to offer this as make an offer of proof on this.
Okay, all right. Mr. Domenici, the objection regarding hearsay is not applicable in this administrative hearing. So on that basis, I would not sustain an objection to this document coming in as evidence. Mr. Atencio did explain that this document is to show access. And Mr. Atencio, explicitly where in this document is the access issue?
Mr. Hearing Officer, this would be on the second page of the exhibit.
Okay.
There's the last whereas, and then in the resolution, the
Okay.
authorization for arrangement.
Okay, okay, very good. I understand. So, Mr. Domenici, the way this generally works, I give each bit of evidence, whether it be an exhibit or testimony, the weight I feel it deserves. So now that I know that this document is for the issue of access to the Pueblo, I'm going to allow it in over the objection. So as this, at this time, Ms. Adeguin, state exhibits 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6 are admitted into evidence. Exhibit 6 is admitted over the objection of HRV counsel. So that is noted. Okay, but we're going to reserve exhibit 4 for further consideration once. Which witness will you have, Mr. Atencio, that will bring in exhibit 4?
Excuse me one second. I believe this would be Ms. Monahan will testify to exhibit 4.
Okay. All right. So we'll wait till Ms. Monahan testifies. And then, of course, Mr. Domenici, you can renew your objection at that time to exhibit 4, which is not admitted into evidence at this time. Mr. Atencio, since you're going first, I'm going to ask you for a brief opening statement. What I'd like to know from you are which of the what I'd like to hear from you is a plain language summary of your case and how your witnesses will speak to the different violations in the compliance order.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer, and good morning, everybody. I appreciate the opportunity to appear before you this morning as we discuss this compliance order 20-001 issued by the Resource Protection Division on January 29th, 2020. This compliance order outlines events that took place in March 2018 at Bishop's Lodge in Santa Fe. As the evidence will show, these events were orchestrated by the operator of Bishop's Lodge, HRV Hotel Partners, LLC. As you discussed earlier, Mr. Hearing Officer, the department has the burden of proof in this hearing initially, establishing by a preponderance of evidence that the facts support the compliance order and the civil penalty assessed. You will hear from Mr. Peter Garcia and Ms. Terry Monahan this morning, employees of the Solid Waste Bureau. Mr. Garcia will testify as to all the counts in the compliance order and penalty calculations in total, as he was the chief investigator of the situation. Ms. Monahan will testify as to the penalty calculations and small parts of the investigation, including the hauling and disposal. I believe those actually would work out to all of the 4 counts, though not as much in depth as Mr. Garcia, because Ms. Monahan did participate to some extent in that investigation. Additionally, you will hear from Mr. Adam Duran, an employee of the Pueblo of Poake, as to the alleged dumping on the Pueblo of Poake, his discovery, and his continuing presence on Pueblo land. This would specifically get to I believe violation 4, and then the corrective action parts of the compliance order. As laid out in the compliance order, this matter is relatively simple when looking at the facts. A matter of illegal dumping in an area that was not a permitted special waste landfill. Thank you.
Would you like to proceed with your case?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. The first witness that the department would like to call is Mr. Peter Garcia.
And Mr. Garcia, you've been sworn in, so please proceed.
Good morning again, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Good morning, Peter. For the duration of your testimony, let's keep your, you don't need to unmute or mute or unmute. We'll just dialogue. Actually,
Yes, sir.
before we begin, Mr. Hearing Officer, I just wanted to clarify one thing. Obviously, this is not necessarily applicable to me at this moment, but for objections that come up, how would you like those handled? Either unmuting and interjecting, or a raised hand, or what would you prefer?
I would prefer just unmuting and objecting, as long as it's timely.
Understood. Thank you. Mr. Garcia, we've already established your name and had you sworn in. Would you please tell me, are you currently employed by the New Mexico Environment Department?
Yes, sir, I am.
What is your current position with NMED?
I am an environmental scientist and specialist operational with the New Mexico Environment Department Hazardous Waste Bureau Compliance and Technical Assistance Program.
How long have you been in this position?
Since August of 2021.
Were you employed by NMED from March 1st, 2018 through January 29th, 2020?
Yes, I was.
What was your position during that time?
I was an enforcement officer for Enforcement Area Number 2 within the New Mexico Environment Department Solid Waste Bureau.
And what were your responsibilities in that position with the Solid Waste Bureau?
To inspect registered and/or permitted solid waste facilities, inspect registered commercial haulers, infectious waste facilities or generators, and also investigate the cases or alleged illegal dumping.
As part of those responsibilities, did you take part in the investigation that led to the administrative compliance order that is at issue in this hearing?
Yes, I did.
What role did you take?
I took on the role as the lead investigator.
Did you complete your investigation?
Yes, I did.
And did you memorialize your findings and conclusions in that investigation?
Yes, I did.
Could you point them out for us?
That would be the report of investigation that the report period began on June 5th, 2018 through December 3rd, 2018. And the report date is January 11th, 2019. And it's under record number ENTS, which stands for Environmental Notification Tracking System 13103.
And is this adequately represented in the department's Exhibit 1?
I'm unfamiliar with, I haven't seen the exhibits, but if that's what you have as my report of the investigation, then yes, it would be it.
Let me share real quick just to make sure that we're looking at the same thing. Okay, can you all see this document?
Unfortunately, I cannot see it, Mr. Atencio. Okay, I just saw it. Yes, that is my report of investigation.
Okay. I'm going to turn that off, and but that's the document that we're looking at. Mr. Garcia, did your report lead to the Solid Waste Bureau taking further action?
Yes, sir, it did.
What did the Solid Waste Bureau do?
As a result of my investigation, an administrative compliance order was issued.
When was the order issued?
January 29th, 2020.
Did you assist in drafting this compliance order?
Yes, I did. I prepared the initial draft for review and submitted for edits in accordance with chain of command with management.
Okay. And did you assist in the preparation of the civil penalty calculations and assessment?
Yes, sir. I served in the same role.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Garcia, we're going to discuss the investigation now. How were you first notified on the action at issue in this compliance order?
I received an email from then enforcement manager, Mr. Chuck Akeley, within the NMD Solid Waste Bureau.
Okay, is that represented in your report of investigation?
Yes, sir, it is in paragraph 2-1 and also in exhibit 2 of the ROI.
Okay. After notification, what did you do next?
I proceeded to investigate the ENS complaint entered by the Groundwater Quality Bureau, which was referred to the Solid Waste Bureau.
Okay, how did you begin that investigation?
Begin, of course, with obtaining all the documents that Groundwater Quality Bureau submitted that was attached to the ENS complaint and the ENS investigation, and also conducting a research or search of the business.
Okay. Is that documented in your report?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. What was the next step in your investigation after compiling those documents?
I proceeded to go ahead and go out into the field and go down to respond to where the complaint was located at Bishop's Lodge.
Did you conduct any interviews at Bishop's Lodge?
Yes, sir, I did.
With whom did you do those interviews?
So I initially made contact with Mr. Almilcar Enriquez, who at the time was the Bishop's Lodge property manager. And Mr. Enriquez then contacted Mr. Jim Spihar, who was at the time the Bishop's Lodge wastewater treatment plant operator, and Mr. Richard Holland, who was the Bishop's Lodge property owner.
What were the results of those discussions with those three persons?
So speaking with Mr. Holland, Mr. Paul Martinez and I, Mr. Paul Martinez at the time was also an enforcement officer for the Solid Waste Bureau in Enforcement Area 1. He accompanied me. Mr. Martinez, Mr. Holland, and I conducted a walk around of the property and where the wastewater treatment ponds once existed. And after discussion with Mr. Holland, he advised that the individuals that we needed to speak with were Messrs. Enriquez and Spihar.
And to be clear, Mr. Garcia, the property in question, which property is this again?
Bishop's Lodge. Or BL Santa Fe. Which is also
what?
Which is also listed in the compliance order and the administrative compliance order as BL Santa Fe LLC and HRV Hotel Partners LLC.
Okay. What was the result of your discussion and Mr. Holland's direction to speak to those two gentlemen?
So once we spoke with Mr. Spihar and Mr. Enriquez, obtained some notes in regards to what occurred, and also obtained verbal statements from each of the individuals, and also requested documentation from Mr. Spihar regarding the wastewater treatment ponds.
Did Mr. Spihar provide that documentation?
Yes, sir, he did.
Is that contained in the report of investigation?
Yes, so in Exhibit 5 has the notes that I took when speaking with Messrs. Enriquez and Spihar. And Exhibit 6 of the ROI has the written statement, monitoring data, and documents provided by Mr. Spihar. And Exhibit 13 has the transcribed verbal statements from Mr. Enriquez, who transported 2 loads of sludge, and Mr. Alonso Rodriguez, who was at the time a Bishop's Lodge employee, who also transported 1 load of sludge.
Okay, and I just want to make sure we're all clear and on the same page here. You said Exhibit 5 of the ROI, correct?
Yes, sir. That has written notes or notes that I typed up at the time when I was initially responded to the initial investigation. And Exhibit 6 has the written statement, monitoring data, and documents provided by Mr. Spihar. And Exhibit 13 has transcribed verbal statements from Mr. Enriquez and who transported 2 loads of sludge, and Mr. Alonso Rodriguez, who was then a Bishop's Lodge employee, who transported 1 load of sludge.
Okay, and for everybody else, I'm looking at the department's exhibits. Exhibit 5 of the ROI is listed on page 59, PDF page 59 of the department's exhibits. Exhibit 6 is listed on page 62. You said Exhibit 13 was the next one, Mr. Garcia?
Yes, sir, Mr. Atencio.
And I show that beginning on page 124.
Thank you.
And the last one is exhibit, which one, Mr. Garcia?
That was it, Mr. Atencio. Exhibits 5, 6, and 13.
Thank you. So, Mr. Garcia, in the report of investigation, you mentioned, I believe in your summary, that the sampling analysis was incomplete. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, Mr. Atencio.
Why is that?
Well, the sampling analysis required the parameters for, or lacked the required parameters for analysis in the chain of custody signature page for the samples when they were taken and submitted to the laboratory for analysis.
Okay. Did Mr. Spihar produce any other documentation?
No, just those documents that are in Exhibit 5. I'm sorry, Exhibit 6. I apologize, Exhibit 6.
Mr. Garcia, what is your understanding of what happened with the wetlands project based on the statements and the documents provided to you in your investigation?
So it was my understanding that Bishop's Lodge was in the process of constructing a larger replacement wastewater treatment retention pond or ponds, and the material was transported and disposed of as it had been done so in the past, according to Mr. Spihar.
What was your next step at this point in your investigation?
So I proceeded to locate and interview the 6 haulers Bishop's Lodge employed to transport the sludge.
Were you able to interview all of the haulers in question?
Yes, sir, I was.
Did you memorialize those interviews?
Yes, sir, I did. And that is in paragraphs 2-7 through 2-13 of the ROI, and also in exhibits 7 through 12 of the ROI.
Thank you. And for everybody else, exhibit 7 of the ROI begins on page 76 of the department exhibit.
Thank you.
Mr. Garcia, could you please summarize what you learned from the interviews with the haulers?
So according to the 6 haulers, they believed that they were contracted to haul wet soil or mud and weeds. 3 of the haulers stated that there was no smell emanating from the soil, while 3 of the haulers stated there was a foul smell similar to sewer emanating from the soil, and what appeared to be sewer pipes had surfaced through the duration of the excavation of the ponds.
Did the statements of the haulers generate any other enforcement actions?
Yes, sir, it did.
How were those resolved?
So an administrative compliance order was issued to each hauler. Although each hauler agreed to settlement agreements, which resulted in stipulated orders to each hauler, which resulted in civil penalties that were assessed to each hauler.
Are there any outstanding compliance issues with the haulers?
As far as I know, no.
Mr. Garcia, at this point in your investigation, did you know what the waste in question contained?
Yes, I did.
How did you know?
By reviewing the written statement, monitoring data, and documents provided by Mr. Spihar, which are included in Exhibit 6 in the ROI, and the information forwarded in the notification from Groundwater Quality Bureau, which is in Exhibit 2 of the ROI.
Mr. Garcia, based on the regulations in place during March 2018, how would you characterize this waste?
Special waste and specifically sludge.
Do you recall where you find the definition of special waste?
Yes, sir, in the solid waste rules.
Do you know what part of the rules?
If you give me a second, I can pull it up, and it's in the definition section or portion of the solid waste rules. So the citation or the so under the definitions for special waste is quotation of 20.9.2.7.s parentheses 13 for special waste. And for that also includes sludge, and there's a specific definition for sludge, and that citation is 20.9.2.7.s parentheses number 7.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Mr. Hearing Officer, I ask you to take notice of these regulations.
Of course.
And that's in the NMAC, the New Mexico Administrative Code.
Of course.
Mr. Garcia, are there particular regulations that govern the handling and disposal of special waste?
Yes, sir, there are.
And where are those found?
And those would also be in the solid waste rules.
Do you know which part?
So that would also be under the initial definition that I gave you. Okay, give me a second here, sir.
Can I hop out a little? I think we're in 20.9.8 of the NMAX for 20.
Yes, 20.9.8. Yes, thank you. And that's the environmental protection solid waste special waste requirements.
Thank you. And Mr. Garcia, let's stay there for a minute. Can you step into the proper procedure for disposal of special waste? Just a summary, not necessarily the very individual details.
Well, of course, in the special waste of characterization analysis would need to be conducted or performed on this particular waste to determine what the waste is. And specifically for sludge, the disposal management plan would need to be generated by the generator, reviewed and approved by the Solid Waste Bureau, and a generator hires a registered commercial hauler registered to haul the special waste to a permitted landfill, permitted solid waste facility, which is all indicated in the approved DMP and kept on file at the solid waste facility or the landfill.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. In terms of, you mentioned transportation requirements. Are there manifests required for that transportation?
Yes, sir, there are. Thank you. And I was just going to mention that there are manifests, special waste manifests that need to be completed and acknowledged by the generator, the hauler, and also the any subsequent haulers and the permitted landfill, the permitted solid waste facility, and all three, the generator and the transporter and the solid waste facility, have to keep those manifests on file. For the generator and the hauler, they're required to keep those manifests on file for a minimum of 3 years, and for the solid waste facility, it's on file forever.
Did your investigation discover any manifests for the waste in question?
No, sir, they did not.
Mr. Garcia, where is the closest landfill to Bishop's Lodge that is permitted to accept special waste?
The Caja del Rio landfill in Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Did your investigation indicate that the waste was disposed of at Caja del Rio?
No, it did not.
According to your investigation, where did the haulers leave the waste?
According to the haulers, it was on property owned by the Pueblo Pojoaque next to the Jacona Collection Center.
This property owned by the Pueblo Pojoaque, is it a permitted landfill?
No, it is not.
Would it be a permitted special waste landfill?
No, it would not.
Mr. Garcia, how would you term disposing of a waste in an area that is not permitted to accept it?
Improper disposal.
So is there anything in the record in your investigation to indicate that this waste was properly disposed of?
Yes, that would be indicated in my ROI.
You're saying that the waste was properly disposed of?
No, I'm sorry. Can you please rephrase the question or restate the question?
Sure. Is there anything in the record that indicates that the waste was properly disposed of?
No, there's not.
Is there any way that the dumping location that you described meets the definition of a solid waste landfill?
No, sir, it would not.
Why is improper disposal illegal? Is there any harm from it?
Yes, it creates harm to the public health and environment.
Mr. Garcia, excuse me. In its initial answer, HRV Hotel Partners indicated that it had permission for disposal of the waste from the Pueblo of Pojoaque, memorialized in a certificate of disposal. Are you familiar with this certificate?
Yes, sir, I am.
You testified just a moment ago that there is nothing in the record to indicate that the respondents followed the proper procedure for disposal of special waste. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Would the certificate in question absolve the respondents, in this case HRV Hotel Partners, of the responsibility to follow the rules for special waste disposal?
Objection,
sir, it wouldn't.
objection. Leading, I'd like just object to all the leading, but this one in particular.
Mr. Atencio?
I can rephrase the question.
So I'm going to sustain the objection. Please try not to ask leading questions on direct. They're certainly permissible on cross-examination, but try to avoid them on direct. Please continue.
Understood. Mr. Garcia, is a certificate of disposal a requirement under the regulations for special waste handling?
Well, sir, that the certificate of disposal would be the approved disposal management plan reviewed and approved by the Solid Waste Bureau. In the certificate that you were referring to just a while ago, that is not a disposal management plan that was reviewed and approved by the Solid Waste Bureau, or that was not, and it still is not.
Thank you, I understand. Mr. Garcia, in the compliance order that you stated you helped draft, in that compliance order at issue, there are 4 violations. Can you please step through and list those violations in that compliance order?
Yes, sir. Violation number 1, failure to register as a hauler of special waste. And that's listed in the SWR. And when I mention the SWR, that stands the acronym for the solid waste rules. And the citation is 20.9.3.31.A NMAC. And that's acronym for New Mexico Administrative Code. Violation number 2, failure to manifest special waste, sludge, also listed in the SWR under citation of 20.9.8.10.F of the NMAC. Violation number 3, failure to sufficiently characterize special waste, sludge, listed in the SWR, and the citation is 20.9.2.10.B of the NMAC. And violation number 4, improper disposal of special waste, sludge, and that's in the SWA, the Solid Waste Act, New Mexico Statutory Authority, NMSA 1978, Section 74-9-31, in parentheses, capital A, close parentheses, open parentheses, number 1, close parentheses, open parentheses, lowercase a, close parentheses. And in the SWR, under 20.9.2.10. capital A, open parentheses, number 1, close parentheses. The next citation is 20.9.2.10. capital A, open parentheses, number 3, close parentheses, and final citation of, or the citation 20.9.8.8 of the NMAC.
Thank you. Mr. Garcia, in the administrative compliance order at issue here, the respondents listed are both BL Santa Fe LLC and HRV Hotel Partners LLC. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
How did you decide to issue to both of those respondents?
Because as through the duration of my investigation, it was found that that organization, that individual was one and the same.
How did you interact with those organizations that led you to that conclusion?
A search on the New Mexico Secretary of State's website indicated at the time of the search that it was BL Santa Fe, and looking at the registered agent, I believe, if I recall, is HRV. And that is also included in the exhibits.
Can you point us to that?
Yes, please.
Mr. Garcia, while you're looking for this exhibit, Mr. Atencio, do you know which exhibit it is?
It would be in NMED Exhibit 1. I believe, my understanding, in the first summary paragraphs, there are the discussions that Mr. Garcia had memorialized.
I see.
Yes, sir. Mr. Hearing Officer, Mr. Atencio is correct. It's in Exhibit 1.
Right. So I'm okay. You still haven't answered. You still haven't answered his question. So please proceed, Mr. Atencio.
Understand. Mr. Garcia, did you have any interaction with officers or employees of HRV?
Yes, sir, I did.
Could you describe those interactions?
And that was throughout the duration of the investigation, speaking with Mr. Almilcar Enriquez and Mr. Alonso Rodriguez, and also Mr. Richard Holland, and obtaining, of course, the verbal statements from Messrs. Enriquez and Rodriguez, and Mr. Holland. And Mr. Holland provided or accompanied myself and the other enforcement officer on a tour of where the once wastewater retention ponds were on the property.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Did the compliance order that you helped prepare assess any civil penalties?
Yes, sir, it did.
what were the penalties assessed for violation 1 that you described earlier?
$1,000,
For violation 2,
$9,000,
for violation 3,
$4,000,
and for violation 4?
$45,000.
Did you help calculate those penalties?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. Mr. Garcia, I'm going to ask you to look at what's labeled NMED Exhibit 2. And I'm going to get the correct page number here so everybody can look. This is on page 153 of the PDF. And I'm going to just share real quick to make sure that we're all looking at the same thing. Can you see this document?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay, and this has been admitted. This is the New Mexico Environment Department Solid Waste Civil Penalty Assessment Policy. Mr. Garcia, did you use this policy in calculating the penalty calculations?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you to look at NMED Exhibit 3. And I'll get the page number here to start that. And I have this beginning on NMED Exhibit 1, page 190. And I'll share just to make sure we're all looking at the same thing. Mr. Garcia, can you see this document?
Not yet, sir, Mr. Atencio.
Has it come through yet?
No, sir.
Can anybody else see this document, or is it trouble on my end?
I see it.
I can see it. It's pretty small, but I can see it.
Mr. Garcia, what I'm looking at, the first line says narrative explanation. The next line says BL Santa Fe LLC, DBA Bishop's Lodge.
I can see it now. I can see it now. Yes, sir. Those are the penalty calculation sheets.
Okay. Mr. Garcia, do the penalty calculation sheets adequately represent and memorialize how you calculated the civil penalties?
Yes, sir, they do.
All right. Now, do you have that document handy in front of you?
Yes, sir, I do.
Let's step through each one. Can you explain to me how you calculated the penalty for violation 1?
So in violation 1, which was failure to register as a special waste, as a hauler of special waste, first we determined the gravity based on the penalty. We decided that the potential for harm was minimal. And looking at the potential for harm for health and safety of the environment, the public and the environment, and the extent of the deviation was major. because they failed to register as a special waste hauler.
Okay, so that provided your gravity-based amount?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, what was the next step?
We went to determine if there was any adjustment factors, and looking at the good faith effort, going down the A and the B, it's degree of willingness and negligence. So we decided that there was no evidence to support the upward adjustment for any of those adjustment factors.
Okay.
The next step would be the economic benefit, and we decided to non-applicable on that particular one, and on notation of a commercial hauler registration authorizing special waste transport has an associated fee of only $300 covering a 5-year period. So the economic benefit derived through non-compliance was negligible and less than the assessed monetary penalty.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Moving on to the next page that at the top says appendix violation number 1. Can you explain this for me?
So on that appendix number 1, it shows the name of the facility, the address, and the required violated, and it shows the numbers and days of violation, and the facility name BL Santa Fe LLC DBA Bishop's Lodge, and it shows the address of 1297 Bishop's Lodge Road, Santa Fe, New Mexico 87506. And going to list the violation, which was failure to register a special waste hauler, and it lists the citation and the SWR and the number of. Would you like for me to read the citation again, sir?
No, that's okay.
Okay, so then goes forward to show that the number and days of violation, which was 1 violation. So there was actually a total of 3 violations because there was 3 separate loads that were hauled, but we decided, enforcement discretion decided, and that was the enforcement manager, we're only going to use 1 violation occurring on or after March 14th, 2018 to on or after March 19th, 2018.
Okay.
And it shows the penalty amount for compliant. The gravity-based penalty for Matrix was $1,000. Going back to the gravity, we decided it was a minimal for in a major extent of deviation, and there was no multi-days. I'm sorry. Yes, Mr.
How did you come up with that amount of $1,000?
Within the penalty policy, the civil penalty policy that you showed in previously.
Okay, so my understanding, right, that $1,000, I'm reading here, gravity-based penalty from Matrix, that's contained within the civil penalty policy?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, go ahead.
And then, of course, it goes on to the multi-day. We decided not to, again, enforcement discretion, use 1 day, and adjustment factors. There were no adjustment factors. There was no economic benefit. So at the end, on line number 7, which shows that the total amount for that or the civil penalty assessed was $1,000.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Let's go to the next page. It says narrative explanation, BL, Santa Fe, etc. Violation number 2. Can you step me through this?
Yes, again, going back to list the violation. So the gravity, the potential for harm was minimal, but the extent of deviation was major. And it showed that there was 135 separate violations. And those 135 violations was determined by the calculation looking at each load and acquired the amount of loads from the receipts provided by each of the haulers, and also the counting the 3 loads that Bishop's Lodge employees hauled themselves in a Bishop's Lodge owned vehicle or dump truck.
Okay.
Moving forward on the adjustment factors, there was no evidence to an upwards adjustment, and continuing no evidence on economic benefit, and continuing that there was no recalculation of the penalty as a result of new information.
And let's go on to the next page there.
So under the appendix, of course, it shows all the information initially mentioned or stated earlier under facility and address. The requirement violation was the failure to special waste manifest and the citation of the SWR, and the number and dates of violations. So here states a total of 135 violations occurring on or about March 14th, 2018, 7 loads, March 15th, 2018, 12 loads, March 16th, 2018, 31 loads, March 17th, 2018, 49 loads, March 19th, 2018, 36 loads, and 3 additional loads transported by Bishop's Lodge during the period of March 14th, 2018 to March 19th, 2018. And there's a notation there. A total of 135 separate instances of violation were documented. However, as a matter of enforcement discretion, the penalty was adjusted to reflect only 9 instances of violation, 1 instance for each of the 6 contracted haulers, and 3 instances for the loads transported by Bishop's Lodge.
Okay.
Moving forward, the penalty, using the penalty matrix, began the penalty at $1,000. The potential for harm was minimal. Extent of deviation was major. Looking at the multiple or multi-day section on number 2, there was $1,000 was the base penalty. Looking at the number of the violations through enforcement discretion, the enforcement manager decided to only utilize or indicate 9 separate loads instead of the 135 separate loads that were transported and that we have documentation for. And that indicates that there was $8,000, and not adding line 1 and 2C, it comes out to $9,000. Moving forward, there was no upward adjustment for upward adjustment. And looking at line number 5, it was at $9,000. There was no calculate for economic benefit. So at the end, on line number 7, the total amount was $9,000 for violation number 2.
Okay. Let's go on to the next page, and if you could explain that for me.
Sure. Next page lists violation number 3, failure to sufficiently document the physical and chemical characteristics of special waste sludge prior to transportation and disposal. The potential for harm was significant. The extent of deviation was moderate. And utilizing the multi-day was 2 violations. There was no upwards adjustment at all.
Mr. Matsui,
Yes.
may I interrupt here? Can you explain to me why the extent of deviation is moderate? And actually, I'm sorry. First, could you explain for me why the potential for harm is significant?
So the potential for harm was significant because the in number A, so assuring sufficient analysis of special waste is a most basic and essential regulatory requirement for special waste disposal. The failure to sufficiently document the physical and chemical characteristics of sludge prior to transportation and disposal could result in a missed exceedance of the maximum allowable regulatory concentration levels and limits for certain parameters or contaminants, which might have prohibited disposal of sludge as a special waste. The failure to take enforcement action has a potential to negatively impact the integrity and the statutory and regulatory purposes of NEBD's solid waste program.
And can you explain why the extent of deviation is moderate?
Additionally, so the interviews, written statements, and payment invoices obtained during my investigation indicate that Bishop's Lodge mischaracterized the sludge as dirt or mud instead of being a special waste, which resulted in the NMED enforcement action against all of the transporters or haulers that were employed by Bishop's Lodge. And the extent of the deviation for this violation was assessed as moderate in recognition of respondent's submission of laboratory analytical results for one sample of sludge from the East Wetland Pond. So failure to sufficiently document the physical and chemical characteristics of special waste prior to the transportation and disposal requirements, a substantial deviation from the regulatory requirements of the SWR.
Thank you. Let's go now to the appendix on the next page for violation number 3. Can you quickly step through that for me?
So again, looking at the top, the same information, facility name and address. Already mentioned the violation, which was failure to sufficiently document the physical and chemical characteristics of special waste sludge prior to transportation disposal. So there's 2 violations, one for the East Wetland and one for the West Wetland, occurring on or before March 14th, 2018. So we looked at the wetland or the ponds as a whole, and each separate one was one separate violation. So using the gravity-based matrix, it was indicated that as a $2,000. The potential for harm was significant. The extent of deviation was moderate. Again, looking at the $2,000, there was two separate violations, which was 2, and multiplying the line 2A by the number of days and incidents or violation 2,000. So adding line 1 and to line 2C came out to $4,000. There was no upwards adjustment. In going down, there was no economic benefit. So at the end, the final civil penalty assessed or determined was $4,000.
Thank you. All right, let's go to the next one in violation number 4. Could you please step through that for us?
Improper disposal of special waste sludge. The potential for harm is severe, and the extent of deviation was major, and the multiple violations was 135 separate independent violations, and that again was determined through documentation obtained by the haulers employed by Bishop's Lodge and the three loads hauled by Bishop's Lodge themselves, which was verified or stated through employee verbal statements.
Why did you list the potential for harm as severe?
The location was not authorized by the Pueblo Pojoaque for stores or disposal of the solid waste, including the sludge. The disposal location was not constructed, permitted, nor operated as a solid waste disposal facility. The disposal of sludge on the ground is at an unpermitted and unlined disposal facility, may negatively impact surface soil, surface water, and/or groundwater, and may endanger human health as a result of such contamination through the inhalation of dust, dermal contact, and ingestion or use of contaminated water. And the failure to take enforcement action has a potential to negatively impact the integrity and the statutory regulatory purposes of NMED's solid waste program.
All right, go ahead and continue, Mr. Garcia.
And looking at the extent of deviation was major, and respondent failed to assure the disposal of the sludge as a special waste at a solid waste disposal facility specifically permitted to accept this waste, and the disposal of the sludge at an unpermitted disposal facility represents a major deviation from the regulatory requirements of the SWR. There, looking again, there was 135 separate significant violations. There was no adjustment factors. There was, however, an economic benefit that was calculated. And the economic benefit was $204,229.35, which is the complete estimate.
Mr. Garcia, can you explain to me what an economic benefit is?
Yes, sir. And the economic benefit, that would show that so the Bishop's Lodge obtained the economic benefit through the non-compliance by failing to pay the enhanced expense for transportation and disposal of the sludge as a special waste, which required the use of a properly registered commercial or special waste hauler and disposal at a permitted solid waste facility authorized to accept the sludge. The Solid Waste Bureau contacted 3 local commercial haulers, which provided estimated costs for transporting and disposing of approximately 1,890 cubic yards of sludge, which was the estimated volume, assuming that 135 truckloads contain an average of 14 cubic yards each.
What was the result of those contacts that you mentioned?
One of the, and that would have been hauling the sludge from Bishop's Lodge to the Caja Rio Santa Fe, Caja Rio landfill in Santa Fe, New Mexico. So of the 3 companies, the lowest cost estimate was $115 per cubic yard of sludge. Accordingly, each truckload had an estimated value of $1,610, meaning the 135 truckloads had an estimated value of $217,350. According to the invoices obtained by the SWB from the 6 contacted haulers utilized by the respondent, which was Bishop's Lodge, to transport the sludge to the Pueblo of Pujaque, Bishop's Lodge had already paid $13,120.65 to dispose of the sludge. That was the amount that Bishop's Lodge paid, a total amount that Bishop's Lodge paid the haulers, all 6 haulers, collectively. This results in an economic benefit of $204,229.35. And that number was deviated by subtracting what the total cost was by the amount that was paid to that Bishop's Lodge paid to the haulers. And however, as a matter of enforcement discretion, the SWB had elected to assess a civil penalty for only 9 instances of violation. So the estimated cost for shipment of 9 truckloads was $14,490 and $14,490. And that number was deviated by multiplying the 9 times what would have been the estimated value of each truckload, which was $1,610.
Okay.
So the Bishop's Lodge had already paid the $13,120.65. That's what they paid to the haulers collectively. So as a result of the economic benefit estimate of $1,369.35. So the assessed penalty of yes, sir.
Go ahead.
So the assessed penalty of $45,000 is substantially more than the economic benefit estimate, which was $1,369.35. So upward adjustment to capture economic benefit received by respondent was unnecessary. So there was no upward adjustment.
Mr. Garcia, let's go to the appendix for violation number 4, and can you talk me through the calculations that you have memorialized there with those numbers?
Okay, so then looking again, the facility name and address are the same. Those have not changed, and the violation was improper disposal of the special waste, the sludge. It has the citations for the SWR. And there was a total of 135 violations, and the same number of violations, dates, and loads were identical to the failure to manifest special waste sludge. And a total of 135, there's a notation, a total of 135 separate instances of violation were documented. However, as a matter of enforcement discretion, the penalty was adjusted to reflect only 9 instances of violation, 1 instance for each of the 6 contracted haulers, and 3 instances for the loads transported by Bishop's Lodge. the identical notation as the indicated in violation 3 for failure to manifest special waste.
Thank you. Mr. Garcia, can you explain to me line number 7 of this appendix?
So line number 7, that was the total amount of $45,000. So looking at the matrix, it began at 5,000. There was the potential for harm. That line number 7 correlates or adds up is the final civil penalty that is assessed as a result of the lines above it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Now, on all these calculations, it lists for instance, under violation number 4 here, it says under facility name BL Santa Fe LLC DBA Bishop's Lodge. Now, you had testified earlier that this compliance order was issued to both BL Santa Fe LLC and HRV Hotel Partners. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Can you explain to me why the penalty calculation sheets list BL Santa Fe LLC, DBA Bishop's Lodge, and don't show HRV Hotel Partners?
Because BL Santa Fe LLC and Bishop's Lodge were one and the same company at the time of the investigation and at the time of the illegal disposal.
Did you hear, or in your interactions with the employees of Bishop's Lodge, did you hear or receive any information that would have suggested that they were not one and the same?
No, sir, did not.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Mr. Hearing Officer, that's all the direct questions I have for Mr. Garcia. We had mentioned a few days ago on a call the potential for impaneling the witnesses or doing cross individually. The department's willing to provide its witnesses and panel them for cross, but we'll defer to whatever your direction is on that.
Mr. Domenici?
I think I'd like to cross this witness at this time.
Okay, please proceed.
So let's just going back through these penalty calculations. So since they're right in front of us, if I could, you use the word respondent as opposed to respondents. Is that a deliberate? Let me show you where that is. If you want to look at, say, violation number 3. So let me find this. So in the first line of A, where it says little a,
Yes, sir,
you put in quotes respondent, correct?
Yes, sir.
You never use the word respondents anywhere in this penalty worksheet, correct?
No, sir. Use the word just respondent.
And looking at violation number 4, and I'm on subpart 1, subpart A, about the 5th line down, which starts out, this location was not authorized by the Pueblo of Pewaukee. You see where I'm saying, reading that?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive any information that any of the loads that were taken to the Pueblo were able to enter the Pueblo through the use of trespass or cutting fences or anything short of permission from the Pueblo?
No, sir.
In fact, the Pueblo did give them permission, correct?
So I did receive a review or observe the certificate of disposal that was issued by the Pueblo or on Pueblo letterhead. But again, looking at that is not a certificate of disposal in accordance with the SWR for disposal of special waste.
You don't have any information to indicate the Pueblo did not provide permission for all of the activities that took place, correct?
No, no.
And in fact, if the Pueblo were a private rancher in that location, you would have cited the private rancher for accepting special waste without a permit, correct?
Actually, Mr. Dominici, it would have been a citation against both the generator and the receiver, which would been the private rancher.
Right. Well, you issued one to what you think is the generator already, right?
No, sir, cannot issue to the Pueblo. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yes, did issue to the generator, which at the time was, as stated in the administrative compliance order, BL Santa Fe and HRV Hotel Partners LLC.
Okay, I'm focusing on the receiver. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That were a private rancher who allowed this to happen with permission, you would have cited the rancher, correct?
Yes, in addition to citing the generator.
And you would have made compliance requirements against the private property owner, correct?
And the generator, sir.
Is there some reason you keep saying "and the generator"?
Yes, sir, because as we as the when I was in the Solid Waste Bureau would issue notices of violations or citations to both the generator for generating the waste for improper disposal, and also the receiver, which would be allowing that disposal to occur on their property.
And if you were looking for evidence that the receiver allowed the disposal, you would consider something like the certificate, correct?
Yes, or verbal confirmation.
But a certificate's better, right?
Yes.
And are you aware that an invoice was issued?
No, sir.
That would also provide evidence that the receiver was aware of what they were doing, allowed it to happen, and should be responsible for compliance, correct?
Can you restate the question, please?
If the private rancher issued an invoice for the material that were placed on his or her property, the invoice would support assessing compliance requirements against the private rancher for allowing the disposal to take place, correct?
That is correct. Although, in addition to issuing a compliance order against the private rancher, a compliance order would also be issued against the generator. The generator failed to properly dispose of that special waste. They began the trail down the path of non-compliance.
Well, you found out when you studied this that before any material was moved to the Pueblo had already agreed to accept it, correct?
So, sir, when I found or what I discovered was after the fact, once all of the sludge had already been transported.
But the trucks didn't show up there unannounced. There are arrangements that had already been made and the Pueblo had already agreed to allow access to the Pueblo, correct?
I cannot speak to that. I never spoke to the Pueblo. All I received was statements from the haulers and that certificate of disposal that appeared to be issued by the Pueblo.
Okay, so your statement that says this location was not authorized by the Pueblo of Pewaukee for storage or disposal of solid waste, including sludge, does not have any factual basis, correct?
So that was discovered after the point, sir. That was in discussions with, of course, our legal team and also the Pueblo. I was not privy or part of those conversations. But those were conversations between our legal department and the Pueblo Oaxaca.
So you wrote that sentence despite having a certificate of disposal in your possession, correct?
Again, sir, according to the legal team from the Pueblo and our legal team, that certificate of disposal that it was issued did not or was issued without the approval of the Pueblo.
Are you familiar with Tribal Works, the business entity that issued that certificate?
No, I am not.
Do you know if what other materials they accept?
No, I do not.
Now, in your investigation report I'm gonna go way back to the beginning. I think it's page 15.
Can you please provide a paragraph number, sir?
Well, let me get the page. So on page 15, what is that document?
I'm sorry, Mr. Dominici, I don't have. If you can give me a paragraph number, I don't have the exhibits in front of me, sir.
Oh, okay. Let me try to put this on my screen then.
Okay.
This is the discharge permit that's in your file. Do you have a hard copy of your file, of your report?
I have a copy of my report electronically. My report of investigation.
Okay. Can you, well, let me see if I can get this up. Can I get the sharing permission?
Yes, give me 1 second. I apologize, I'm having difficulties.
Can you open your report, sir?
Yes, I can. I do have my report of investigation open.
Okay, so this is exhibit 1 to your report. I'm on the first paragraph.
And I'm trying now to share your screen. You should be able to. I apologize for
Sure.
the wait.
Would that be under the introduction general information paragraph 1-1?
Let me take this off the screen. I have the wrong document up here. Hold on 1 second. Yes, it would. So that's what I'm looking at. So first of all, my question was, are you familiar with groundwater discharge permits issued by the the Environment Department Groundwater Bureau?
No, I am not.
Did you study this permit for any purpose during your investigation?
I briefly glanced over it. I did not study it.
Do you understand that this permit governed the use of the wetlands where the material came from that was disposed of?
That would be a question for or referred to groundwater, sir. I am not familiar with the groundwater discharge permit.
Are you able to state today, as the lead investigator, who was permitted by the Groundwater Bureau in March of 2018 to operate the wastewater treatment activities at Bishop's Lodge?
Objection, Mr. Hearing Officer. Mr. Garcia has already testified that he has limited familiarity and has referred questions on discharge permit to the Groundwater Quality Bureau.
Mr. Domenici?
I don't think this is the same question. I want to be very precise since he's making statements about who were the same entities. I want to find out if he knows who actually was permitted, not about the process or anything else.
But the permit you're asking about is a groundwater discharge permit.
That's correct.
Okay, and this gentleman works for the Solid Waste Bureau, and he's testified already that he's not familiar with the groundwater permit. So.
Okay, let me rephrase it.
Okay, so I'm going to sustain, hold on. I'm going to sustain the objection, and Mr. Domenici, please rephrase it. Thank you.
It's correct that you didn't consider, during your analysis of who is the respondent or generator, you did not consider who was permitted under the groundwater discharge permit, correct?
No, sir.
And you didn't let me ask it this way. It's correct that you didn't make yourself aware of what the treatment that the sludge had gone through by virtue of regulation by the Groundwater Bureau at any point in time. Is that correct?
Can you restate the question, Mr. Domenici?
Let me restate it. Was the material that was placed in the lagoons chlorinated before it was placed there?
I cannot speak to that because I was not actively in the management of those wastewater treatment plants.
You made an evaluation that the risk of harm from the sludge could be severe in your penalty calculation, if I understand correctly.
Yes, sir.
With respect to violation number 4, correct? What's your matrix calculations for violation number 4?
Again, looking at the potential for harm on the penalty calculation sheet, violation number 4 states the sludge was disposed of on the ground near the Pojoaque wastewater treatment plant. This location was not authorized by the Pueblo of Pojoaque for the storage or disposal of solid waste, including the sludge. And it was not, and of course, paraphrasing, the disposal location was not or has not been constructed or permitted a solid waste disposal facility, and more specifically, of a disposal of special waste.
My question is, were you aware that the sludge had been chlorinated before you made this decision that the potential about the potential to harm?
No, sir.
Were you aware that the sludge was placed in lagoons on top of a liner as part of the treatment process?
I'm sorry, restate that?
Okay, let me back up. Do you understand where the sludge came from?
Yes, and looking at and doing my investigation, it was from the east in the wetland ponds.
Were those ponds lined?
I'm unknown, sir. When I arrived at the location, there was no ponds at all whatsoever. The area that the sludge originated from was filled or backfilled with soil or clean soil from a neighboring property where a home or a house was being built. According to the Bishop's Lodge employees, which was Messrs. Enriquez and Rodriguez.
Why did you put the discharge permit in your investigation file if you don't know how to study those or evaluate them?
Well, that would be for informational purposes, sir. And that, of course, looking at that, the initial complaint was entered into the ENTS database by Mr. Jason Herman, who was and still is a employee of the Groundwater Quality Bureau.
Did you ever look at the notice of violation that the Groundwater Bureau issued related to these same two lagoons that you just described?
Just glanced over it briefly, very briefly.
Do you remember who it was addressed to?
No, I do not.
Let me ask you to turn in your report. Now, let me see if I can help you get there. I'm looking at what's page 63. This would be your exhibit 6 that you discussed earlier. It would be page 2 of your exhibit 6.
So, Mr. Dominici, it would be helpful if you would identify these exhibits by the PDF page number. I believe what you're talking about is page number 233 and 234, which is the resolution. Am I correct?
No, I'm looking at page. So let me pull the PDF back up. I'm looking at exhibit 1, and then it has internal
Okay.
exhibits, so I can
Okay.
sort of steer him to his document.
I understand. But would you also, for everyone else's, for those of us who have, the only exhibit that we have is the PDF, would you please also give the PDF page number as well as the internal exhibit number for this gentleman?
Yes, I
Mr.
will.
Mr. Hearing Officer, I apologize for the
Yes.
confusion. I have emailed this file, which you and everybody else should be looking at, to Mr. Garcia. Peter, if
Right.
you would please check your email and open that. It's titled SWB 18-04 Bishop's Lodge Solid Waste Exhibits 1 through 6. Open that up, and then that way it'd be easier to refer to the specific page numbers that Mr. Domenici is mentioning.
Mr. Hearing Officer, I'm not sure I can see the PDF pages on mine. I opened the document.
Okay, sir, up on top, if you're using the Adobe program to look, you're going to see up at the top, it'll have, an up and down arrow. It'll have a magnifying glass. It'll have a few other commands up there.
Oh, yeah.
You will-
Okay. I got it.
Exactly. And it makes it so much easier for everyone to get around.
I got it.
If everyone would look at the same file and use the same page numbers. Yeah, so.
Mr. Hearing Officer, Mr. Atencio, thank you for sending that to me, Mr. Atencio. I'm currently looking at, I believe, what would be what you gentlemen are looking at, which would be page 62.
Perfect. Thank you. That's exactly what we need to hear. Thank you. And I'm here now. Thank you.
Okay, so on page, let me find it now. Let me see.
And Mr. Domenici, you can literally type in the page number in that white box up there, and it will take you right to where you need to go.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
Yes, it makes it so much easier than, up and down arrows.
Okay, so what I'm on page 62, is that an envelope addressed to Paul Martinez?
Yes, sir, it is.
And on my version, it says Jim Spihar in the left upper corner. But
Yes, sir.
But then it's covered over. What is the rest of that, if you can tell?
That would be Mr. Spihar's return address that he indicated on the envelope.
But what is that return address?
I don't know. I can't see that return address, sir. It's
Okay.
covered with the.
I can see where it starts with BASH. Can you see that?
It appears to me to start with BISH.
Okay. And then if you turn the page, so we're now on PDF page 62, at least that's, or 63, excuse me. So that's a memo from Jim Spihar, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you know if Mr. Spihar is a licensed wastewater treatment plant operator?
No, sir. I'm unaware if he is or isn't.
Do you know how long he's worked for, well, let me say, do you know how long he's worked on the facility that had those 2 lagoons decommissioned?
No, sir.
Would it surprise you if he'd worked there for over a decade?
I mean, I can't speak to if it would surprise me or not. I'm just unaware of how long he had been employed at Bishop's Lodge.
Let me rephrase that. Did he give you the understanding he was familiar with the operations and the history of those wetlands?
From his verbal statements, yes.
And on this document, page 63, were you able to determine that he was in fact the one who arranged or who developed the plan to excavate the ponds and take the material to the Pueblo? And this would be looking at, if you want to go down 1, 2, paragraph 4.
Okay, looking at paragraph 4, where Mr. Spihar begins with, I recalled.
Yes.
And what was the question, Mr. Domenici?
Starting with the line that starts so, the word so, it's the 4th line down.
Yes.
Did he indicate he was the one who decided to take the material to the Pueblo?
Reading directly from his memo, it states, so it was my conclusion that the lodge might be able to transfer the wetland material to Poake so the lodge could continue with the process of construction of the new infiltration gallery as soon as possible.
Can you read the next sentence?
Mr. Spihar continues to state, or write, I visited the Pueblo operations office, showed them the lab results, and after discussion of the process to be followed, there was agreement the material could be deposited in their facility.
This memo was addressed to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this was after you asked for information from Mr. Spihar.
Yes, sir.
So this was his response to you.
Yes, sir.
Now, in your prior discussions, you mentioned Mr. is it Almicar?
Almilcar
Almicar? You,
Enrique.
Enriquez. So you did, he was one of the first people you talked to in depth when you were at the property, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Holland took you to see the lagoons and then instructed you or told you to talk to Mr. Spihar and Mr. Enriquez, correct?
So there, Mr. Holland took me where the ponds once existed. There were no ponds at the time of my visit when I began the investigation.
Okay. And then he told you to talk to Mr. Enriquez and Mr. Spihar, correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I would request two things. One is we take our morning break, but the other thing is, in my experience in these types of hearings, if I need to confer with my clients, I usually try to do it at the same time we're taking a break. But since I am crossing without them present, I might want to ask if they have questions, or I need to with respect to this witness at least. And I could do that if we took our break now.
Okay, all right. So let's see. It is 11:23 a.m. So, Mr. Domenici, what you're saying, what I'm hearing you saying is you'd like to combine a lunch break with an opportunity to confer with your client so you can finish your cross-examination of Mr. Garcia. Is that correct?
I don't think I need a lunch break. I just need 15 minutes because I think I'm almost done, and we could finish it before lunch if that would be okay.
Well, I think we can do it all. Let's try to do it all at the same time. So why don't we take a 1 hour break? That'll give you time to confer with your clients, do whatever you need to do, and then we will come back for you to finish up cross-examination on Mr. Garcia. Then we'll go to redirect of Mr. Garcia, and then we'll continue with the state's case at that time. So it's 11:24. Let's come back at 12:24. So we're off the record.
Thank you.
The party's ready to go back on the record?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Let's go back on the record. Ms. Corral, would you start the recorder?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Okay, Mr. Domenici, you were cross-examining Mr. Garcia. Please proceed.
Mr. Garcia, I'm going to ask you to look in your report on page 3, which is also page 3 of the PDF.
Yes, sir, Mr. Domenici.
So you use in the note, do you see the note there?
Yes, sir.
It talks about, in the parentheses, it says, if authorized to land apply or land dispose. What do you mean by land apply?
That would have been disposal of the sludge on the land, on the property.
And when it says land apply, that's, isn't it correct? That's a way to apply it in a way that it doesn't need to go into a permitted disposal facility?
That, of course, if it passes or is in accordance with or below all the required parameters in accordance with the SWR.
And are you personally familiar with what the requirements are to land apply sludge?
No, I'm not.
Is this your language or someone else's in the report?
That would have been an edit from my manager.
So you don't know what that means?
On that section of the notation, no. That would have been an edit that he edited.
Do you know if it's possible that the material does not need to be, well, let me rephrase that. Do you know if it's possible that the material coming out of those lagoons could have been applied on site at Bishop's Lodge and left there?
That it would require further analysis to make a determination. That would have required further analysis to make a determination.
Now, is that analysis done by the Groundwater Bureau or the Solid Waste Bureau, if you know?
So that analysis, the sample is obtained by the generator and submitted for analysis by a certified laboratory. And those analyses are submitted for review to the regulatory agencies.
Okay. I'm gonna walk you through one calculation in your penalty matrix. So I'm gonna ask you to turn let me find the page. Let me ask you to turn to page 157 in the PDF numbering, which for the record is Exhibit 2, page 005.
Yes, sir, Mr. Domenici, I'm at that.
So there's a box there that's like a table. You see that?
Yes, sir.
And when we talk about the matrix, that's the matrix.
Yes, sir.
And that's the one you used for violation number 4. If I understand correctly.
That was used for all the violations, sir.
Okay. But applying it to violation 4, you said the potential for harm was severe. So that would put you in the top line of severe. And then you said the extent of deviation is major. So that would give you the $5,000.
Yes, sir. Meeting the severe and major and where they both meet at whatever box that they meet at.
Okay.
Horizontally and vertically.
And if under the so the top is the extent of deviation, major, moderate, or minor, and the side would be the potential for harm.
Yes.
So if the potential for harm were, for example, significant instead of severe, the penalty would drop to $3,000.
Remaining at major, yes, sir.
And if the deviation were moderate, then and the potential was significant, that would be 2,000.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. What was that, Mr. Domenici?
If the potential for harm is significant and the deviation is moderate, then that's $2,000.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you made this determination on I understand on all of them, but I'm focused on violation 4. Had you had the opportunity to see how the material was placed on the Pueblo?
No, sir. I to this day, have never physically observed where the material was placed, because as a regulatory agency, we have no jurisdiction on sovereign land.
Did you notice that from your investigation that some of the haulers indicated the material was placed in a borrow pit?
They did not. What they mentioned is they were backing up to and dumping the material that they were hauling in the location that was designated or told to them where they're to dump.
So you don't know if that location has features of a borrow pit?
I cannot answer to that, Mr. Dominici. I've never been on site to where the material is currently, or as far as I know, where it was improperly disposed of.
And when you say they dumped where it was designated, what was your understanding as far as who designated the location?
That would have been a discussion, according to the haulers, a discussion that occurred between Bishop's Lodge and a representative of the Pueblo, or what they consider was a representative of the Pueblo.
And so if the potential for harm were significant as opposed to major, could you recalculate what that penalty would be for violation number 4? Using 3,000 instead of 5,000?
So the extent of so the potential for harm at severe and the extent of deviation at major.
That's what you use. So I'm indicating if it's determined that the potential for harm is significant instead of severe, so you would, and still considering the deviations major, you would have a $3,000 penalty, correct?
That would be the base, sir.
Right. And what I'm asking is, using that base, could you recalculate the penalty? Is
Yes.
that going to take a long time, or would that be pretty straightforward?
No, that's pretty straightforward. All the other parameters remain the same.
Yes.
So take the 3,000, multiply that by the, again, with the enforcement discretion, considering 9 loads, that would be $27,000.
And do you know what penalty was agreed to be paid by BL Santa Fe LLC?
In the settlement agreement?
Yes.
No, I do not.
Have you seen the settlement agreement?
No, I have not.
And looking at, I'm looking at your penalty worksheet for the computation for violation number 4. Actually, yeah, that's correct. So that's, so I'm looking at page 196, Mr. Hearing Examiner, for the record. The economic benefit notation. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
So if I understand correctly, what was stated for the economic benefit was that each truckload had an estimated value of $1,610.
Yes, sir. That would have been the price for the lowest bidder of all of the three companies that were contacted.
So going back to violation number 1, which was 3 loads of special waste hauled by Bishop's Lodge, each of those truckloads would have an estimated value of $1,610 in terms of transportation and a tipping fee. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you to look at page 125 of your report, which I think would be 125 of, should be, Mr. Hearing Examiner, 125. Let me know when you have that.
I'm at that page, sir.
What's that a photograph of?
That's a photograph of, according to Messrs. Enriquez and Rodriguez, of the truck that was utilized to haul the 3 loads of sludge by Bishop's Lodge.
And you took that photograph?
Yes, sir.
And then if you'll turn the page to page 126, excuse me.
Yes, sir. I'm at that page.
What's that a photograph of?
Again, according to Messrs. Enriquez and Rodriguez, though, that was the equipment or the track hoe that was utilized to load the material or the sludge into the for the haulers and the truck owned by Bishop's Lodge.
Now, when the material was sitting undisturbed in the lagoon, had solid waste been generated up to that point?
Can you please?
Well, let me rephrase it.
Yeah.
Was the placing of the septage into the lagoons generating solid waste over the last years that the lagoon's been operated?
According to the solid waste rules, yes.
Was it allowed to stay in that condition so long as the groundwater discharge permit allowed that, if you know?
Yes. But that would have been again the discharge permit administered by the Groundwater Quality Bureau and not the Solid Waste Bureau.
Okay. Then turning back to page 15. And I know you've indicated you're not familiar with this document. I just wanted to reference you to one paragraph regarding, well, Mr. Spihar's involvement. So if you will look at that page on the 1, 2, 3, 4. The 5th page down, 5th paragraph, excuse me.
Yes.
It says the permittee's application consists of materials submitted by Jim Spihar on behalf of the permittee dated August 18th, 2009. Did you happen to see that when you looked at this document or when this document was placed in the file?
No, sir.
But
Again, sir, as I mentioned earlier, Mr. Domenici, I am not familiar with the groundwater discharge permit. That is administered by the Groundwater Quality Bureau and not the Solid Waste Bureau. So I would have to refer the questions regarding the Groundwater Quality Bureau discharge permit to the Groundwater Quality Bureau.
You don't know who hired Mr. Spihar at any point in time, do you?
No, sir.
You don't know if he was a contractor or employee, do you?
No, sir.
And you don't know who hired Mr. Enriquez at any time, do you?
No, sir.
And you don't know if he was a contractor or employee, do you?
No, sir. Again, as I mentioned in my earlier testimony with Mr. Atencio, Mr. Holland referred me to speak with Mr. Enriquez, with Messrs. Enriquez and Spihar regarding the sludge disposal.
And they were knowledgeable about the sludge disposal, right?
Yes, sir.
That's all I have for this witness. I'll pass the witness. Thank you, Mr. Garcia.
Mr. Atencio, is there any redirect?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Officer, just a couple
Please
questions.
proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Garcia, let's see. Do you have, let me pull up the exact page here. Can you please turn to page 232 of the department's exhibits?
I'm at that page, Mr. Atencio.
Can you please read, after it says Bishop's Lodge, can you please read the next two lines?
And I quote, for the disposal of materials from wetlands that included cattails, sludge, damp sludge, and rubber liner. End of quote.
Mr. Garcia, could you refer again to the regulation on sludge that you had mentioned earlier this morning?
To the definition or the actual regulation in the SWR, Mr. Atencio?
The definition.
Okay, Mr. Atencio, I'm at that area or that citation. Let me read that to you. I read 20.9.2.7.s open parentheses number 7 close parentheses sludge.
Could you read that definition?
And I quote verbatim directly from the SWR, sludge means any solid, semi-solid, or liquid waste generated by a municipal, commercial, or industrial wastewater treatment plant, water supply treatment plant, or air pollution control facility, but does not include treated effluent from a wastewater treatment plant. End of quotation.
So to understand, the certificate that was included with HRV's original answer indicates that this included disposal of sludge. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And excuse me, based on the definition of sludge in the regulations, do you understand that to mean that included sludge as defined by the regulations?
As if what the certificate reads, sir?
That and actually your knowledge of the situation based on
Yes,
the
sir.
investigation. And you had testified earlier, the regulations, excuse me, require a certain process for disposal of special waste, correct?
Yes, sir.
You had also testified about the definition of special waste. Is sludge, as defined by the regulations, included in that definition?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Garcia, you had testified earlier as to waste characterization. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And is that part of the special waste disposal process?
Yes, sir.
Why is characterization of the waste important in that?
To determine what the parameters or contaminants or potential contaminants are contained in the special waste or in the waste itself, and to determine the proper method or procedure to dispose of said waste.
So if I'm understanding right, you have information in here indicating that this was a sludge. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
But you did not have the proper characterization of what the totality of what that sludge contained.
Yes, sir, because it is the requirement of the generator to perform that analysis and characterize the waste.
So that requirement is on the generator, then you say?
Yes, sir.
Does that burden lie on the Solid Waste Bureau to seek out additional information on characterization?
No, sir. The burden is on the generator.
Okay. Mr. Garcia, in your discussions with Mr. Spehar, did he indicate that he had any expertise in solid waste disposal?
Just to his verbal statements and his written statement that he had operated the wastewater treatment plant at Bishop's Lodge. I never observed a certificate or certification that he provided demonstrated that he had those credentials. It was merely by word of mouth.
Okay. And excuse me a second, Mr. Garcia, I'm going to ask you to turn to another page in your report of investigation here. Apologies, one second here. Okay, if you could turn to page 63, please.
Yes, sir, I'm at page 63.
So we've talked about this as the statement from Mr. Spehar to you, as you indicated to Mr. Domenici earlier.
Yes, sir.
Based on this statement, did your investigation show any indication that the solid waste rules were followed?
No, sir. None of the solid waste rules were followed.
And to clarify, Mr. Garcia, who was it that directed you to speak to Mr. Spehar and Mr. Enriquez?
Mr. Holland, Mr. Richard Holland, who identified himself as the property owner.
And what was your understanding based on that direction of Mr. Spehar and Mr. Enriquez's capacity in these operations?
That they were managing the project or projects and also managing the disposal of the sludge.
Was it your understanding that they had authority for Mr. Holland to do that?
Yes, sir.
Object, Your Honor, or Mr. Hearing Examiner, that to that type of leading question.
Mr. Atencio,
I can rephrase.
I'll sustain the objection. Please rephrase.
Thank you. Mr. Garcia, why do you believe Mr. Holland gave you that direction?
As he stated earlier that Mr. and Messrs. Enriquez, or as he stated, Messrs. Enriquez and Spihar had all the information to continue my investigation and answer any questions that I may had, and in that my understanding was that they were acting on his behalf in managing the projects. At the time of my investigation, Bishop's Lodge was closed to the public and they were under major renovations and also in the disposal of the sludge.
Thank you. And Mr. Garcia, if you could turn to page 190 of the department's exhibit 1, or excuse me, I guess this would be NMED exhibit 3.
Yes, sir. I'm at page 190.
And what is it that this violation addresses?
Failure to register as a hauler of special waste, which is violation 1 on the ACO, or Administrative Compliance Order.
Does this violation address disposal, the specific disposal in question?
This violation pertains to the Bishop's Lodge acting as a hauler of special waste and not registered to haul the special waste, have not gone through the registration process administered by the Solid Waste Bureau.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Mr. Hearing Officer, I have nothing further for Mr. Garcia.
Mr. Domenici, are there any cross-examination questions you have specifically to the questions that were asked on redirect?
Yes, 1 or 2.
Go ahead.
So, Mr. Garcia?
Yes, sir.
When you met Richard Holland, did you receive a business card from him or any paperwork showing what his position was?
No.
At any time, did you obtain any written documentation showing what his status was with respect to Bishop's Lodge?
Throughout the duration of my investigation, yes, I did. I did obtain that he was the property owner of Bishop's Lodge.
Okay, when you say he was the property owner,
Mr. Holland, Mr. Richard Holland.
okay, what document established that for you?
Of course, in the investigation, researching items regarding the facility and the business, and also the company's website, which indicated that Mr. Richard Holland was the property owner.
You didn't look at a deed, did you? You know what?
No, sir. Yes, I do know what a deed is. No, sir, I did not look at a warranty deed. But I did verify that Mr. Richard Holland was the property owner, of course, looking at this company's website, the business's website, and other research that I conducted to verify his statement.
Did you take a screenshot of the web page that you're referring to?
No, sir.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Garcia, I have a couple of questions. I felt like I was following along just fine until Mr. Atencio asked you to look at page 233 and 234 of the state's PDF.
Mr. Hearing Officer, I did not see page 233. Mr. Atencio asked me to look at page 232.
Perfect. Would you go to page, thank you. Would you go to page 232 for me?
Yes, sir, I'm at that page, Mr. Hearing Officer.
All right, thank you. What does this certificate mean to you?
To me, as an employee and enforcement officer of the Solid Waste Bureau,
Yes, sir.
it means nothing to me, sir.
Okay.
Th-
All right.
This, and as I mentioned earlier, this is not a disposal management plan. This disposal management, again, this means nothing to me. That for them to have disposed, for Bishop's Lodge to have properly disposed of the sludge, they were required to submit a disposal management plan to the Solid Waste Bureau. And in actuality, that disposal management plan would have been assigned to me because the Bishop's Lodge is located in Enforcement Area 2. And at the time, I was the enforcement officer for Enforcement Area 2, and I would have reviewed that DMP, disposal management plan, and recommended approval, and that would have gone up, and the bureau chief at the time would have approved on my recommendations. And if there was information lacking on said DMP or the document that the generator would have submitted, I would have issued correspondence to the generator indicating what items have not been included or needed further clarification on, sir.
Okay. So do you understand this document to represent that the Pueblo of Pewaukee is basically certifying that Bishop's Lodge disposed of sludge on the Pueblo prior to the date that it is signed at the bottom?
Can you rephrase that question, Mr. Hearing Officer, please?
No, I'm going to ask the court reporter to read it back again. Ms. Adeguin, would you repeat the question, please?
Yes. So do you understand this document to represent that the Pueblo of Pewaukee is basically certifying that Bishop's Lodge disposed of sludge on the Pueblo prior to the date that it is signed at the bottom?
No, not prior. Because the date on that document is dated April 2nd, 2018.
And when did the dumping occur?
And throughout my investigation, the dumping occurred on or about in between March 14th, 2018 through March 19th, 2018, which is prior to the date or the signature of the.
That's what I asked you. That's exactly what I asked you. Ms. Adeguin, would you repeat the question again for the witness?
Yes. The same question, right?
Yes, please. The one I asked.
So do you understand this document to represent that the Pueblo of Pewaukee is basically certifying that Bishop's Lodge disposed of sludge on the Pueblo prior to the date that it is signed at the bottom?
I'm sorry, Mr. Hearing Officer. I'm looking at that the date of the certificate is signed April 2nd, but the dumping or the illegal disposal occurred prior to the date of the certificate. So in essence, they illegally disposed of the sludge prior to the signature or the date of the certificate that was provided, supposedly provided from the Pueblo of Pewaukee.
Okay. And that answers my question, which is what I asked you. And so you don't have to answer it.
I apologize. It was a bit of of a brain teaser there, Mr. Hearing Officer. But
It wasn't meant to be, but thank you very much. I have no further questions for this witness. May this witness be excused?
I have nothing further.
Nothing
Mr.
further.
Atencio?
Nothing
Okay.
further for the comments.
Okay, Mr. Garcia, I'd like you to stay available in case there is rebuttal testimony needed from you.
yes, sir, Mr. Hearing Officer, I will remain in the hearing, but I'll mute myself and turn off my camera.
That's fine. You can also, if you prefer, I'm sure Mr. Atencio has a way of getting you on a cell phone if necessary. So you can either stay and listen or not, but I just wanted to make sure you were reserved for rebuttal in case that's needed. And I'm going to ask that for all the state's witnesses since they're going before the testimony of the respondent's witnesses. Okay, so Mr. Atencio, who's your next witness?
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. The department would call Ms. Terry Monahan.
And Ms. Monahan, you are under oath, so please proceed.
Good afternoon, Ms. Monahan. We went through your name and spelling for the record earlier. And as the hearing officer indicated, you've been sworn. Would you please tell me who is your employer?
My employer is the New Mexico Environment Department, Solid Waste Bureau.
Thank you. And I think as we noted earlier, you kind of cut out just a little bit at the beginning. If you could either move the microphone closer or closer to the microphone, just so we can maintain a consistently hear you well. What is your title? What is the title of your current position?
I am the Enforcement Section Manager for the Solid Waste Bureau.
And what do your responsibilities include as that manager?
So basically, I am managing the staff of the operations of the Solid Waste Bureau's enforcement program.
Would you oversee staff and involved in enforcement actions like the one at issue today?
Yes.
Ms. Monahan, are you familiar with the investigation and the facts that resulted in the compliance order at issue?
Yes, I am.
Are you familiar with that compliance order?
I am.
And are you familiar with NMED Exhibit 2 that Mr. Garcia earlier discussed as the Solid Waste Bureau civil penalty policy?
Yes, I am.
Are you familiar with NMED Exhibit 3 that Mr. Garcia identified as the civil penalty calculations for the compliance order?
Yes, I am.
Ms. Monahan, are you familiar with NMSA 1978, Section 74-9-38?
Yes, I am.
Can you please read for me the title of that section?
It's titled Penalty, Civil.
Say it again, please.
Okay, it is titled Penalty with a semicolon Civil.
Thank you. And looking at this this section, excuse me, getting to the right page here. Does this statute, or let's see. Could you please read the statute for us?
Verbatim quote, any person who violates any provision of Section 31 of the Solid Waste Act or any regulation adopted pursuant to that act may be assessed a civil penalty not to exceed $5,000 for each day during any portion of which a violation occurs. All civil penalties assessed and collected shall be deposited in the solid waste facility grant fund.
Is it your understanding that there is a limit to the civil penalties that can be assessed?
Yes.
Do the civil penalties listed in the compliance order that you stated you were familiar with exceed that per penalty per day maximum established in 74-938?
No, they do not.
Based on your understanding of the Bureau's civil penalty policy, are the penalties consistent with the calculation instructions of that policy?
Yes, they are.
Ms. Monahan, are you familiar with the settlement agreement that NMED entered into with BL Santa Fe LLC?
Yes, I am.
Did that settlement agreement address civil penalties assessed against BL Santa Fe LLC and HRV Hotel Partners?
Yes, it did.
Was BL Santa Fe LLC required to pay any amount of the civil penalty?
Yes, they were.
How much?
They paid $29,500.
What percentage? Go ahead.
And that was 50% of the penalty.
Ms. Monahan, do you have further interaction with Bishop's Lodge or HRV following the investigation at issue here?
You know, at the same time, there was another investigation.
Could you describe that?
That was related to a similar occurrence, but the material was deposited along the Little Tasuki Creek, adjacent to, and from what I understood, on the property of Bishop's Lodge.
How was that ultimately resolved?
The ultimate result of that action was an issuance of informal enforcement and proactive response from HRV to get it cleaned up and disposed of properly.
With whom did you communicate on this interaction?
Primarily Michael Shepard and I believe forget the other gentleman's name, the Holland, is that right?
Okay. Mr. Hearing Officer, at this point, I was going to ask Ms. Monahan to look at NMED Exhibit 4 if you wanted to revisit that discussion.
Revisit what discussion?
There was an outstanding objection to NMD Exhibit 4.
Yes. So why don't you take a moment and provide a foundation for Exhibit 4 so I can make a ruling on whether it comes in as evidence.
Understood.
What page does it start at so I can follow along?
We are on page 199.
Thank you. I'm there.
Ms. Monahan, would you please turn to page 199, NMED Exhibit 4, if you haven't already?
Sam?
Could you please describe this document?
This is an approval letter from the Bureau Chief approving the disposal management plan that was prepared for proper disposal of the material that had been misplaced along the Little Tasuki.
And to whom is this document addressed?
This is addressed to Michael Shepard of HRV Hotel Partners.
How was this communicated to Mr. Shepard?
So we sent it first-class mail and electronic mail.
Are those addresses included on this document?
Yes, they are.
Why did you send this document to those addresses?
Well, that was the receiving mailing address, what I understood, and as well as I had been working with Mr. Shepherd and received his email address.
Was that the email address that you used to communicate with him regularly?
You know, I would suspect so. I'm not certain of that, but I think so.
Okay. Mr. Hearing Officer, those are all the questions I have for Ms. Monahan at this point, both on this particular exhibit and for direct.
Okay, so I'm trying to understand why Exhibit 4 is relevant, because I thought I heard, and obviously I could be confused, that this is for another sludge matter along the Little Tasuke River and not the sludge that was dumped in March. Am I wrong?
That is what Ms. Monahan testified to, correct?
Okay, and so from your perspective, why is this relevant to today's hearing?
Mr. Hearing Officer, this is offered as indication as to who is directing operations at Bishop's Lodge.
For that sole purpose?
Correct.
Who was directing operations? Okay, so let's go back to, I'll give Mr. Domenici, I'll give you a chance in just a moment. I want to try to understand first for myself and then give you opportunity. So, Mr. Atencio, this letter is dated approximately 6 months after the dumping occurred on the Pewaukee Pueblo. And you're saying that it helps to establish who was in control at Bishop's Lodge for similar actions. Is that correct?
Correct.
And okay, and so taking into consideration that this letter is dated September 21st, 2018, and the sludge dumping in question in our case at the matter at hand is in March, what is the connection?
Mr. Hearing Officer, I could see your point on that, and would be willing to ask Ms. Monahan questions, additional questions if allowed.
Okay, all right. Mr. Domenici, do you have anything to say about this? You may be muted, sir.
Well, I object because it's not relevant in time sequence. And I also object because it is a subsequent remedial measure, as I indicated earlier. I don't object to more questions that, I mean, I don't think I can. If you want to allow more questions that might try to shed some light on this, then I would just object if I feel appropriate as we proceed.
Okay, that sounds good. So Mr. Domenici, I want to make it very clear on the record, this document would not be considered for its, I mean, in the criminal world, you might call it other bad acts. This does not this document is not being admitted for that purpose, nor would I consider it in my hearing officer report to basically say, well, look, you know, they're remedying another bad act, so they must have committed the bad act in March. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Well, I do, but when we talk about committed, I think the phrase that's trying to be used here is more controlling operations as opposed to committing an act. And I think it is being used basically for what you're disallowing it for, which is to show controlling actions at a different period in time with a different set of circumstances. So I agree with your analysis, but I think it should apply to this set of circumstances. I agree with your concern, and I think it should apply.
Let me think about this first, and give me a minute here. Mr. Atencio, would you articulate again in more detail the purpose of Exhibit 4?
Mr. Hearing Officer, the purpose of Exhibit 4 would be to show that during in concurrent investigation, communications with the management of Bishop's Lodge, as far as the Solid Waste Bureau was concerned, was through, in this case, Michael Shepard, who held himself out to be an employee of HRV Hotel Partners, regularly using an email address with the website hrvhotelpartners.com, and in no instance distinguishing HRV Hotel Partners from Bishop's Lodge, LLC.
Well, that fact has been admitted to already in the answer. The answer that was submitted back in, let me get it up here for everyone's, on March 30th of 2020, the answer that was filed along with the request for hearing on behalf of both respondents admitted in paragraph 1, A1, BL Santa Fe admits the assertions contained in paragraphs 1 through 5 of the compliance order. And in the compliance order, 1 through 5 establish that both BL, in paragraph 2, a limited liability company incorporated in Delaware, blah, blah, blah. And in paragraph 3, HRV, a limited liability corporation, blah, 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 both own and operate Bishop's Lodge. At the time of the violations alleged in this order, it says Bishop's Lodge was closed for renovation. But that's in paragraph 4 of the compliance order, and the answer admits that. Are you trying to establish something similar with Exhibit 4?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Officer, it would be similar, but if that is considered admitted, then the department would be willing to withdraw this exhibit.
I don't see any reason not to consider it unless we have testimony. So let's do this, Mr. Atencio. I'm still going to withhold admission into evidence of 4 based on its time frame when it was, that is 6 months later. We don't have anything tying it to the March events yet. It's a fact that's already been admitted by the respondents in March of 2020, and unless evidence comes out during the respondent's case that puts the admission into question, then it's already admitted.
Mr. Hearing Officer?
Yes,
Just
Mr. Dimenci.
For the record,
Mhm.
the supplemental answer denies paragraph 4, and that was not objected to earlier today. So I don't want the record to stand as you've stated it, because we in fact denied paragraph 4. Paragraph 3 is a correct statement, as is 2, but we denied 4. And we went through that this morning, and my understanding of that series of discussions was paragraph 6, which has an admission to 3 special waste registration violations, was the issue, and that was the admission. But the paragraph 4 was not addressed this morning, and we don't admit paragraph 4.
Okay, hold on a second. Let me look at your supplemental answer filed 2 days ago. And you're saying that you denied allegations in paragraphs 4, 5, and 6. Well, Mr. Domenici, this seems to be a this answer or this supplemental answer is filed in contradiction of all the rules of 20.1.5. And from my perspective, this is not a valid pleading. And to try to switch at the last minute a very, very important fact that was admitted to in March of 2020 or 20, yes, I mean, we're talking about 2 years ago, this fact was admitted. And again, I realize that you came in later, but this should have been addressed a long time ago. And so for this pleading, which is not evidence, to contradict an admission by the party made at the time that it was necessary to make by counsel that represented your client and requested a hearing, I don't find this to be effective. So I'm not going to refer to this document again, except to say that I don't accept this supplemental answer based on paragraph 1. So
I may want to reserve the right to recall Mr. Garcia
okay,
because there was a prior ruling contrary to what you just ruled that I relied on for his testimony. So I would potentially need to recall him.
okay. And let's be specific. What ruling are you talking about?
This supplemental pleading was raised as a pre-hearing motion or pre-hearing discussion.
Mhm.
NMED indicated that the one concern they had was paragraph 6, which originally in the original answer admitted that special waste was hauled 3 loads. And then you asked if there's anything else, and the answer was no. And so I relied on that in the scope of my exam.
Okay, well, Mr. Domenici, you just characterized that interaction between myself and the council as a ruling. I didn't make a ruling about 4, 5, 15, or 16. I made a ruling regarding 6, and then I said whatever I said, it's on the record, but that's not a ruling about paragraph 4. Anyway, I'm giving you as much latitude to defend yourself as possible. So if you want to recall, if you want to recall, it's in your witness list that you reserve the right to call the department's witnesses as your own. So you already have that right to do that.
Right.
And because of this dispute, I'm going to give Mr. Atencio some more latitude to question Ms. Monahan to go ahead and Mr. Atencio, go ahead and ask some more questions to see if you can connect this document with the control aspect that you are asking me to admit it as relevant to.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. Ms. Monahan, you had testified earlier. I think you mentioned there was a concurrent investigation going on.
Well, yes, and that was referring to the Little Tasuki incident, which was the same source material from the lagoon.
Well, Ms. Monahan, I'm not necessarily so interested in the source material itself. But when did this investigation, the one that's referenced in this document, when did it begin?
June. I think I was out there June 15th.
June 15th?
But I could double check that if you'd like.
Let's see. Yeah, if you could double check, that would be helpful.
June 15th.
I'm sorry, you say that one more time?
I went out there, investigated that site June 15th of 2018.
Okay. And can you please turn to page 3 of NMED Exhibit 1?
I am there.
You there? Okay. Looking at paragraph 2.1, understanding that Mr. Garcia stated earlier that this was his report of the investigation at the, as he terms it, improper disposal on the Pueblo of Pewaukee. Looking at paragraph 2.1, can you read the date or the first sentence of that paragraph?
On June 5th, 2018, at 4:02 p.m., Mr. Akeley contacted Mr. Garcia via electronic mail with the Groundwater Quality Bureau's notification and attachments of Exhibit 2, requesting follow-up and investigation, and scheduled a teleconference for the following day, June 6th, 2018.
Ms. Monahan, could you look down at paragraph 2-4 on that same page?
Okay.
And read that paragraph.
Reads, on June 20th, 2018, Messrs. Garcia and Martinez proceeded to Bishop's Lodge to conduct a site visit and to acquire a verbal statement from the property manager, Mr. Amilcar Enriquez.
So based on this information and what you know about NMED Exhibit 4 and the investigation that you mentioned involving the Little Tesuque, do those two investigations overlap?
I say yes, they do.
During the duration of your investigation, with whom did you primarily communicate?
On the Bishop's Lodge side or NMED?
I'm sorry. Yes, with the Bishop's Lodge side.
I met with Robert Holland initially and Michael Shepard and Amilcar was probably the first one I spoke to.
Okay. And do you recall when you began communicating with Mr. Holland and Mr. Shepard?
Well, I recall communicating with Mr. Amilcar Enriquez. Upon our investigation, I went out with Surface Water Quality Bureau, and at that time, they were on site.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Monahan. And may I ask, why was it that you communicated with Mr. Holland and Mr. Shepard?
I believe Mr. Amilcar contacted them directly upon our site visit.
He contacted them. How did that direct your communications with them?
They came out to the site.
What did you understand from that interaction about Mr. Holland and Mr. Shepard?
I think we were just pointing out clearly the mismanagement of that material, and surface water was also involved. And they're very concerned about the water quality of the Little Tasuki Creek that it had been placed on the bank of. And they were in agreement, excuse me, to clean that up and, correct the situation, because we identified that it was sludge being misappropriately used as clean fill.
Ms. Monahan, did you understand from that interaction? I guess what was your understanding about the roles of Mr. Holland and Mr. Shepard based on that interaction?
I believe they introduced themselves as the managers of the site. I had done a little further investigation on the Secretary of State records to identify registered agents for BL and HRV.
And to make sure I'm clear, this was in June of 2018?
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Monahan, at what stage, understanding that the substance of this particular issue is not a question here, but at what stage in the investigation, going back to page 199, would this document have been sent?
So that letter from the bureau chief, basically, it moved. All right, let's see. So that was September. So what, 6 months later, they had approval of their DMP through the bureau to properly dispose of that material at a permitted landfill, authorized to accept that type of waste.
How would you characterize that stage of the investigation in September 2018?
For that particular investigation with the Little Tasuki Creek, I would say that would signify a close to closure or corrective action completion, almost to the point of approval to move the material, transport it. So it was the step before final cleanup.
So, Ms. Monahan, to make sure I'm clear, you testified that this investigation began in June 15, 2018, and continued close to completion in September of 2018. Is that correct?
Yes, the final closure of the project was probably with the receipt of the manifest.
Okay.
Showing disposal.
And your point of contact throughout this investigation, who was that point of contact?
It was primarily Michael Shepard.
And looking at page 199, can you please read the email address that you had for Mr. Shepard?
The email address is msheppard@hrvhotelpartners.com.
Thank you. So, Ms. Monahan, To understand correctly, you stated that you understood that Mr. Shepard and Mr. Holland were managing the site. Is that correct?
My understanding.
Was it your understanding that this was true throughout the duration of your investigation?
Gathered as much, yes.
Do you have any indication that this was not true for March 2018? Okay. Mr. Hearing Officer, I don't have any further questions for Ms. Monahan on this point.
Mr. Domenici, let's deal with the exhibit first, and then we'll get to your cross-examination, because I think, Mr. Atencio, you're finished with your direct examination of Ms. Monahan?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Okay, all right. So, Mr. Domenici, well, first, let me ask a question to Mr. Atencio. Mr. Atencio, it seems to me that this exhibit is, how many pages is exhibit 4?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I'm planning to withdraw my objection.
Okay.
If that helps.
It does help. Thank you. Okay. So, Mr. Atencio, Exhibit 4 is admitted into evidence. There's no objection to it at this time. It will be considered for the sole issue of control of HRV and who was in control of HRV. And not only who was in control, but who was in control when the dumping of sludge occurred on the Pewaukee Pueblo and not the Little Tesuque location. Okay. Mr. Domenici, are you ready to cross-examine this witness?
Yes, I am.
Please proceed.
Now, Ms. Monahan, you communicated with Michael Campbell and you used an HRV email address. Is that correct?
Michael Shepard?
Michael Shepard, I'm sorry, yes.
Yes, sir.
But you knew all along that the waste that was going to be disposed of was from BL Santa Fe LLC, correct?
No, I did not make the distinction on whose sludge it was.
Well, if you look at, okay, go ahead.
Time in the field, excuse me.
But when you approved the DMP, you knew that the waste was being disposed of by BL Santa Fe LLC, correct?
No, honestly, I didn't know the distinction between the two.
Okay, well, you look at page 201,
Yes.
which is the plan that you approved.
Okay.
And who did that plan come from?
At the top of the plan, it identifies BL Santa Fe LLC.
Did you review this plan?
I did.
Did you review discharge permit 75?
To some degree.
Did you know BL Santa Fe LLC was the sole permittee of DP 75?
Officer, I'm going to object as to relevancy of the discharge permit to a disposal management plan.
I'm not aware.
So Ms. Monahan, if there's an objection, please don't speak after that. Okay. And still, Ms. Monahan, it's very hard to hear you. You're going to have to do a better job of getting close to the microphone before you say anything else. Mr. Domenici, what is the relevance of this question?
Relevance is if the sludge is being produced as part of a closure of a permitted, discharge permitted facility, that permittee is the generator and that sludge belongs to the permittee, arguably. Now, if they don't know anything about that, then they can say they don't. But the letter discusses the permit. I think I'm entitled to discuss that with her, see what she knows.
Mr. Atencio, I'm going to overrule the objection and let Mr. Dominici ask these questions in light of the fact that, you know, it has already been an admitted fact in this case that HRV and BL Santa Fe were operating this hotel and this site from where the sludge came. That's been admitted to at the beginning of this proceeding. So, Mr. Dominici, please proceed.
Miss Monahan, you've never seen an admission that HRV operated the discharge permit, have you?
No.
And you understand that the sludge derived from a permitted discharge facility, is that correct?
I was aware of the discharge permit.
Okay, well, let me ask you to look at this page 201. The fourth line down, can you read that, please?
Sludge originates?
Yes.
The sludge originates from the processing of domestic waste using the aforementioned system at a resort, some condominiums east of the resort, and a few nearby residences.
If you'll go down further, the sentence starts with under normal conditions.
Okay. Under normal operations,
Operations.
when disposal is necessary, BL Santa Fe LLC will contract with the commercial septic pumping company, anticipated to occur approximately 3 times per year, to haul the sludge off-site.
Okay, Mr. Dominici, I'm now getting confused because this letter is dated September 13, and I'm not even sure what sludge we're talking about anymore. Is this the sludge that ended up in Little Tasuki Creek, or is this the sludge that ended up in the Powaki that we're dealing with?
This is the attachment to the approval to dispose of the Tasuki Creek sludge. So this is the proposal for the Tasuki Creek sludge.
Okay, so how does this sludge intersect with the sludge that we're dealing with?
Well, let me ask the witness. Miss Monahan, does this sludge, to your knowledge, does this sludge come from the same source location as the sludge that was taken to the Pueblo?
Yes, but I was not aware at the time. So I thought it was sludge from the lagoon, as was dumped on the Pueblo land.
Let me turn to the settlement agreement that you discussed earlier.
Is that an exhibit, Mr. Dominici?
No, it's not. just going to ask her. I just meant to direct her attention to it, if you will.
Oh, well, I'd like to follow along. So can someone provide that to me? I don't have a copy of it. If you have a copy, would you send it to the hearing officer the hearing clerk, so she can send it to all the parties?
It's in my hearing exhibits.
It's in your hearing exhibits. Let me find your hearing exhibits. Hold on. HRV exhibits. Which one is it, sir?
It's page 0775.
But is it A, B, C, D? I'm trying to find which folder to look in.
It would be in folder E.
Solid waste, E, okay, okay, and then which one? Oh, settlement, okay, I see it, 2-6 settlement agreement. Uh-oh.
Yep. That's correct.
Okay, hold on, sir, it's not opening for me. I see it, but I can't get to it for some reason, hold on. There's an error opening this document, the path does not exist. What does that mean? Mr. Dominici, do you have that document where you could email it? Because I can't open it the way it is here. For some reason, it's not opening. Can you send it to the hearing clerk so I can look at it?
I think so. Yes.
Okay, because I can open up every other document of your exhibit, but I cannot open up this document, and I don't know why.
Let me just make sure I can open it too. I'm not sure I can. I have a hard copy that I'm working from, but I'll try to confirm that.
I'm able to open most of your documents, but 2 of them I cannot. I'm able to see the final order. Is that what you're looking at, the final order?
No, it's the document just before that.
It is the settlement agreement. Yeah, Ms. Corral, do you have a copy of the settlement agreement?
The BL settlement agreement?
Yeah, I think, didn't you send it to the secretary for signature?
I did. I could send that over to you.
Would you mind sending it over to me right now so I can look at it? So, Mr. Dominici, please continue your questioning. I'll catch up along the way.
Okay, so if I understood correctly, the penalty was a portion, or 50% of the penalty was paid by BL Santa Fe LLC. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then the remaining settlement amount from BL Santa Fe LLC was $70,500. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, the question was?
The remaining settlement amount paid by BL, not a penalty, but a settlement amount was $70,500. Is that correct?
I couldn't hear your answer.
Oh, sorry, yes, that was what I understood to be.
And what percent, if there is a percentage of the 70,500, or let me just ask it this way, where did the $70,500 amount come from?
I cannot speak to that. I presume it's based on the cost analysis that we did on the amount of waste that was improperly disposed, 115 cubic yards. And that estimate was over 200,000.
So are you just guessing? Is that what you're saying?
No. I'm sorry, in reference to the 70,500, I do have reference to that being the remaining remediation costs that they agreed to.
My question is, how was that number derived?
So like I said, I can't really speak to that. I was not involved in the settlement discussion.
Okay. Are you familiar with 74-9-34 NMSA under the Solid Waste Act, talking about liability?
Well, to some degree, I can pull it up, take a look.
Okay.
Mr. Dominici, can I have that citation again, please?
Yes, 79-4-34. And then I'm going to be referencing subpart E.
Okay, do you mean 74-9-34?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, 74 dash.
Okay, I'm with you. I'm here now. Okay. Okay. Go right ahead.
Are you familiar with subpart E of that statute?
Say it again, please.
Yes, to some degree.
Have you applied that section at any time during your work for NMED?
No, I haven't personally.
Are you aware of any policy as to how that is applied?
Just in relation to our Solid Waste Bureau penalty policy.
Is there any relation to that? Is there anything in the penalty policy related to that subpart? Essentially apportioning awards or costs between defendants?
You know, it refers to case by case situations and to assess the adjustments.
Other than case by case, is there any guidance whatsoever you can point to how the department applies an apportionment of award or cost or damages?
Other than what is identified in the penalty policy?
Well,
No.
the penalty policy is case by case, if I understood you.
Well, that's in a, I was just referring to the adjustments and or calculating the penalty itself.
Okay, let's turn to the penalty calculation. Are you familiar with the penalty worksheets?
Yes.
Would you agree there's nothing in there that discusses apportionment between defendants?
Agreed.
Couldn't hear you if you answered, I'm sorry.
I would agree. I'm not aware of any distinction of the penalty payment.
Are you aware of any method to equitably apportion liability for either penalties or any other kinds of damages sought in a compliance order between multiple parties?
I have been involved in some discussions at settlement for other cases under another manager.
Were those procedures or processes followed in this case at any point in time up until this line of questioning?
They were followed.
When were they followed?
In preparing the penalty calc. I'm sorry. I mean, both parties in the other case received individual compliance orders in that case.
And individual penalty calculations and matrices, correct?
Yes.
That didn't occur in this case, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree that the sludge that's at issue here has been generated over the lifetime of the wastewater treatment operations?
From what I gathered, the lagoon had been cleaned out in the past. But no, I suppose I need to redirect it or restate. I don't know much about the DP, discharge permit that groundwater administered.
Do you know if when sludge is removed from a lined lagoon, if the integrity of the liner can be maintained?
Objection. Ms. Monahan's already testified that she's not aware of the operations of the discharge permit or holding herself out as any kind of expert on management of a wastewater treatment plant or wastewater lagoon.
Mr. Domenici?
Mr. Hearing Officer, I want just to see if she understands one way or another as to whether there could have been any significant sludge removal and maintain that liner. Or are
Okay.
we dealing with an accumulation of sludge over time?
Okay. Mr. Atencio, I'm going to overrule the objection as long as the witness understands the purpose of the question is based on a solid waste question and not a discharge permit question. Would you ask the question again, Mr. Domenici?
Would you agree that the solids that were removed from the lagoon were accumulated over the life of operation of that set of liners?
Mr. Domenici, that wasn't the question that you asked. I'm going to ask the court reporter to repeat the question you asked before the objection came in.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, just 1 minute.
And Mr. Domenici, you have the camera pointed at your lap in your notes.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Do you know if when sludge is removed from a lined lagoon, if the integrity of the liner can be maintained?
I don't know.
Thank you.
At what point was solid waste generated from the lagoons that where material was removed?
Time it's removed from the lagoon, the way it was stockpiled, I would say at that point it was regulated.
And do you know if, as part of the operations of Bishop's Lodge, by any operator, do you know if any of them approved that stockpiling?
No, I do not.
Do you know if any operator authorized the stockpiling?
I don't know if they stockpiled it.
Say it again, please.
I don't know if they stockpiled the material or if they just removed it and used it as clean fill. I don't know.
Okay, well, I'm talking about material that ended up on the Pueblo,
Okay.
which you indicated you're familiar with that investigation. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So let me ask it this way. I asked this before. Were you present for the rest of the hearing today? Have you been present?
Yes, I have been.
Do you know who Mr. Spihar was employed by?
I don't. No.
Do you know who, if he was contracted with anyone?
No, I do not know.
Now, you met with ML Carr, if I understood your testimony.
Yes, sir.
Do you know who he worked for?
I believe he told me he was working for Bishop's Lodge or HRV. I'm not sure. At the time, they were one entity when we submitted, when we worked towards this ACO, they were the respondents together. And that's as far as distinction we went.
Okay, well, I'm asking what he told you, not your distinction. So I'm trying to find out
Okay.
more or less how you came to that conclusion, not the conclusion. So when you spoke with him, what was your understanding as to who he was employed by?
I couldn't tell you. Bishop's Lodge or HRV, I honestly do not know, other than he called both of Mr. Shepard and Mr. Holland. And when we first approached the gentleman at the Little Tasuke, they pointed at Emil Carr. So I couldn't even tell you who directed us to a mill car other than he then called his management.
Did he explain to you how the material had been placed?
We basically visually saw how it was being placed along the Little Tsuki. Now, I'm sorry, are you talking about the tribal, the Pueblo land?
Oh, the Tsuki. I'm just trying to find out how that
Yeah.
came to occur.
So they were moving the material when we came to the site, when we visited the site, and I went with surface water, and they were moving the material at that time and placing it as was the concern with surface water and the reason to go out in the first place.
Now, looking at the violations in this case, let me find my order. For violation number 1, that would be on page 5 of the order, and which is page 70. Well, I'm not sure what page it is. Do you need that reference, Mr. Herringzimmer?
I'm looking at the ACO right now, and you're right, it is page 5 of 16 of the ACO.
Okay, so for violation number 1, in order for the respondents to be responsible or to be in violation, they must transport without a registration, correct?
Correct.
That has nothing to do with owning or operating Bishop's Lodge, correct?
Correct.
Violation number 2, for the respondents to be liable
So I'm not sure if I answered that last question correctly. Could you repeat that?
I'll have to let the court reporter.
Sorry, hearing officer.
Hold on a second. Are you asking to modify your answer?
Perhaps, I'm not sure. I wasn't sure now the question.
Well,
I would request that be done on redirect then perhaps.
well, I would agree. I'm sorry, Ms. Monahan, if you're going to answer a question, then you have to make sure you understand the question before you answer it. And it'll be up to Mr. Atencio to correct any misunderstanding that you had on redirect. I agree with Mr. Domenici. It was asked, it was answered clearly.
Okay, I was just wondering.
You don't have to explain it. It's okay. In the future, make sure you understand the question before you answer it. Could Mr. Domenici please continue?
On violation number 4.
Well, Mr. Domenici, you were talking about violation 2 a moment ago. Are you moving on?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I didn't know that. All right, so we're not going to ask about 2. We're going to 4. Okay.
Looking at violation 4, that indicates that respondents through contracted transporters or self-hauling disposed of 135 truckloads of sludge from Bishop's Lodge decommissioned wastewater treatment facility at an unpermitted location, etc. In order for HRV to have violated these sections, HRV would have to either through contracted transporters or self-hauling disposed of 135 truckloads of sludge, correct?
Say again, please.
I can barely hear you.
I don't know why you could hear me earlier.
Yeah, now I can. It kind of comes and goes.
So, I'm sorry, I did ask for a repeat of the question.
Okay, do you have the compliance order with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm basically, I'm quoting from violation 21. I'm skipping the citations and then I'm stating, in order to be in violation, quote, respondents through contracted transporters or self-hauling disposed of 135 truckloads of sludge. Is that what it says?
Yes.
Whether or not HRV owns or operates Bishop's Lodge does not establish whether HRV through contracted transporters or self-hauling disposed of 135 truckloads, correct?
All I can say is they were operating as one entity as I knew it.
And just to be clear on that, when you say operating as one entity, you're saying for each and every piece of conduct that occurred on that property for the months that you were investigating, they were both operating equally? Is that your testimony?
I would say that's my testimony, yes, because I had no other distinction between the two. They both received formal enforcement.
What distinction did you look for?
You know, it was difficult to ascertain who was the landowner and who was the property owner and who was the manager. So through these Secretary of State records, we identified both HRV as the manager of BL, I believe, Santa Fe, and we went from there just based on the Secretary of State records. That connected the two.
What in those records connected the two?
That it identified HRV as, I think, the parent company to Bishop's Lodge, BL. I would have to go back and look.
Where would you look?
At the Secretary of State records.
There's nowhere in the report that you would look at.
I don't recall if we put that in there or not.
Just so I'm clear, your testimony is HRV is a parent company of BL Santa Fe LLC, correct?
No. I know they're affiliated, and that's as much as I know.
Now, you've seen the hauler invoices, haven't you? Are you familiar with the hauler portion of the investigation?
I reviewed it, yes.
Are you aware of whether you or Peter Garcia ever asked for the payment checks for the haulers to indicate how they were paid?
I did not ask for that.
Who was your understanding was their contact person, the haulers?
I believe it was a mail car.
If a subsequent HRV witness testifies that HRV had nothing to do with contracted transporters or self-hauling, disposing of 135 truckloads of sludge, do you have any evidence to contradict that?
I would just refer to the DP permit that identifies Bishop's Lodge and I think HRV.
Okay, which permit is that again?
The DP, the discharge permit from groundwater.
And that would be important to you, right? That it identifies both of them?
I think so.
Why is that?
Well, it would identify both parties as the generator and operator of the facility.
And when you say the facility, you're talking about the discharge permitted facility. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
May I have 1 minute, Mr. Hearing Officer?
Sure.
I would like to make a short call to one of my clients. Could I have 5 minutes, please?
Okay, it is 2:13. We will come back on the record at 2:18. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Atencio, do you have a redirect?
Just a couple questions, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Okay, Ms. Monahan, please speak loud when you give your answers.
Ms. Monahan, in conducting, or you testified that you are the enforcement manager, correct?
Yes.
And do you have experience in conducting enforcement investigations?
Yes.
How, in conducting those investigations, how do you conduct your interviews with people who may be knowledgeable about the facts in question?
Well, the questions are direct, asking them pertinent questions about the situation and the findings and what's present at the site.
Do you rely on those, those interviews to be truthful?
I do.
And based on the interviews of what you're aware of in reviewing Mr. Garcia's report of investigation and your familiarity, excuse me, with the situation, and as you had testified earlier, your understanding about operation of the facility, on what do you base your understanding of who was the operator of this facility?
I'd like to object and place a time period on when she thought that. If this is, I object to the form of the question. I think it's unclear what he's talking about. Is that today, her decision today, or back when she was working on this?
Understand. I'll reform.
Okay, so I sustain the objection and you're going to reformat the question.
Ms. Monahan, on what do you base your understanding of who is the operator at the period in question, namely in and around March 14th of 2018?
I envisioned they both were working together as the same entity and operating the facility.
Who is both?
HRV and BL Santa Fe LLC.
Why do you think that?
Well, that was about as far as I got when I identified on the Secretary of State records that information, joining them both.
Did at any point, specifically for the time period in question, in and around March 14th, 2018, did you get any indication from these interviews that there was a distinction between BL Santa Fe LLC and HRV Hotel Partners?
Object leading.
Mr. Atencio?
If you'd like, Mr. Hearing Officer, I can reframe that question.
Mr. Domenici, this is redirect. It's not cross-examination. It's not direct. He is specifically trying to focus the witness on a question that you asked already. So I'm going to sustain the objection, but Mr. Atencio, I'm going to give him some latitude on how he asked the question, so the witness knows which of your questions she is responding to. But Mr. Atencio, please don't ask leading questions.
Understand, Mr. Hearing Officer. I have no other questions, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Okay, Mr. Domenici, do you have any cross-examination based on the questions that were asked on redirect?
No, sir.
Okay, and I don't have any questions for Ms. Monahan either, so may she be excused, Mr. Atencio?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Okay, and Ms. Monahan, you heard my admonition to Mr. Garcia earlier about being available for rebuttal. Okay, Mr. Atencio, would you call your next witness?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Officer. The department's next witness is Mr. Adam Duran.
And Mr. Duran, when you get your camera functioning properly, you are under oath, so please proceed.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Duran.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you hear me well?
I can, thank you. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We had already earlier had you state and spell your name, and as the hearing officer directed, you are under oath. Mr. Duran, who is your employer?
My employer is the Pueblo of Pewaukee.
What is the title of your position?
My title is the Director of the Pueblo of Pewaukee Environment Department.
And what is your responsibility in that position?
My responsibilities are to conduct oversight of EPA federal grants that fall under the 106 program, the GAP program, the Radon program, as well as the Department of Energy's DOE WIP program. And other duties as assigned by the Pueblo Pewaukee Tribal Council.
Okay. Were you serving in this position on March 1st through April 30th, 2018?
Yes, sir. I have held this position since November of 2011.
Okay. Mr. Duran, are you familiar with the facts at issue in the compliance order that we're discussing today?
Somewhat. My specialties are radon. I really don't deal too much with solid waste other than illegal dumping of household and residential material.
How did you become aware of the facts at issue today?
I was given the report from a former employee. FYI, this person is deceased, and her name was Jacqueline Gutierrez.
What did Ms. Gutierrez tell you?
So I was on travel, and Jacqueline called me and advised me that there was a large-scale illegal dump site in the Buffalo Thunder Borrow Pit, which is located within the Pueblo Pewaukee tribal lands. It was an unidentified material at first. So when it was reported to me, Jacqueline told me somebody threw soil material within this area, and she also identified that there were components from a line system, which included plastic liner and blue and colored PVC piping.
Did you verify this report?
Upon my return, we did assess the site, and I did initiate the investigation on my end.
Okay. I want to ask you a few questions about the location. You stated that it was the Buffalo Thunder Borrow Pit.
Yes, sir. That is the name that the tribe had given to it because of its primary use.
Where is this borrow pit located?
The borrow pit is located southeast of the Hakona transfer station. It's probably about 120 yards at the most. It is relatively close to the Hakona transfer station.
What else is nearby this location?
The Pueblo of Pewaukee wastewater treatment facility is also in the area, and that would be about the same distance southwest of the borrow pit location.
Are these, you've mentioned 3 facilities now, the Hakona transfer station, this Buffalo Thunder Borrow Pit, and the Pueblo Pewaukee wastewater treatment plant. Are those on Pueblo land?
All 3 locations are within the exterior boundaries of the Pueblo Pewaukee, with the exception of the Hakona transfer station. That is a land assignment issued to the Santa Fe County for use as a transfer station. So we do have a cooperative government to government agreement on management and maintenance of this facility.
Was the borrow pit connected to the Hakona transfer station?
No, they are divided by the barrier fence which surrounds the Hakona transfer station.
Mr. Duran, excuse me. What is the area that you have called the Buffalo Thunder Borrow Pit used for?
This was designated as a borrow pit for commercial development used by the Pueblo. The Pueblo needed to use some of the backfill material from this area in the development of Buffalo Thunder Resort. So it is a pretty large scale borrow pit, and it was only designated for that use.
Is it designated for any other use?
If if tribal council or there's any development projects within the Pueblo that would require use of fill soil, we would allow it. But from the date of the last date that we had designated it for Buffalo Thunder's use, it was not used until we found out about the sewer sludge.
Is it permitted for use in relation to the sewer sludge?
No, this is not a designated special waste landfill. There were no permits in place for the Pueblo of Pewaukee under 40 CFR 503 under EPA's protocol of surface disposal of sewer sludge. So we did not apply for any permits for disposal of any type of special waste materials in this borrow pit.
Okay. Mr. Duran, I'm going to switch now to some questions regarding Mr. William Garcia.
Okay.
Was William Garcia employed by the Pueblo of Pewaukee on March 1st through 20th of 2018?
Yes, from my understanding, he was an employee of the Pueblo of Pewaukee, and he had been a long-standing employee for over 10 years.
What was his position?
He was the Tribal Works Director.
Do you know what his responsibilities were as Tribal Works Director?
From my understanding, he maintains oversight of the tribal water and wastewater infrastructure, maintenance of tribal buildings, and residential waste disposal programs under the Tribal Works program, and other duties as assigned by Tribal Council.
Okay. Mr. Duran, who would have had oversight of this borrow pit, the Buffalo Thunder borrow pit?
Well, I'll tell you right now that I have keys and Mr. Garcia had keys, and we're the Environment, Realty, and Tribal Works programs were the only offices that would have been allowed to access this area.
Now, Mr. Duran, you testified earlier that this pit was used solely as a borrow pit. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you testified that it was not permitted as a special waste landfill, correct?
Yes, that is correct. The tribe did not apply for any permits for special waste disposal for this area.
How would the tribe grant permission for use as a special waste landfill?
So if this was going to be a tribally designed project, Mr. Garcia would have had to fill out the proper documentation and do adequate preparation in order to store any type of special materials on tribal land. He would also have to prepare all of his plans and financial management portions of that plan to the Pueblo of Pewaukee Tribal Council for review, and upon approval or disapproval, we would make the determination on how to proceed with this project. So from what I understand, this was not an approved project and Tribal Council had no knowledge of this.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Duran. Would you please, let's see, I'm going to share. Ms. Corral, may I have permission to share my screen? Thank you.
Okay, so.
Mr. Duran, can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with this document?
I have seen this document before, and I can tell you right now that from what it looks like it was generated from an older version of Microsoft Publisher. It's a standard program used by the Pueblo Pewaukee IT department to install in all group computers used by the Pueblo Pewaukee under our infrastructure.
Based on your description of the process that Mr. Garcia would have had to go through to get permission, is this reflective in any way of that process?
In no means the tribe would accept this type of document. This is a self-made document. I see that the tribal seal is not existent. I see Mr. Garcia has signed it and dated it. What I don't see is any tribal resolution numbers, nor do I see tribal official signatures which would validate this document. So that would not have been allowed by the tribe by any means.
Understood. Thank you. Mr. Duran, to the best of your knowledge, is the material in question at the Buffalo Thunder Borrow Pit still there?
Yes, it is.
Has anything been done to it?
No, the only changes that have been made to the material is just based on the duration that it's been standing there, that it has had been weathered. There's been some generation of vegetation around it, and there may be some erosion factors that may have changed it, but there's been no physical changes done, only done man-made. It's only been naturally occurring changes. Sorry.
Sure. Mr. Duran, I'm going to share my screen again. Excuse me. Are you familiar with this document labeled NMED Exhibit 6?
The resolution.
And here's page 2.
This is a valid document generated by the Pueblo Pewaukee that is basically discussing the plans on the Pueblo requesting remediation of this material from the site. Am I correct?
Well, I'll defer to you as to whether you believe that that's what it says or not.
I believe that's what it says, that the Pueblo Pewaukee would like to have this material remediated. Removal and remediation of the improperly disposed sludge at the Pueblo's direction, and arrange for proper disposal pursuant to all applicable state, federal, and tribal laws. So the tribe does have to follow mandates set in place by the federal government in order to perform any type of actions.
Understood. Mr. Duran, based on that exhibit, what do you see as the next step as enumerated by the council in that document?
I believe that the next step would be the initiation and implementation of a remediation efforts for this borrow pit, which may include but may not be limited to post remediation sampling.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Duran, and I ask that you please convey my thanks to the Tribal Council and the government of the Pueblo of Poake for allowing you to be available today for this hearing. Mr. Hearing Officer, I have no more direct questions for Mr. Duran.
Mr. Domenici?
Good afternoon, Mr. Duran.
Good morning, sir, or good afternoon.
It's been a long morning.
Oh, a little bit.
Yeah. So what's the status of William Garcia? Is he still in that same position?
Upon investigation of this site, I believe that William Garcia was relieved of his duties within the Pueblo of Poake by then Governor Joseph Talachi.
Did you look at his files or to see if he had any files related to this activity?
No, actually, Mr. Garcia had a very upstanding relationship with the Pueblo. We actually entrusted him for well over 10 years to help build the infrastructure of the Pueblo. He was a trusted employee, and this type of behavior is very surprising to the tribe.
Were you aware that an invoice was generated by Tribal Works?
I was not aware that there were any invoices generated.
If I could share the screen or have that capability, Ms. Corral.
Mm-hmm.
This is in the HRV exhibits, Mr. Herring Examiner. This is in Exhibit A, document page 501.
You should be able to share your screen now.
Okay. Let's see if I can get to this. Bear with me, please. That document's not opening, but I have it saved. Let me see if I can get it from my other location. Oh my gosh.
Suave. Right now. It's in the back. These courses. What's in the back now?
Mr. Domenici, I have the file open from the documents you sent. If you'd like, I can share that.
That would help out. Thank you. That would keep this moving.
Ms. Corral, may I have permission?
Mr. Atencio, which document within the A Pueblo folder are you going to show?
The one that Mr. Domenici identified as HRV 0501-0501.
Okay, Pueblo invoice to Bishop's Lodge.
He wants to go inside. She's smiling.
Is that the correct one, Mr. Domenici?
Yes, it is. So, Mr. Duran, you've never seen this invoice before, I take it?
I don't see it right now.
Oh, okay. Let's see.
I'm still awaiting permission. Sorry.
Oh, okay. So
I apologize. You have the permission.
It is still not showing up that that I have permission to share. Perhaps, I'm sorry, I'm logged on two names because of the microphone issue. Oh, there we go.
Okay, can you see that? Excuse me.
Yes.
So my first question is, are you aware that the Pueblo of Pewaukee Tribal Works sends invoices for services to third parties?
Every department within the Pueblo does do vouchering and invoicing to third parties for any type of goods or services that we request. I've never seen this, but my question would be, did the Pueblo receive any of these funds for this disposal? And like I said, even if this was invoiced, it would have had to be approved anyway. I don't see any approval signatures on this document.
Mr. Domenici, hold on a second. Mr. Duran,
Yes,
it is my responsibility to create a clean record for the Secretary's decision, and I would appreciate it if you would just answer the question as asked and don't add other information to it.
okay.
Thank you. Mr. Domenici, please proceed.
Okay, thank you. So, looking at the invoice, the work requested, do you see that?
Yes.
It says disposal of biohazard waste. Do you have any reason, well, let me ask you this. Do you have any reason to believe that Mr. Garcia did not create this invoice and submit it for payment?
Well, upon reviewing this, charges for disposal of biohazard waste for Bishop's Lodge to the Pueblo Pewaukee wastewater treatment plant, charges for disposal of biohazard waste to the Pueblo Pewaukee wastewater treatment plant. It wasn't taken to the wastewater treatment plant because that wasn't an approved material.
And on the left-hand side of the column, it says landfill dump and CHA ... Do you know what that CHA means?
It might have been landfill dump charges.
Are you,
Like I said, this is that item description isn't full, so we couldn't tell exactly what it meant.
have you heard of, well, strike that. Did you talk with William Garcia before he was let go about this situation?
Actually, I did. Via text message after this occurred. Mr. Garcia texted me asking me not to ruin his life, that he takes care of his mother, and that he doesn't think that he could afford to make this right.
So he didn't deny that he allowed these dump trucks to come on the Pueblo property and put their material in the borrow pit. Is that correct?
He did not deny it, sir.
And you don't have any reason to believe that that's not, or that he did not approve this activity?
If it was done, I'm pretty sure somebody had to approve it, sir. And I believe that Mr. Garcia's signature is on that generated certificate, so he does have a hand in it.
What other kind of work or services does Tribal Works provide to third parties?
It's just all dependent on what the tribe needs. We don't outsource any of our labor. It's all internal. So any type of construction type projects, road projects, or residential housing projects are basically the extent of what he should be doing.
And as far as the wastewater treatment plant that you described, does the Pueblo allow anyone to haul or to dump in that wastewater treatment plant?
Yes, we do. Actually, we do permit septic haulers to come in and dispose of their liquid waste into the wastewater treatment lagoons for processing.
And is that wastewater treatment plant permitted for that kind of activity?
Yes, it is. I believe that they have it permitted under the Environmental Protection Agency.
And if money is paid to Tribal Works, if you know this, where would that money go to? Is there a specific account that you would expect it to be deposited?
If any monetary transactions are made between Tribal Works and an outside source, our tribal accounting would have records of all of it.
And would that be true for the septic haulers?
It would indeed, as well as Tribal Works internal finance management employee, they would have knowledge of all those transactions as well.
Do you know what the requirements are for land application related to that sludge material located in the borrow pit?
Yes, I do. Actually, under EPA's 40 CFR Part 503, EPA describes how to properly dispose of sewer sludge on the surface. Surface disposal of sewer sludge.
And is there space or location to do that near
Within the Pueblo Pewaukee? No, we do not have a space for sewer sludge. If there was a space, they probably would have utilized it for this material.
I understand there's no space yet, but my question was more, is there acreage, like an acre or two available for that kind of activity, or say up to 5 acres even?
I don't work at the wastewater treatment plant, so I wouldn't be able to define how much area they have available for storage of any type of solid waste on the surface. But I could tell you right now that if that was a permitted material, the tribe would have had to have something in place long before that material would have even been disposed of on our land.
Do you know if it's possible to establish a permitted surface disposal location for the material now?
No, I don't think the tribe would accept it.
Okay, I was more asking in terms of physical possibility. Is it physically possible?
Physically, yes. Ethically, we would have to think about it.
Do you, how does the tribe dispose or manage the sludge from its wastewater treatment plant? If you know.
Like, I don't work in that department, so I couldn't give you details.
Have you inquired as to whether or not that sludge is managed on the Pueblo?
No, I don't have direct oversight of that program, so I have not made any formal inquiries.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Duran.
You're welcome.
Mr. Atencio, is there any redirect?
Just a couple questions, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Go ahead.
Mr. Duran, who has authority to approve dumping at the wastewater treatment plant or elsewhere on the Pueblo of Pojoaque?
In regards to that question, could you rephrase it?
Sure. You had mentioned earlier that there is disposal of septic waste at the wastewater treatment plant. Is that correct?
Yes.
Who has authority to approve that?
That would be the director of tribal works, dependent on if all the permits for the disposal company to bring it in. I guess they would have to meet the requirements that the tribe has. And that would be approved by tribal works.
Does that authority extend anywhere else beyond the wastewater treatment plant?
That I would say that if there were going to be any type of disposal material within the Pueblo of Pojoaque that was designated for the wastewater treatment plant, we would have to use the designated area. I don't think we could outsource other areas that are non-designated.
Okay. And just one last question, Mr. Duran. You had mentioned septic waste disposal from the septic pumpers at the wastewater treatment plant. That's correct?
Yes.
And I understand you said that that's not necessarily under your authority.
Right.
But do you know or happen to have knowledge of how that waste what that generally consists of?
Septic waste is generally gray water and sewage waste collected from septic tanks.
Is that the same as sludge?
Actually, the sludge is going to be a lot different because you have a holding pond, but it's also exposed to the elements. So this sewer sludge is going to be mixed in with biological materials other than fecal matter and other human waste. So there is going to be the potential for the introduction of outside material if it's in an open area.
Okay.
Alexa, stop.
Thank you, Mr. Duran. Mr. Hearing Officer, I have no more questions.
Mr. Domenici, any cross on those particular questions?
Nothing further. Sorry, I had my camera off.
Not a
Apologize.
problem. Thank you. Mr. Atencio, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Duran. Thank you.
May I be excused and leave, sir?
Yes, thank you, sir.
On behalf of the Pueblo of Pojoaque, I want to thank everybody for all their efforts put into place in this situation. I only hope that
Okay, Mr. Duran, thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you. Mr. Atencio, you were presenting your case in chief. Is there another witness you were going to call?
No, Mr. Hearing Officer, that's the
Okay.
extent of witnesses.
Okay, so we have admitted all of your exhibits, Mr. Atencio. Ms. Adeguin, exhibits 1 through 6 have all been admitted into evidence with the stipulation or that's not the right word, with the caveat that exhibit 4 has a very specific purpose for its admission. Mr. Domenici, are you ready to present your case?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Okay, and would you favor me with a short and concise opening statement?
Yes.
Okay, please.
HRV is a hotel developer. They were brought in by BL Santa Fe LLC to expand the rooms, the room capacity, and do some other work related to restaurant facilities. They the record will show the evidence. They're not an owner in any way of BL Santa Fe. BL Santa Fe is much larger, owns the real property. We have the deeds, we have financing documents. BL Santa Fe is a large entity. They were working very closely together, and Mr. Richard Holland was a managing member for BL Santa Fe LLC at pertinent times, but they were distinct in some key relationships, including the waste and wastewater issues were not under the purview of HRV. That aspect was managed by a longtime contractor of BL Santa Fe LLC, Jim Spihar, who goes back over 15 years with that wastewater facility. He's a licensed operator. He's a contractor to BL Santa Fe LLC. He's billed them regularly for over 15 years. He has no contract relationship with HRV. He decided how to proceed with that, with the wetlands area. The record shows he took the steps to pursue this arrangement with the Pueblo. He was paid by BL Santa Fe for that work. All of the haulers were paid by BL Santa Fe. The HRV has an extremely small role, financial role in this whole project compared to BL Santa Fe. They were never in a position to absorb and did not absorb any costs like this project. Had it been done correctly, it would have all been billed to BL Santa Fe. Since it's been done incorrectly, it of course should still be all billed to BL Santa Fe. BL Santa Fe paid for the entire cost of the Tasuki resolution. All of that, those hauling bills were paid by BL Santa Fe. The Secretary of State records, particularly listing registered agents, do not establish anything legally with respect to affiliate relationship or parent subsidiary or any other kind of information. The key information is our managers with respect to LLCs, not registered agents. And we will put on testimony that shows that yes, HRV had some operational control, no ownership control, and its operational control did not extend to this discharge permit. You will see the discharge permit. It's in the name of BL Santa Fe LLC only, exclusively. They took it over from the permit that's in the record that was to the prior owner of the facility, of the property. They bought that property and transferred the permit. They're the discharge permit operator. They hired Mr. Spihar. They received the notice of violation from the Groundwater Bureau. So our position is, frankly, HRV should never have been involved in this case as a respondent. They don't have responsibility. They're not a generator. They did not arrange for disposal. When the answer was filed and when the order was filed, they were working closely together. Since then, that relationship deteriorated. BL Santa Fe LLC was foreclosed upon by its lender. And so the settling party is basically the lender stepping into BL Santa Fe LLC. Of course, when that occurred, the relationship went from one of working together to kind of the opposite end of the spectrum. We think, just to be candid, NMED took a significant risk settling with them. NMED records will clearly show they were the permit holder. Had they inquired, all of the checks would have been provided to show BL Santa Fe paid for everything, and that Mr. Spihar was their longtime contractor, not employee, but a contractor. Mr. Almasar is a longtime employee of BL Santa Fe LLC. He has no relationship with HRV. And so I don't think that at the end of the day, the connection can be made for any kind of operations that HRV has with the operations that are at issue here, or the decisions, or the legal status that would carry with it the obligations or raised violations or established violations. So that's what we plan to put forward. We've scaled our exhibits way, way down. There's some duplicates to start with. Some of our financing documents are very long. We will probably just discuss those and perhaps introduce a page, signature page or something as opposed to those long documents. I'm calculating I have about 7 exhibits that I hope I can work out the technical details and get those into evidence. I would propose to call my 2 witnesses as a panel. That would be Michael and Margie. Margie Holland and Michael Shepard, and they would stand for cross that way. I don't have to do that. I can call them sequentially, but that's how I would propose to proceed, is to call them together. Margie has more detail on the financial side, and so I think it would be a good way to proceed, but I'm
Okay. All right, so let's see where we are now. So you have 2 witnesses. Who are you going to call first, Margie or Michael?
I would call Michael first.
Michael's going to be first. All right, so when it comes to their direct testimony, you'll call them separately. We'll get them sworn in, and then they can stand for cross-examination as a panel. And of course, Mr. Atencio can direct a question to one witness or another if he so chooses. And then what I'd like, Mr. Domenici, so that I can understand the case fully, is that you tell me when you call either Michael or Margie, which counts they are going to be rebutting, basically, for lack of a better word, because I'd like to keep track of this evidence, and then which exhibits you want to bring in with each witness, because there are a lot of exhibits, as you know, and let's keep this organized. So let's get them both sworn in first. Ms. Adeguin?
Did you want to ask them to state and spell their names first?
That sounds wonderful. Would you both state and spell your names, Mr. Shepard first?
Michael Shepard, M-I-C-H-A-E-L.
Mr. Shepard,
Hold on.
I think the problem is that there is another microphone that is not muted that is near you, and it's picking up the background noise. So start again.
Let's test.
Go ahead.
First name is Michael, spelled M-I-C-H-A-E-L. Last name Shepard, S-H-E-P-P-A-R-D.
Okay, and now Ms. Holland?
The controls are
Hello.
Go ahead, please.
Here. Sorry.
The controls are all in the.
Okay, let's not swear in Ms. Holland right now. Ms. Adeguin, would you swear in Mr. Shepard, and let's get him going?
Yes. If you would raise your right hand, please.
Ms. Holland, we're not swearing you in right now, so you can put your hand down. It's just Mr. Shepard.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Domenici, with this witness, which of the counts 1, 2, 3, or 4 is he giving evidence in rebuttal of?
I'm going by violation number. Is
That's what I meant. Yes, that's what I meant. Yes.
Okay, so he would give evidence on number 1. All 4.
All 4. Okay. And which exhibits are you planning on introducing with his testimony?
Okay, so I'm going to label page 501, which we looked at with the prior witness, as Exhibit A.
Okay, so Mr. Domenici, because you have so many exhibits and they're not marked the way I had spoken about at our pre-hearing conference, I need you to be very specific. So when you say 501, can you give me the full title of the exhibit?
This is the Pueblo of Pewaukee invoice,
Okay,
and it's the Bates number is 0501.
okay, so that's what, hold on a minute. That's not allowing me to do what I need to do this. My God. All right, hold on a minute. I have to do this in a different way. So you're going to have to be patient with me now. Okay, so first of all, we have 501 to 501. Is that right?
Yes, a one-page
Okay.
document.
What's the next one?
This is in section B. This would be page 521 and 522.
But you have it listed as 521 to 541.
I'm cutting out the rest of it is a duplicate of,
Okay, Mr. Dominici, I can't do it this way. I can't, manage your exhibits for you during the hearing. So we're going to either have to admit the entire exhibit or you're going to have to modify it and resubmit it.
I'll admit the entire exhibit.
Okay, so now we have HRV 521 to 541. What's next?
HRV 541 through 547.
I have 542 to 547.
I'm sorry, 542.
Okay, the problem is I can't see that exhibit. It's corrupted. I don't even know what it is.
It's an NMED letter.
Okay, I can't admit it if I can't see it is the problem. So that's not going to work. You're going to have to find a way to resubmit that one because I can't admit that one yet. So let's keep going, and you'll have to come back to it.
Okay.
What's the next one?
This is under tab C.
Okay.
This would be HRV 0592
Okay. To 620.
to 620.
Okay, hold on a second, Ms. Corral or Mr. Atencio. I'm assuming that you're in receipt of these documents as well as I.
Yes, Mr. Hearing Officer, you could also review them on the environment website if you're having, well, if it's giving you trouble.
Okay, Ms. Corral, I'm in the actual folder that you created for me, the hearing notebook folder.
Yes.
Okay, are you able to go into that hearing notebook folder and open up, for example, in the C, the folder that starts with the letter C _ Do any of these open for you? Because none of them open for me, not one of them, except for the last one. The 621 to 631 opens up.
Yeah, and I apologize. They were opening up yesterday. Let me try again today.
Try the first three. Try the first three of them.
Yes, they're opening up for me.
Which one specifically are you have open right now?
I am right now in folder C, and I went to the first one, which is HRV 058105.
It's opening? That's opening for you?
Uh-huh.
Why wouldn't it open for me? And I am connected to the...
It might have just do with something simple like an update, but they're also on the environment department website.
Oh, there. Okay, hold on a second. Let me get to the environment website. Hold on. Mr. Dominici, hold on. Let me get there.
Sir.
Yeah. All right. Because maybe we'll just do it this way. All right. So I'm here. I'm in the public participation, Office of Public Facilitation, docketed matters. Okay, I'm in docketed matters. I'm going to go to Cabinet Secretary and now to, where is there? No, Bishop's Lodge. Okay, here's Bishop's Lodge. Okay, now I'm here. Okay, let's start again. Mr. Dominici, so far I've admitted, well, I haven't admitted anything yet. So far you have referred, let's start from the beginning. Which exhibits do you want to admit with this witness? Start from the beginning.
The
I can't hear
invoice, which is HRV 501,
501. Okay, so let's see what I see here.
one
In
page.
50, okay, HRV exhibit 501, I have that here in front of me. Mr. Atencio, do you have an objection to this exhibit?
No, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Okay. HRV, Ms. Adekin, this exhibit is admitted into evidence. It is HRV-0501-0501. Okay?
As Exhibit A?
Well, I don't know. Are you, thank you, Ms. Adekin. How are you marking this one, Mr. Domenici?
Exhibit A, please.
Okay, well, you're gonna have to keep track of this because I can't keep track of
I
this.
will. I am.
Okay. What's the next one you want to admit with this witness?
HRV 0521. That would be in
Okay.
file B.
Very good. And it is opening now. Thank you, Ms. Corral, for figuring this out for me. And it starts out as a certified mail return receipt. Looks like a February 14, 2011 letter.
That's correct.
Okay. So, Mr. Atencio?
No objection, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Okay. Ms. Adeguin, exhibit HRV 521 to 541 is admitted into evidence. What's next, sir?
HRV 0542.
To 547?
Yes, correct.
A letter dated July 12, 2018.
Correct.
Okay, Mr. Atencio?
I am looking at this now.
Yeah, of course, take your time.
And could we get the letter designations as well, please?
Thank you. Will this be C, Mr. Domenici, if it's admitted?
Exhibit C is 542 through 547.
Yes.
I guess I would just question the relevancy of a groundwater quality bureau compliance action in this matter.
Okay, Mr. Domenici, your response?
The letter describes who the permit holder is as of July 12th, 2018 for these same set of circumstances. It discusses this exact set of circumstances. This was what led to the referral. But most importantly, it clearly indicates the permittee is BL Santa Fe LLC and references to the permit being transferred from the prior permittee. And that's the acknowledged permittee as of the incidents in question under discharge permit 75.
All right, hold on just a moment. So this letter is dated July 12 of 2018, and it states the permit was subsequently transferred to BL Santa Fe LLC on September 19, 2014, period. BL Santa Fe LLC is directly associated with HRV Hotel Partners, who is managing the site. Okay.
It further goes on to discuss.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I understand. Mr. Atencio, do you still have the same objection?
No objection.
Okay. This is Exhibit C, is it not, sir?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so Ms. Adeguin, HRV 542 to 547 is admitted as Exhibit C. Mr. Domenici, what I'd like you to do is this. When this hearing is over, I would like you to extract the exhibits that have been admitted into evidence. I want you to correctly mark them with the exhibit letters that we are now reviewing. And I'd like you to submit that in a single PDF document to the hearing clerk. Until you do that, these will not actually be submitted. They are admitted into evidence, but they will not be submitted properly.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we have through 547 as Exhibit C. What's your next exhibit with this witness?
Exhibit D is HRV 592
To 620.
to 620.
Okay, so hold on a second. This is a invoices, proof of payments. It looks like it's a large. It looks like checks. Okay, and it looks like it's 29 pages. Mr. Atencio, any objection to this exhibit?
Excuse me, Mr. Hearing Officer, I too am having a little bit of a process
No worries.
issue on this.
No worries. I'm not rushing you. It's your case.
No objection.
Okay. Let's see. This is Exhibit D, is it not?
Yes, it is.
HRV Exhibit D, 592 to 620 is admitted into evidence. What's next?
Exhibit E is HRV 632 to 639.
Okay. Let's take a look and see what it is. It's an 8-page document, ownership confirmation, special warranty deed, dated August 18, 2014. Mr. Atencio?
No objection.
Okay, Miss Adeguin, this is HRV Exhibit E, is admitted into evidence. It is pages 632 to 639. Next, Mr. Domenici?
HRV 640 to 643, which would be Exhibit F.
This is HRV Exhibit F. It's a draw file, final settlement statement, 4 pages. Looks like the date is in 2014. Okay. Is there an objection to this exhibit?
Excuse me, Mr. Hearing Officer, I'm just waiting for this one to open.
Of course.
No objection.
Okay. This is admitted into evidence. What's next, Mr. Domenici?
Exhibit G is HRV 736 and 737.
Miss Adeguin, did we get an exhibit F like Frank? I don't remember F.
I was the last one F?
Yes,
I don't know.
yes, it
It
was
was?
640 to 643 was F.
Okay. All right. HRV Exhibit G, pages 736 to 737. It looks like a Santa Fe County assessor. This is a 2021 notice of value. Okay. Any objection, Mr. Atencio?
1 second, Mr. Hearing Officer. I guess the documents contained in here only have 2016 and 2021 and do not reflect the date in question.
Okay. Mr. Domenici?
The witness will testify that these sort of bracket the time period that the same assessed property owner's been the same from 16 to 21. Same address, same,
I understand, Mr. Domenici. I'm just thinking.
okay.
You know, Mr. Domenici, I think you can establish whatever you want to establish without these exhibits, because I agree, I don't think that they're relevant. What happened in 2016 and what happened in 2021 is not relevant to what the status was in 2018. If you had a 2018 document, I would find it relevant, but I don't find these relevant, so I don't admit these into evidence.
Thank you.
But Mr. Domenici, they're part of the record.
Yes.
So they're here. I'm just not admitting them into evidence. So Ms. Adeguin, did you catch that? G is not in evidence.
Yes.
Okay. So Mr. Domenici, what's next?
Exhibit H would be the settlement agreement we spoke of, which is HRV 0775 through 0786.
I must not be following the page numbers. Would you give me the page numbers again, please?
Yes, 0775.
Oh, here it is. I found it. Thank you. I'm there. Okay. So yes, I see the settlement agreement. Now I do see that it's not dated, Mr. Domenici. And I wonder,
Well,
sorry?
the signature page has dates on the
Okay,
back.
I do see that, although I know that there was a subsequent document that was signed by the secretary, but this is fine. This will stand for what it stands for. So this would be HRV Exhibit H 775 to 7786, Mr. Atencio?
No objection.
It is so admitted into evidence. Do you have an Exhibit I?
Exhibit I would be the stipulated final order, which is 787 and 788
You mean 789?
and 789.
Okay, I have it here. Mr. Atencio?
Excuse me, Mr. Hearing Officer, I'm opening it now, but
Of course.
I don't anticipate having any objection to this, but just 1 second.
Right.
No, no objection.
Okay, so Ms. Adeguin, this is Exhibit I, HRV 787 to 789. It is the stipulated final order. Mr. Domenici, when you do send me the PDF of the admitted exhibits, you'll have to skip the one that was not admitted.
I will. I was planning to skip that.
I know you were, but what I'm saying is, since we're
send you
not
that.
going,
Oh, okay. So
what I'm trying to say is, since I want the PDF to contain the admitted exhibits, as all of your exhibits are already part of this record, they're part of the hearing record as it's defined under the rule. What I am saying is, when you submit your PDF, it's going to skip. It's going to go from, let's say, I forgot which one, was it G that I did not admit? Yes, it was G. So it's going to go from F to H, and G is just not going to be there, and it's going to look funny, but that's the way it is.
yes, sir. That works.
Okay. Are there any other exhibits for this witness?
No, not at this time unless something comes
Okay.
up.
Okay. Okay. So why don't you call your witness? He's under, he's been sworn, and begin.
Mr. Hearing Officer, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
I don't have an objection. It's just a housekeeping matter to understand.
Yes, by all means.
I just wanted clarification as to the number and names of the witnesses that Mr. Domenici intended to call. One of the witnesses on his expected witness list was an employee of the department. And I wanted to know if that employee is still needed or expected to be called.
Yes, he is. That's Jason
Okay.
Herman. I expect to call him.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay. So, Mr. Domenici, you have how many witnesses for your case in chief?
3.
3, and Mr. Harmon is one of them.
Mr. Herman is, yes.
Okay. Now, question: Mr. Harmon is under subpoena, is he not?
Yes.
All right. Are you able to start with Mr. Harmon so that we can excuse him since he's been under subpoena since 10 a.m.?
Yes, I can.
You don't mind? All right. And I'm not telling you how to present your case, but if you can, it would be appreciated.
I will. I think
so. Mr. Harmon, we need to swear you in. Are you here?
I'm here.
Okay, good. There you are. Okay. Would you spell your name for the record?
Sure. It's Jason Herman, JASONHERMAN.
Ms. Adeguin?
You would raise your right hand, please, Mr. Herman. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Herman, will you state your title with the Groundwater Bureau, please?
Sure. I am the acting program manager of the pollution prevention section.
And what involvement do you have with discharge permits?
Well, at this time, I manage the section that issues permits for domestic waste discharges as well as industrial waste discharges in the state of New Mexico.
How long have you worked for NMED?
Coming up on 5 years.
Time flies.
Yes, it does.
Okay. And during that time, have you been involved with the permit at Bishop's Lodge, discharge permit 75?
For almost my entire 5 years, yes.
When you first became involved with that discharge permit, who was the permittee?
At the time that I took over the permit, I believe that it had already been transferred to a new owner from a previous owner, which was never fully defined to me, but through subsequent applications and submissions was determined to be a mixture of limited liability corporations as well as a management company. So BL Santa Fe has been discussed, as well as HRV Hotel Partners.
So in 2018, who was the permittee?
In 2018, the discharge permit identifies Bishop's Lodge, BL Santa Fe LLC as the permittee in the actual discharge permit introduction.
When did HRV become at least considered by you to be part of that discharge permit?
That's a tough question. The main contacts that I had through inspections and in requesting documents was a mixture of HRV identified employees or representatives, as well as Jim Spahar, the operator for the facility.
Okay. Was Mr. Spahar a permittee?
No.
Were the contacts at HRV a permittee?
They are the ones that submitted the application for the discharge permit renewal and modification. They're the ones that submitted, signed the application, and I then subsequently identified BL Santa Fe LLC as the applicant, which then translates to being the permittee in our process.
And that process was begun in September of 2019, an effort to renew the discharge permit?
It was started twice. An original application was submitted in 2016, and subsequently so many changes occurred to the plan going forward. Another application was required to be submitted to essentially negate the original discharge permit that was submitted, the application that was submitted.
Who submitted the 2016 application?
I don't recall.
HRV wasn't involved in 2016, were they?
I don't know that definitively.
So in 2018, well, let me just turn you to an exhibit then, which, and this has been admitted, you were probably listening. So this would be Exhibit C, which is HRV 0542. Can you access that,
Yep.
Mr. Herman?
This is the notice of violation?
Yes, it is.
That's correct. I have it up.
Is it correct, the statement in the first paragraph, that the permit was issued to Value Enhancement Fund LLC and then transferred to BL Santa Fe LLC on September 19th, 2014?
That is what it says.
And in order to transfer a discharge permit, there are regulations that require the transferee to accept the obligations of the initial permittee. Is that correct?
That would be a generous reading of that regulation. A more stringent one would be that there only needs to be a notification made via certified mail of its existence.
And when you say its existence of the transfer?
Of the permit.
Oh, I see. So you're saying the current permittee has to notify the new permittee by certified mail?
That the permit exists with a copy of that permit. in
Okay.
that certified mail.
And that accomplishes transfer of the permit.
Yes, sir.
And that occurred on September 19th of 2014.
Yes, sir.
Then you state at the end of the last sentence of the first paragraph of that exhibit, section 20.6.2.3104 NMAC requires the permittee to comply with terms and conditions of the discharge permit, correct?
Yes.
And by stating that, you were referring to BL Santa Fe LLC, correct?
I would point out that it's lowercase p permittee, and speaking about permittees in general, that any permittee that has a discharge permit would be required to comply with 3104.
Okay. Which would include BL Santa Fe LLC.
Yes.
Now, I'm sure you know lots about discharge permits. I'm going to just sort of jump to the back of a discharge permit. Is there a closure requirement, generally speaking, in a discharge permit?
Yes.
And is there a specific closure requirement in DP 75?
Yes.
And as part of the closure section of DP 75, what was the permittee required to do to close that facility?
The entire facility?
Well, let's just talk about the wetlands portion.
Okay, so we're gonna move into a new exhibit.
I can move to the discharge permit itself. Yes.
Yeah, I would have to refer to the discharge permit in order to provide you with that level of detail.
Do you have 521?
Yes, I do.
So looking on the second page or on 522, where it says in the CC, do you see where it says Jim Spihar, operator?
Yes, I do.
What is the significance of an operator for this permit?
For this specific permit, an operator would be the person who, on a daily basis, makes adjustments or does the on-site work in order to make sure that the facility is continuing to treat effluent appropriately.
So in 2011, Jim Spihar was the operator of that facility.
Yes.
And to your knowledge, did he continue in that position until after the events in 2018 that gave rise to the corrective action notice?
Yes.
Did you have occasion to interact with him with respect to your involvement with discharge permit 75?
Yes.
Did he give you, or did you ever inquire whether he was a licensed operator?
Did I specifically ask him? No, but he was listed as the certified operator and his credentials were presented as proof of his certified operator status for the application of the new discharge permit.
And what kind of qualifications are required to operate this type of facility?
I believe it is a level 3 or level 4 certified operator, certified in wastewater.
Do you know generally what difference there is between, say, a level 4 and a level 1?
Wastewater operator certification?
Yes.
In general, it's the complexity of the system as well as the number of people served by the system that determines the level of certified operator that is required.
Would this system be considered a complex system?
Moderately complex. But I would have to refer you if I could, to the Drinking Water Bureau's Your Facility Certified Operator Program regulations, which are very specific as to what type of system, as well as what level population is served. I don't know those as regulations.
As operator, did Mr. Spihar submit documents on behalf of the permittee to the Groundwater Bureau?
Yes.
Would those include, say, monitoring reports
Yes.
and other kinds of laboratory analysis
Yes.
and other required notifications under the permit?
Yes.
Prior to April of 2018, so this is after the material was moved to the Pueblo. Prior to that time, had anyone else become the primary contact for the BL Santa Fe LLC discharge permit with the Groundwater Bureau?
Can I ask you to clarify your question? You're asking, is as someone other than Jim?
Yes.
Not primary, but it did become much more complicated in the number of people that I was speaking with. If that sort of answers your question.
Did he continue to be the licensed operator that kept the facility in compliance?
He continued for some time afterwards, a limited amount of time.
Okay, but so I'm focusing on, say, this time period, March 14th to March 18th, when material was being excavated from these two lagoons and then transported. At that point in time, was he the certified operator for discharge permit 75?
To the best of my knowledge, yes. I had not received any information contrary to that.
So back to the exhibit, starting with 521, if we could turn to the closure section, which I think starts on page 532.
Yeah, condition 38.
Could you repeat that? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that.
Condition 38 of the discharge permit.
Okay. And subpart E of 38 discusses draining or evaporating the liquids. And then it says, and dispose of all sludge in accordance with all local, state, and federal parentheses 40 CFR Part 503 regulations. Was that a part of the closure requirements applicable to discharge permit 75 in March of 2018?
Yes.
Based on your knowledge of this permit, what would you consider to be sludge? In terms of if you were looking at the lagoons, what would be sludge in those lagoons?
Any of the materials, biological materials, biofilm, aggregate, pumice materials, and subsequent biofilm that accumulates on those would be considered to be sludge, as well as anything that collected in the actual wastewater treatment plant during processes, and that's periodically wasted or removed from the process in order to accommodate the treatment process.
And were those lagoons lined pursuant to the permit, if you recall?
Yes.
In order to remove the sludge, would you expect the liner would have to be breached and taken out as part of the sludge?
Yes.
Are you personally aware of any prior sludge removal that took place or how it happened prior to March of 2018?
From the wetlands themselves, no.
Had you visited Bishop's Lodge to look at the wastewater treatment operations in, with, say, around March of 2018, within the prior 6 months or a year?
Yes.
And what was the occasion for you to visit?
We were asked to come on site for an inspection and to meet with facility representatives and an existing hired engineer to discuss major changes to the facility and what those changes would be, how those changes would reflect in a discharge permit and what NMED would require for those changes.
Was the sludge, was the sludge mostly dry at that point in time?
I did not enter the impoundments.
Okay.
They had been disconnected and they had been closed. They were no longer discharging to them at that time.
Under this permit, was there a requirement that if those lagoons did not receive water for, or septage for a certain period of time, they had to undergo closure?
No.
So they could have remained in that status?
Yes.
Now, are there occasions where lagoons, I know wetlands is somewhat unique, but let me just make it broader. Are there occasions where you have sludge in lagoons that it is handled on site by the permit holder?
It is a very rare case. Well, I'm sorry. When you say handled, can you please better define that term?
Land applied in some fashion, so it's not taken to a licensed disposal facility.
Okay. Yes, through separate discharge permits and additional requirements and monitoring, and there's a lot of stuff that goes along with that.
But a land application for sludge is possible, and essentially it does require another discharge permit. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
But provided it is spread thinly and tilled and is located in a suitable location, that's an option available for someone that wants to get rid of or handle sludge. Is that correct?
The tilling would suffice for the 40 CFR 503 requirements, and as far as I understand, the Groundwater Quality Bureau would have additional characterization requirements, including total nitrogen content, in order to ensure that loading of nitrogen occurs in a manner that won't affect groundwater, and then will also not allow it to occur within certain distances from certain things like stream beds or municipal wells or private wells and property boundaries.
And is nitrogen the primary concern when you're dealing with sludge like this?
It is the primary concern for the Groundwater Quality Bureau discharge permit. Yes.
And nitrogen is used as fertilizer also. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if a farmer wants to utilize manure from his cattle, he would be applying a heavy nitrogen load to his fields, correct?
Objection? I don't see the relevancy to Mr. Herman's position in the groundwater agricultural.
Fading out, Mr. Atencio.
It's
I'm
true.
sorry?
I couldn't hear you, Mr. Atencio, but I heard the objection to relevance. Mr. Domenici?
This goes to the harm determination on the penalty calculation. I'm just laying the groundwork that nitrogen, which is the primary constituent, is extremely common. And then I will ask this witness what type of harm is trying to be addressed here, since nitrogen is commonly used and not regulated.
Well, Mr. Domenici, I understand what you're doing, but there's been no evidence to show that the fertilizer that a farmer would put down in his field is anything like the sludge in this case. So I'm going to sustain the objection. So please proceed.
Isn't it true that fertilizer or that raw manure would have a higher nitrogen content than the sludge?
When you say the sludge, you're referring to the exact sludge that we're talking about here that was disposed of?
Correct.
It's certainly possible. I wouldn't definitively say that that was the case in all instances.
So in this case, is it true in this case, the primary concern from the Groundwater Bureau with this sludge is nitrogen?
Yes.
And the exposure path for nitrogen is through water ingestion as opposed to physical contact, correct?
Yes.
So turning to the notice of violation, I apologize for going back and forth. So this is page 542. Did the Groundwater Bureau receive a written response to the notice of violation?
Yes, we did.
And did that include a memorandum prepared by Jim Spihar?
As I recall, yes, it did. An opening letter, maybe 2 or 3 paragraphs.
Along with documents that he compiled.
Yes.
And I think he presented photographs and some lab results. Is that correct?
Yeah, so my memory may be confusing. I received a response from, I can't remember his name. He was an HRV person. Marcy.
Okay.
And much of the documentation was a duplication of that communication.
So both responses contain, the substance of both responses was prepared by Jim Spehan, correct?
That is not apparent to me. No, the original communication that came through email prior to the response for the NOV came directly from an HRV representative.
Correct, but the attachments and the information was compiled by Mr. Spihar with a cover memo of a few paragraphs, correct?
Yes, there was his handwriting. I'm not a handwriting specialist, but it's pretty unique. And it was in both packets.
And that information was not satisfactory to the Groundwater Bureau. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes.
And at that point, did Groundwater Bureau refer the situation to the Solid Waste Bureau?
Yes.
And did the Groundwater Bureau take any further action with respect, once you referred it to the Solid Waste Bureau, did you, meaning the Groundwater Bureau, take further action?
Yes.
And was one of the requirements of the notice of violation that a renewal permit be submitted?
And an application for a renewal be, yes, submitted.
Do you have an understanding of how long the septage had been, or the sludge had been accumulating in those two lagoons?
It's a very large file. It's close to 20,000 pages. It takes up an entire shelf of my office. And I've read through it a couple of times. And I believe that the wetlands were built in around the 90s, the mid 90s. And I do not recall seeing any record of the wetlands being cleaned or having any sludge removed from them. So I'd assume that it had been accumulating during that entire time.
That's all the questions I have, Mr. Herman. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Atencio, is there any redirect for this witness?
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. I think this would be cross-examination for me.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Please.
Mr. Herman, could you please refer to HRV's Exhibit C?
I didn't write down the letters. Can you give me the first page number?
Sure, 1 second. I'm just going to where I wrote this down. 542.
On it.
All right. Let's see here. Excuse me 1 second. Mr. Herman, I'm sorry, I seem to have lost my place on that. So I'm going to have to come back to that question after I can find my place again. You had testified earlier as to the application for discharge permit issued by the Groundwater Quality Bureau. Is that correct?
Yes.
Would you please tell me which application did you oversee for discharge permit?
The one that was submitted in 2018.
Okay. And who submitted that that application?
I had the name in my head, but not. I'm going to look at the administrative record in my files for it.
Mr. Hearing Officer, understanding that Mr. Herman wanted to check the administrative record, what's the procedure for a rebuttal exhibit? How would you prefer that be done?
Okay, so this is Mr. Domenici's witness, and you're asking me about this witness and a rebuttal exhibit, or you're asking me about cross-examining him with a rebuttal exhibit?
Cross-examining with a rebuttal exhibit.
Okay. Just identify it, and we will admit it as a rebuttal exhibit. We'll see if there's an objection, and we'll deal with it at that point.
Okay. Mr. Herman, do you have, you said you're checking the administrative record. Do you have that application available?
I do.
Are you able to email that to myself, the hearing officer, and Mr. Domenici, and the hearing clerk?
Yes.
Okay, could you do that real quick?
Yes.
While that is ongoing in transit, is it all right if Mr. Herman describes this exhibit?
By all means.
Mr. Herman, could you please describe the the exhibit that you're sending around?
Yes, so it is the application that was submitted to the Groundwater Quality Bureau on July 2nd, 2018 for a renewal and modification of the discharge permit that had expired in 2016.
Okay.
It went, I think, went out to everyone.
I just received it.
Can you open it and make sure I attach the right one?
Mr. Domenici, did you get a copy of this?
I'm checking here. Give me 1 second.
Okay, and how would I have a copy of it?
I sent it to your NMED, your state email address. That came up in my.
Okay, and you're talking about the hearing officer?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good, excellent. Let me see if I have it.
I also included Marai in it.
Perfect, thank you. And this is going to be a rebuttal exhibit, Mr. Atencio?
Yes, sir.
And this is going to be NMED rebuttal exhibit number 1?
Correct.
All right, so Mr. Domenici, do you see this?
Yes, I do.
Okay, good. Okay, please proceed. It's not admitted yet, but and Mr. Atencio, are you seeking to admit this into evidence?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Officer.
You are, okay. So then let's deal with this exhibit first. Mr. Atencio, what is the purpose of this rebuttal exhibit?
Mr. Hearing Officer, the line of questioning for Mr. Domenici for Mr. Herman seemed to suggest that Bishop's Lodge was the sole permittee and operating the operation of the wastewater treatment plant through Mr. Jim Spihar. This exhibit would be admitted in Mr. Herman's subsequent testimony to indicate that there was cooperative management of both the DP by BL Santa Fe LLC and HRV Hotel Partners.
Okay, and that would be Chad Holland?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Domenici?
I don't object. No objection.
Okay, thank you. This, Ms. Edegin, this is admitted as NMED rebuttal exhibit number 1. Mr. Atencio, as I've asked Mr. Domenici, after the hearing is over, for exhibits that have not yet been admitted but yet not properly marked, please email a marked this document marked as rebuttal exhibit 1 to Ms. Corral. I will review it and then we will get them all to Ms. Edegin.
I understand.
Okay, so please proceed then with this document.
Mr. Herman, you have this document open, NMED exhibit, rebuttal exhibit 1 open in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Who submitted this application?
The application was signed by Paul Joseph, identified as the owner's representative.
Do you have any other information about Mr. Joseph?
He was later identified in the permit as a contact for the facility, and is also being associated with BL Santa Fe LLC.
Okay. Mr. Herman, I'm looking at page 4. On the bottom, it's marked page 4 of 24.
Yes.
Who is listed as the contact person for the applicant?
Chad Holland.
What is the email address that Mr. Holland provided?
Is cholland@hrvhotelpartners.com.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Herman. Moving on, you had mentioned that you had been called out for an inspection to discuss changes to the wastewater treatment system. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I believe your earlier testimony was that you had spoken with Mr. Spihar and others. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Who were the others?
Mark Massey is now the name that I finally remembered. Was introduced to us on site and then left. I don't believe Mr. Shepard was there at that time. It was really, and I don't remember the name of the stable operator, but he was there as well. They're identified in my inspection report, which I could also refer to, but.
Okay, that's fine. Mr. Herman, in your capacity, or does the Groundwater Quality Bureau in general have authority over either the Solid Waste Act or the solid waste rules?
No.
Mr. Herman, you had also testified earlier about the possibility of land application of sludge at a facility. Is that right?
Yes.
In the scenario you described, I understood that it was possible through a separate discharge permit. Am I correct in that?
Yes.
In that scenario, does that waste leave the facility?
It can. The location for disposal can be property owned by the same entity elsewhere, or it can be on site. It's very rare that it's on site. Most of the time, it's a separate location.
Okay. Mr. Herman, why is nitrogen a concern for the Groundwater Quality Bureau?
It's highly mobile. It moves into groundwater very easily. And in higher concentrations can cause detrimental health effects on unsuspecting drinkers of water in domestic wells, especially younger, more vulnerable humans. It replaces hemoglobin receptors and it causes problems with your body processing oxygen and can cause what has been termed or coined blue baby syndrome. It's been a very big issue here in New Mexico in groundwater, and so it was actually part of it is the heart and soul of our groundwater discharge permitting system, is to control nitrogen content discharges.
You mentioned that it was highly mobile in groundwater, is that right?
Yes.
How does it get into groundwater?
Generally through either agricultural locations, dairies, or through wastewater discharges where it infiltrates directly down into the groundwater or is pushed down through precipitation.
Okay.
Infiltration.
Now, looking at the waste in question, we've heard about nitrogen. What else is included in this waste?
So typical sludge could have problems with heavy metals, with some other constituents like chloride, sulfate, but in particular, and especially what the federal regulations address, are pathogens and the problems with human waste being a vector, or I'm sorry, the possibility of a vector transferring some sort of pathogen from the waste to other humans in the surrounding areas.
I see. I found my place for my first question there, Mr. Herman, so apologies. Could you please turn to, I believe this is HRV Exhibit C, page 542.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay. Can you please begin looking at the first paragraph, starting on February 14th? Go down 4 lines starting at the permit, and read the remainder of the paragraph?
Sure. The permit was subsequently transferred to BL Santa Fe LLC on September 19th, 2014. BL Santa Fe LLC is directly associated with HRV Hotel Partners, who is managing the site. Section 20.6.2.3104 NMAC requires the permittee to comply with the terms and conditions of this discharge permit.
Thank you, Mr. Herman. Mr. Hearing Officer, those are all the questions I have.
Mr. Domenici, is there any redirect specifically on the questions asked on cross-exam?
Yes.
Please.
Mr. Herman, on that last question, the last word is site, S-I-T-E. You see that?
Yes.
In the next paragraph, the first word is, or the word is facility is included. The site and the facility are not the same thing, are they?
Where's the reference to facility that you're speaking of?
Second paragraph, the first line. Above reference facility.
As the author of this document, I don't recall making that distinction.
Well, facility has a defined term in the groundwater regulations, correct?
It does. Site does not, though.
And when you say managing the site, was HRV Hotel Partners, to your knowledge, were they involved in redeveloping Bishop's Lodge?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Herman, before we let you go, I do have a question myself. On direct exam, Mr. Domenici took you to HRV Exhibit C, and on cross-exam, you were also redirected to Exhibit C, although a different page than I was looking at. On direct exam, Mr. Domenici asked if you went out to meet with the folks at the discharge permit site, and I was looking through your report, and I'm going to direct you to the bottom of 543. Can you go there? It's right below your table of dates, exceedances, and analytes.
Yes, sir.
Can you read number 6?
Sure. Further discussion between Intera and NMED occurred regarding the additional closure of 2 wetland cells and the installation of a leach field on the same land. A meeting was then requested by Intera, which resulted in NMED conducting an inspection on February 7th, 2018. In attendance at the meeting were NMED staff Jason Herman, Pam Homer, and Ron Strauch. Facility representatives included Larry Coons, Ashley Acrossa from Intera, as well as Paul Joseph and Mark Massey of HRV Hotel Partners. During the inspection, NMED communicated that the closure of the 2 wetland cells would require a closure plan be submitted to NMED for approval in accordance with 20.6.2.3107A11 NMAC.
Okay, and is Paul Joseph and Mark Massey the names of the folks you were having trouble recollecting?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
They were?
Yes.
Is the answer yes?
Yes.
The answer is yes. Okay, all right. And this was a few weeks before the sludge was dumped in Pewaukee?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. That's the only question I had. I just wanted to clear that up. So may this witness be excused, Mr. Domenici?
I'd like to follow up on your question.
Please.
When you talk about the closure plan being submitted in that paragraph you read, and you cite a regulation, that closure plan is required from the permittee pursuant to the permit, correct?
that closure plan is required to be submitted to NMED by the permittee.
That's all. That's all I have.
May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Mr. Herman, thank you. Mr.
Thank you.
Domenici, would you like to call your next witness?
Yes.
Would that be Michael Shepard?
Yes, it would. Michael.
Mr. Shepard's under oath, so please proceed.
Mr. Shepard, introduce yourself to the record, just giving a little background about yourself.
Everyone hear me okay? Great. My name is Michael Shepard. I joined HRV Hotel Partners in January of 2018. My official title is Development Director.
Are you familiar with what HRV Hotel Partners was contracted to do at Bishop's Lodge?
I am.
Describe what HRV was contracted to do.
HRV is a hotel developer and was brought in by the owner, BL Santa Fe, to handle a room renovation and expansion, as well as build out certain amenities to the resort, to include the spa and the restaurant.
Did any of those amenities or room renovations take place at the location of these two lagoons we've been discussing?
No.
Was there ever any intention that HRV undertake any, or describe what HRV's intentions were with respect to redevelopment related to the lagoons?
Well, HRV wasn't involved in that aspect of the project from the beginning. I'd like to make that very clear. Ultimately, the location of where the lagoons were became a horse pasture.
And you said you want to make that clear, but why, let me ask it this way, why was HRV not involved in the activity at the lagoons?
When BL Santa Fe acquired the property, which I'm sorry, I don't know the exact date, but it was between 2014 and 2015. The same gentleman that was the certified operator of the wastewater treatment plant and the water system, Jim Spihar, had been handling the wastewater treatment plant in the water in the water system and continued to handle that aspect of the project. He was recognized as an expert. He conveyed that he knew exactly what he was doing. And so that did not change after the acquisition.
So it didn't change after the acquisition by BL Santa Fe LLC. I want to focus more on when HRV became involved. Did anything change when HRV became involved with respect to Mr. Spihar's responsibilities for the wastewater lagoons and the wastewater treatment?
Yeah, HRV had to get involved upon notice that the closure and disposal had been mismanaged. And I personally was not involved until that point in time. And it, I believe, was prior to a formal notice of violation.
Before that time, to your knowledge, did Jim Spihar report to or take instructions from HRV?
I regret that he did not.
Was he
He had
paid?
he had a lot of autonomy, and he was engaged directly, as a contractor with BL Santa Fe, the owner of the property.
Let me ask you to turn to what we've marked as Exhibit D, which is HRV 0592. Do you have that?
Yes, I do.
Do you know who Diversified Construction Inc. is or what services they provide?
Do. Diversified Construction Incorporated is Jim Spihar's company, which I mentioned earlier, but I'll say again, was the wastewater treatment plant and water system operator for Bishop's Lodge, contracted with the owner BL Santa Fe LLC.
And if you turn to the second page of Exhibit D, is that a summary of the hours that were used to make payment to Mr. or to Diversify?
Yes.
Was there any significant decisions or activity regarding the wastewater treatment facility that were not controlled by Jim Spihar?
Can you specify the time period you're talking about? Are you talking about at the point in time that this invoice contemplates?
Before March 25th, 2018, the date on that invoice?
No. HRV was not involved in any major decisions related to the wastewater treatment plant.
If you'll continue looking in that document, would you look at page 599?
I'm there.
Can you identify that from records that you're familiar with?
Yes, I can. It's an invoice. It appears to be an invoice from one of the companies that hauled.
Who's the invoice to?
The invoice is made out to Bishop's Lodge LLC with an address of 1297 Bishop's Lodge Road, which is the address of the resort, Bishop's Lodge, which is also where the facility is located.
Did HRV identify and contract with any of the haulers that you've heard discussed today in the testimony and the exhibits?
No, they did not.
If you'll turn back one page to 598, what does that show as far as who paid Montoya Trucking?
BL Santa Fe LLC, which is the ownership entity, the owner of Bishop's Lodge.
And is that the same entity that was paying Jim Spihar?
Correct. Yes, it was.
Now we've heard discussion and we've seen in the documents Mr. Enriquez discussed. Do you know Mr. Enriquez?
I do.
Has he ever been an employee or a contractor for HRV?
To the best of my knowledge, no.
Did you look through documents to see who had paid him?
I would like to say that it always has been BL Santa Fe. That would be something that Margie, who hopefully we can get on here soon, can confirm. But I believe BL Santa Fe, at least as long as I've been associated with the project.
Did you ever, to your knowledge, did HRV ever instruct him on how to perform his services or duties?
No.
To your knowledge, did anyone from HRV instruct him to use the equipment that we saw earlier today to excavate the lagoons?
I was not involved in that matter at all at that time. But again, to the best of my knowledge, no, the direction came from our operator, Jim Spihar.
What happened to Mr. Spihar after the Solid Waste Bureau became involved, or the Groundwater Bureau, either one, became involved with the sludge excavation and transport to the Pueblo?
Mr. Spihar started to become a little less reliable in his communication and his presence on site. Eventually, he was not responsive, and ultimately decided to withdraw from his position as a consultant contracting with ownership. And that was shortly after he notified myself and other representatives of HRV that something related to the closure could come and become a problem.
And have you been able to contact him regarding HRV's response to this administrative compliance order?
No.
Did he leave any forwarding contact information to your knowledge?
And no, he did not. Ultimately, sorry, no, he did not.
You've heard discussion about the Secretary of State records somehow substantiating a relationship between HRV and BH or BL Santa Fe. Do you know who the registered agent for HRV is?
My understanding is that the registered agent for HRV is a woman who I have not met by the name of Linda Aiken, but is affiliated with a legal counsel in another state that does this kind of work for HRV.
When you say this kind of work, corporate filings type of work?
Correct.
Do you know who the registered agent for BL Santa Fe LLC is?
I believe it's the same, but I do not know with certainty.
In your experience, has the fact that two LLCs have the same registered agent attorney meant that they are both liable for each other's conduct, inaction, penalties, or anything of that sort?
No.
So we've heard a couple witnesses talk about your involvement with discharge permit type activities. Why did you personally become involved in activities relating to disposal or handling of sludge or other permitting activities with the discharge permit?
Contrary to the argument that was made, I'm actually really proud of my involvement and, you know, HRV's involvement, which started upon realization that there was a mismanagement problem, not on the part of HRV, but on the part of those dealing in these matters prior to the problematic disposal event, the non-compliance disposal event. As I got to know certain representatives of NMED, it became very clear that historically speaking, the relationship with NMED was lacking, that there was a failure on the part of you know, the prior ownership to recognize and respect and uphold the rules and regulations of the department, various agencies. And as a representative of the developer focusing on other aspects of the project, we became aware that issues with NMED could prevent the overall completion and opening of the resort. Somebody had to own that interaction, and so I took it on.
Was that after the disposal had taken place at the Pueblo?
It was.
Was that after Mr. Spihar had begun to unwind his relationship with BL Santa Fe LLC and the discharge permit?
Yes, and if I can just provide a little detail, not having a licensed operator formerly associated with the project was not acceptable. That, you know, I became aware of that through Jason Herman, and so, you know, putting myself in the middle at that point in time is, you know, it was necessary in order to you know, buy the project enough time until we could find a replacement operator, which we eventually did.
With respect to what I'll call the Tasuki disposal, who paid for that activity? Who paid to transport and paid the tipping fee for that disposal?
The owner, BL Santa Fe LLC.
Was Mr. Spihar available or in a position to arrange or to work with NMED to arrange for resolving those issues?
He did not make himself available to us at that point in time.
Now, as I understood that described, it was material were being taken out of lagoons and placed somewhere. Can you describe a little better where it was placed?
Yeah, I believe that there was some residual material that was not transported with the initial haul that by that time we had become aware through, you know, a heads up of Jim, and by that time the site visit by Miss Monahan, that there was a certain way to do it, and you know, that ultimately led to the DMP that I spearheaded, that ultimately resulted in the disposal of that material to Caja del Rio.
before you arranged disposal of that, who had made the decisions and taken the action to move that material?
It would have been BL Santa Fe.
Would that be through Almacar?
Yeah, I was not, present during, that particular direction, but it absolutely would have been one of the representatives directly associated with the ownership or contracted with the ownership to take material and move it from one spot to another. To be clear, HRV was not involved in that sort of work at that point in time.
Let me have you look at Exhibit E, which is HRV 632.
Okay.
Were you involved in obtaining a copy of this special warranty deed?
Yes, I was.
BL Santa Fe LLC is the owner of the Bishop's Lodge real property. Is that correct?
Correct.
So there are statements made that HRV is an owner. Is HRV an owner of any even personal property on the Bishop's Lodge, such as equipment or materials, not to mention the real property?
HRV has never been an owner of the real property or the property otherwise at Bishop's Lodge.
If you'll turn to page 640, which is Exhibit F, what I'd like you to do is look at the last page, or the third page of that, excuse me. So BL Santa Fe LLC signed this closing statement by Richard Holland, managing member.
Correct.
To your knowledge, has HRV ever been the manager or the managing member of BL Santa Fe LLC?
No.
I want you to briefly describe and try to keep it pertinent, please, to this proceeding. At the time the response to the administrative compliance order was presented, what was the working relationship between Bishop's Lodge Santa Fe LLC and HRV?
BL Santa Fe was and continued to be the owner. HRV was the developer. Let me know if you want more detail.
Well, was there a friendly relationship? Let me say that.
At that point in time, yes.
At a subsequent point, did a lender take over BL Santa Fe LLC?
Yes.
Objection? Leading question.
Okay, describe. I'll
Hold
rephrase
on,
it.
Mr. Domenici, you've been an attorney long enough to know that when there's an objection made, you wait for a
Yes.
ruling to be made. Mr. Domenici, the objection was a little late. The answer was already provided. So I would have sustained the objection, but it was not a timely objection. So Mr. Domenici, please proceed.
Describe HRV's role on the Bishop's Lodge redevelopment within the last 18 months.
Well, I think the key aspect of HRV's role in the last 18 months is that it's changed, that HRV was terminated as developer. I can speak to prior to that, if you'd like.
Well, before the termination, did anything about the relationship change? Had anything changed?
Yeah, I mean, without getting into the details of the ownership event change, the dealings with the lender impacted substantially HRV's ability to perform in the capacity that it was engaged to perform until ultimately terminated.
At any point, was BL Santa Fe LLC financially responsible for HRV's involvement in this administrative compliance order?
Yes. BL Santa Fe has always been the project's source of financing and or part of the project source of financing, but always the decision maker as it related to decisions or actions with a financial outcome or implications.
Let me look. Can I have 5 minutes to look at my notes? Actually, I only need 3. Let me just mute for a minute, please.
Okay.
Okay, I'd like to wrap up by going through the administrative compliance order. Do you have a copy of that available, Michael?
I believe I do. Yes, I do.
Okay, I'd like to look at paragraph number 4. Tell me when you're there.
I'm there.
Has HRB ever owned Bishop's Lodge?
No.
Other than the development you described, has HRV ever operated Bishop's Lodge?
No, I described the nature of the operations.
Mr. Hearing Officer, just renew an objection, and I believe we discussed this, that this is contrary to the answer that was originally filed, and we discussed at length. But I'll leave it at that.
My ruling on that was that the answer provided a prima facie case about the issues in the paragraphs that were admitted to. I also said that Mr. Domenici could bring out additional evidence, if there was any, to contradict that admission. An admission by a party opponent is always is never hearsay, so it's always evidence. The question is there credible evidence and enough of it to counterbalance the admission? So that's what's on the table now. So I hear your objection. I've made a ruling on it, and so please proceed, Mr. Domenici.
Yes, sir. Yes. Turning to page 5, the violations themselves.
I'm there.
Violation number 1. Did HRV transport 3 separate truckloads of sludge, special waste from Bishop's Lodge for purpose of disposal without first registering as a hauler of special waste?
HRV did not haul, period.
On violation 2, did HRV release a total of 132 truckloads of sludge to 6 commercial haulers paid by HRV?
No, and no.
Violation 3, did HRV fail to sufficiently document the characteristics of special waste prior to transportation and disposal?
No. HRV did not.
On violation number 4, did HRV through contracted transporters or self-hauling dispose of 135 truckloads of sludge from Bishop's Lodge decommissioned water treatment facility at an unpermitted disposal location within the Pueblo of Pewaukee?
No, HRV did not.
During the investigation by Peter Garcia of Solid Waste, to your knowledge, was HRV ever asked if it had paid or contracted with Mr. Spihar?
No, and I wish they had. I feel like much of this confusion could have been avoided early on.
During the investigation by Solid Waste, was HRV asked if they had ever paid or contracted with any of the waste haulers?
No.
During the investigation, during the investigation from NMED but from the Solid Waste Bureau, was HRV ever asked to explain what involvement the Secretary of State documentation might indicate with
No.
respect to HRV's activities at Bishop's Lodge?
No.
One last document, I think, and I can wrap up. This would be Exhibit A, page 501.
In there?
Was this invoice delivered by mail or in some fashion to Bishop's Lodge?
Yes.
What was going to happen with this invoice?
As far as I know, the check had been cut, and upon an attempt by accounting, who processed the payment to give the Pueblo a heads up that this check was coming, they were told to hold the payment, but didn't provide an explanation as to why.
Whose account was the check written on, or what account was it written on?
From BL Santa Fe. It's the only account that was used for payments on the project.
That's all I have. I'll pass this witness. Or I can do my other one and do a panel, however you'd like.
Mr. Atencio, why don't you do the cross-examination so we can excuse Mr. Shepard? He's been here all day.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Mr. Shepard, you testified earlier regarding movement of the lagoons, is that right?
Correct.
Why did the lagoons need to be moved?
Are you just to confirm, are you talking about the material that was moved from one spot on the site to another spot on the site?
Specifically the lagoons that were removed and are the subject of the dumping in question.
Okay, well, I was not involved in that, but I do believe I can answer your question. The intention was to replace the area where the lagoons were with a pasture that comprised a subterranean leach field.
Was this pasture part of the redevelopment plan for Bishop's Lodge?
It was part of the owner's vision for the redevelopment of Bishop's Lodge.
All right. Mr. Shepard, are you familiar with what was entered? And I can, actually, Ms. Carell, may I have permission to share?
Yes, please try now.
Excuse me 1 second. I need to open this up. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble opening up this particular file, but it was the application for discharge permit labeled NMED Rebuttal Exhibit 1.
I have not received a copy of that, so
I
I'm
have
sorry
that
that I
open.
don't have that.
I have that open if you want me to share it, Chris.
Yeah, sure, thank you.
Okay, you should be able to share.
Oh, doggone. Can you see that now?
Yes,
I
and
can.
that's the portion. Mr. Shepherd, you testified that HRV was
Mr.
Sorry, I can't.
Tencio, you
I
need to
can't hear you.
repeat.
Mr. Atencio, start from the beginning. We couldn't hear anything you said with that question. Start scratch.
Mr. Shepherd, you had testified earlier that HRV was not involved in the wastewater treatment facility until after the issues that are alleged in the compliance order.
That is my recollection and belief. Correct.
Okay. Does this exhibit correctly list Chad Holland's email address?
It does.
Okay. And
I'm sorry, Chris. I moved your page.
no, that's okay. I'm done with that one.
Okay.
I am going to open up HRV exhibit. Excuse me, I'm sorry. It's the notice of violation from the ground. This would be page, the one that starts HRV 542. And specifically looking at page 543.
Okay.
And Mr. Shepherd, could you please read paragraph 6 on page 543?
You want me to start at the beginning?
Yes, please.
Okay. Further discussions between Intera and NMED occurred regarding the additional closure of 2 wetland cells and the installation of a leach field on the same land. A meeting was then requested by Intera, which resulted in NMED conducting an inspection on February 7th, 2018. In attendance at the meeting were NMED staff Jason Herman, Pam Homer, and Ron Strouch. Apologies if I didn't say that name correctly. Facility representatives included Larry Coons and Ashley Arosa from Intera, as well as Paul Joseph and Mark Massey of HRV Hotel Partners. During the inspection, NMED communicated that the closure of the 2 wetland cells would require a closure plan be submitted to NMED for approval in accordance with 20.6.2.3107.A11 NMAC.
Would you agree that the meeting that is referenced in this is dated prior to March 14th, 2018?
I do agree.
Okay. Mr. Hearing Officer, I have a second rebuttal exhibit.
Okay, what is it?
I am sending this now to yourself, Ms. Corral, Mr. Domenici, and Mr. Shepherd.
Okay.
Apologize, I forgot to put a subject line on there, but it is coming through. And the context of this is a PDF of an email exchange.
It hasn't come through yet. I'm still waiting.
Okay.
So let's just wait for a moment for it to come through to everyone.
Understand.
I've got the document pulled up.
I don't have it yet. Mr. Dominici, do you have it?
Yes.
And there it is, just popped in now. All right, let's see. Let me open it up. Looks like it's a 2-pager. I don't know why it took so long to get to me. Okay, and why is this relevant, Mr. Atencio?
Mr. Hearing Officer, this would be to contradict Mr. Shepard's testimony into regarding directive or control of the operations and Mr. Spehar specifically.
Okay, and Mr. Dominici, have you had a chance to look at it?
I have no objection.
Okay, so this is admitted, Ms. Edegin, to NMED rebuttal exhibit number 2. And once again, Mr. Atencio, please mark this properly and send it after the hearing along with exhibit rebuttal 1 and any others that we may have. But please go ahead.
Yes, sir, I understand. Mr. Shepard, who sent this email?
The emails from Jim Spehar. Well, I can't see who Jim's email was to originally, but I responded and copied Jason Herman.
Okay. And what does this email discuss?
This would have been a note from Jim discussing his decision to, I guess, depart from Bishop's Lodge and addressing, money owed. And my response to try and keep him, knowing how difficult it was to find qualified wastewater treatment plant operators.
Why would you try to keep him?
Appropriately licensed to manage this type of system.
I understand. Why would you try to keep him?
Well, we're not, number one, able to operate or run, anything at all. The resort was not able to operate without a licensed operator, for one. And so part of it was to support a transition plan, during an interim period when a replacement could be identified and secured.
So you were helping with this transition plan?
At this point, yes. I believe these were dated April of 19. If you can scroll up.
You see? And how did you sign this email? Your signature block?
Yeah, it's Michael Shepard of HRV Hotel Partners.
Okay. Mr. Shepard, you testified that you had knowledge as to the check that was cut by accounting in relation to the invoice delivered by the Pueblo of Milwaukee to Bishop's Lodge?
Correct.
Why did you have knowledge of that?
Well, at the point in time where because it became an issue, it became on our radar that something could be brewing as a result, something problematic could be, pending as a result of the haul and disposal. They told us not to pay it. They sent us an invoice and then they said, don't pay it. And ownership accounting notified the team handling the development that there could be an issue and signaled to the team at HRV, I mean, really was me at that point in time that there needed to be some more involvement to make sure that this was responded and handled appropriately.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hearing Officer, I have one more rebuttal exhibit. This would be NMED exhibit, rebuttal exhibit 3, and I can send that for review.
Yes,
now.
of course. I have it. Does everyone else have it?
I do.
I do not have
Okay.
it yet.
Let me take a look. This is a 40-page document, amended and restated LLC agreement, Mr. Atencio?
Correct, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Okay, dated February 7, 2017. Let's give Mr. Domenici a little time. Is there something specific in here that you can point us to?
Specifically page 2 and page 4.
Very good. Page 2 and page 4. There are Roman numeral 2, or you mean a regular number 2?
Excuse me, a regular number 2.
Okay. Unfortunately, the pages, there we go. I see page 2 now. Okay, so page 2 and page 4, you said?
Yes.
Okay. Aha, okay. Mr. Domenici, after you've looked at page 2 and 4, would you make any objections you think relevant?
I would like to see a foundation of this.
Okay.
Either established, I've never seen it, so I'd like to see a foundation.
Okay, Mr. Atencio, do you want to provide some foundation for this?
Mr. Hearing Officer, the department was not involved in the creation of this document, but I would direct your attention to the settlement agreement between NMED and BL Santa Fe. And I apologize, I don't have the look at the exhibit number here.
Okay, I have the, hold on one second. I'm pulling up the settlement agreement as we speak, so I want to follow along with you. I have a lot of documents open right now. And if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Domenici, you entered the settlement agreement as an exhibit. There it is. I don't remember what letter it is. Mr. Domenici, what letter is number 775 to 786?
Exhibit H.
Wonderful. So what page in Exhibit H am I looking at, Mr. Atencio?
One second, please.
Yeah, sure.
Apologies. Mr. Hearing Officer, the best I can do on the foundation is that This information was provided by BL Santa Fe LLC in direct response to the settlement agreement. I'm failing to see the exact point in the settlement agreement at this point, but this was provided after the agreement was reached by Juniper, acting on behalf of the BL Santa Fe LLC in this matter.
Okay, and why? And let me ask a few questions to you, and then I'll let Mr. Domenici continue to object. When did you first see this document?
Shortly before, it was after the agreement was reached, though before the final agreement was signed. So it would have been the very end of January.
And who did you receive it from?
Mitchell Klein.
Okay, and that's BL's attorney, agent?
I believe Mr. Greg, I forget his last name, was
Marshall?
Greg Marshall, thank you, had entered an appearance and had been communicating both himself and with Mr. Klein, who was a partner at his firm.
Okay. And so you received this from their attorney. And why did you receive this document? What purpose did it have?
Mr. Hearing Officer, I can't get into directly the settlement negotiation specifics, but as part of the agreement, in addition to a civil penalty, there was agreement to provide documents.
Ah, I see. Okay. Mr. Domenici, what evidence do you have that this document is not what it is purported to be?
I haven't had a chance to confer with my clients. So just looking at it for the first time, I don't know one way or another as far as at the snap in time that it's dated, it might be self-authenticating, but I don't know that it authenticates itself for any point after that or before that, of course, but certainly it only authenticates itself for a point in time, if at all.
Well, what is the date on this document? You were talking about a date that Mr. Domenici. Is it February 7 of 2017?
I mean, I'm just seeing it for the first time. The signatures aren't dated, but it looks like the main document might be.
Right, that's what I see on the first page myself. And Mr. Atencio, what is the purpose of this document for today?
Mr. Hearing Officer, earlier on, Mr. Shepard testified that HRV has never been a managing member of BL Santa Fe LLC, and this document would call into question that testimony.
So, Mr. Domenici, I understand your objection. If we were at a criminal trial, foundation would be a necessity, and there'd have to be a witness to testify to the authenticity and foundation, unless it was self-authenticating for some reason. However, this is a rebuttal. This is rebuttal, and this is an administrative hearing. The rules of evidence do not apply here. The only rule that does apply here is that it's relevant, and Mr. Atencio's argument make it relevant. Moreover, even if this was a criminal trial, and I've been in many of them, whenever it comes to credibility of a witness, the court gives the opposing attorney wide latitude to show the jury credibility, to determine credibility. So I'm going to allow this in for the specific purpose that Mr. Atencio has illustrated, and that it is to to bring into doubt the credibility of a statement made by one of your witnesses. So, Mr. Atencio, this is now admitted as NMED rebuttal exhibit. Is it 3? Am I right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And we're dealing with pages 2 and 4 for the purposes of cross-examination, the credibility of the witness. So please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. Mr. Shepard, could you please turn to page 2 of this document? In the PDF pages, it would be page 6.
I'm following what's on the screen.
Okay. That looks good right there. Can you please read the definition of asset manager?
Means HRV.
And could you please turn to page 4? And read the definition of HRV.
Means HRV Hotel Partners, LLC, a Georgia limited liability company.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. I have no further questions.
Can I ask a question?
Whoa, hold on. I'm not sure who's speaking right now. Is it you, Mr. Shepard? Okay. No, Mr. Shepard, you can't ask a question. Your counsel, your attorney can ask a question, but you can't. Mr. Domenici, do you have any redirect based on the cross-exam questions?
Yes.
Okay.
So first, do you have anything further you want to add with respect to what you were pointed out in this document?
Yes. On the title page, although I didn't get a good look, I recognized an entity that said BL Santa Fe Holding LLC, which I don't believe I'm the appropriate person to elaborate on the difference, but do believe that is a different entity.
Mr. Domenici, you might want to confer with your witness. Let's take a 5-minute bathroom break. It's 5:19. I'm sure the court reporter would appreciate a break as well. So we're going to go off the record until 5:25 p.m. Thank you. On March the 4th, we are back on the record. Mr. Domenici, you were redirecting?
Mr. Domenici, you're on mute if you're talking.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. So just one topic I want to hit on redirect. So Michael, could you turn to the notice of violation?
Have it pulled up.
And you,
Could you, Mr. Domenici, could you, for the record, always use the exhibit letter and the page number so we know what we're talking about here?
yes, let me try to locate all that.
I think
Okay,
it was one of your first exhibits,
So this,
A, B, or
this would be Exhibit C,
C.
page 542.
Okay. Go ahead.
And page 2, paragraph 6, you were asked to read that, if you recall.
Yes.
Would it be unusual for someone from HRV Hotel Partners to attend a meeting that's taking place on Bishop's Lodge?
No,
Particularly Paul Joseph and Mark Massey?
no, it wouldn't have been unusual. I was not in attendance, so I don't know how involved or not they even were.
You've been in many, many, many meetings in the course of construction or project development. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes,
Does that make you responsible for everything that is discussed at those meetings, whether it's directed to you or not?
no.
That's all I have with this witness.
Okay, Mr. Atencio, are you finished with this witness as well?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Mr. Domenici, may this witness be excused?
Yes,
Mr. Shepard, thank you. You've been with us since 9 a.m. and I appreciate your cooperation and your participation. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Domenici, would you like to call your last witness?
yes, I'll call Margie Holland.
Now, she's not been sworn in yet, so let's see if we can get her to use her microphone.
I've got it turned on. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can someone stop sharing? Mr. Domenici, can you stop sharing your screen now?
Yes.
Thank you. That's much better. Thank you. So, Ms. Holland, would you spell your name for the record, please?
Yes, Margie Holland, MargieHolland.
Wonderful. Ms. Adeguin?
If you would raise your right hand, please, Ms. Holland. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank
Please
you.
proceed.
Ms. Holland, or Mrs. Holland, what's your role with HRV Hotel Partners, LLC?
I am the owner of HRV Hotel Partners and we really don't have partners anymore.
And what, as far as services or activities, what are you involved in?
My role is on the accounting side. I do feasibility studies, analyses, and I do the accounting.
And as part of that role, are you familiar with corporate documents and structuring of transactions?
I am.
Let me put this document back up. Can you see that document now?
Can you give us an exhibit letter and a page number, please?
This would be NMED Rebuttal 3, page 1.
Thank you.
It's not on the screen yet, but I know what document you're referring to.
Okay, let me try to get it on the screen.
Here it comes.
No, I didn't get it. Let's see. Okay, is it on the screen now?
No, sir.
Gosh, let's see. Okay,
Yep.
here we go. Can you see that?
Yes, sir.
Is BL Santa Fe Holding LLC different from BL Santa Fe LLC?
It is slightly different. BL Santa Fe LLC is the owner of the property. It owns the title to the property. BL Santa Fe Holding LLC was created by the lawyers to hold the ownership interests of BL Santa Fe LLC as of 2017, this date, February 2017. BL Santa Fe Holding LLC no longer owns the property. That is now owned by a Juniper entity. BL Santa Fe LLC owns the property.
Has I'll ask you the same question I asked Mr. Shepherd. Has HRV Hotel Partners LLC ever been the manager or managing member of either of these, either BL Santa Fe Holding LLC or BL Santa Fe LLC?
No, it has not. If you'll look at this document, you'll see that the manager of BL Santa Fe Holding LLC is another entity called HRV Santa Fe LLC. It is not HRV Hotel Partners LLC. There is a reference to HRV Hotel Partners in this document as it relates to a future fee service opportunity that existed at the time of this document, and that would be as asset manager. The asset manager, as was shown on page, I think it was page 2, was referred to on page 2. The asset manager comes into play under these types of projects after the hotel has been fully developed, turned over to the hotel operator, in this case, Auberge Resorts, and then opened. And once the hotel is opened and being managed by the hotel operator, the property owner typically hires an asset manager to oversee the operator, to kind of interface between the owner and the hotel operator. And we as HRV Hotel Partners intended to be that asset manager, and that's what this reference is to. Excuse me, we would have received an ongoing management fee after the hotel was opened as an oversight manager for the owner.
Did this provide any authority or responsibility for management of either BL Santa Fe LLC or BL Santa Fe Holding LLC?
It does not and did not. And again, this would not have come into play until after the hotel was opened in 2021, sorry. So it was a reference. I mean, it's documented, it's documented here for future use. It did not give HRV Hotel Partners any management authority whatsoever. Only as the developer of the project did HRV Hotel Partners have a role. And developer of the project means we actually didn't hire. We interviewed and recommended the architects, the engineers, the interior design team, the landscape design team, the contractors. We actually interviewed and recommended the hotel operator, Auberge Resorts. We arranged for and facilitated the construction loan. And then we performed our services as the developer in oversight of the construction of the hotel itself, including the site. When it says the site, we're talking about the hotel site that is, has all of the hotel buildings on it and those types of structures. The property itself is 300 acres, and only under 100 acres pertain to the hotel itself. BL Santa Fe, as the owner of the property, had ongoing operations. They had operations before we bought before BL Santa Fe bought the property, and it continued on. They had quite a number of horses. They had the wastewater treatment plant. They provided water services and wastewater services to a number of homes above the property, called Bishop's Lodge Hills and Villas. And so those operations existed prior to our involvement, and they continued on even after we came on to renovate and expand the hotel. And that was all managed by BL Santa Fe directly.
If I could ask you to turn to Exhibit B,
Can you tell me what it is?
that's page 521.
I don't have the exhibits.
Oh, okay, let me see if I can put that up for you. Okay, can you see a document on the screen?
Yes, sir. It's a groundwater quality bureau document of some sort addressed to Value Enhancement Fund in 2011.
I'm going to turn you to the third page, which is 523. You mentioned who was supplied the wastewater services. Let me ask you to look at this paragraph. It's the first, second, third, fourth paragraph.
Okay.
Up to 50,000 gallons per day of domestic wastewater from the Bishop's Lodge facility, Bishop's Lodge Hills and Villas residential complex is treated in a mechanical plant followed by a constructed wetlands. Is that the residential, the residences you were talking about that were continued to be served?
Correct. And they still are there. They are still participating in, they get their water from the wells that are managed by Bishop's Lodge, and their sewer goes then down to into the wastewater treatment plant.
And as part of HRV's, HRV Hotels redevelopment, did HRV undertake an obligation to continue those wastewater services?
No, sir. The HRV Hotel Partners does not have the expertise, the knowledge, and any capacity to manage a wastewater treatment plant or well system. We are hotel developers, and we build buildings on the land. We're not in this business. The ownership of Bishop's Lodge, BL Santa Fe, had that responsibility to continue to provide water services to those residences and to manage the wastewater treatment plant through their operator, Jim Spehar.
And in your accounting role, are you familiar with how long, or approximately how long, BL Santa Fe LLC has been paying Mr. Spehar's company?
I don't know exactly. I know that it's been at least 10 years. He predates our involvement. We came along in 2014 when the property was purchased. And I just know that he'd been around a long time. The previous hotel operator, it was a group out of Pittsburgh called CAM Hospitality. They told us of his existence and that he was kind of crucial to maintaining that system, and that we should keep him on, even though at the time they owed him quite a bit of money.
And was he regularly, did he regularly invoice and receive payments from BL Santa Fe LLC?
He did. He didn't invoice every month. It would be, sometimes he'd wait, 3 months and send 3 bills in at a time. But typically he did invoice for each month for services for as long as, until he was, I don't know, sometime in, Michael knows better, but it was either late 2018 or sometime in 2019 that he decided he did not want to be around anymore. And I think he was afraid of what had happened with the sludge removal.
That's all the questions I have of this witness.
Would you stop sharing your screen, Mr. Domenici and Mr. Atencio? Are you ready to cross-examine this witness?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Okay, please proceed.
Good evening, Ms. Holland. Just have a couple questions.
Yes, sir.
You had testified just a moment ago that HRV Hotel Partners LLC did not have the expertise to manage the wastewater treatment facility. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's not our forte.
But did you have the expertise to hire and retain contractors to operate that wastewater treatment facility?
We did not hire, we personally, HRV, did not hire anyone for this project. But BL Santa Fe, had Jim Spihar on board as the operator of that facility for many years. When it came time to remove and then build the new wastewater treatment field or leach fields and all of that, I'm sorry, I'm an accountant. I don't know much about construction. I know that there was a group called Interra. I believe they were engineers, and they were hired to design the new wastewater treatment plan with the leach field and all of that stuff. And then another contractor was hired by BL Santa Fe, EnviroWorks, to do the actual site construction on that, to put the stuff in. I think they did the actual construction of the wastewater treatment leach field. But as far as HRV's Hotel Partners involvement, no, we were not involved in
that. Excuse me, Ms. Holland. You mentioned a moment ago that Mr. Spihar had reached out to Mr. Shepard regarding his separation from that role.
I didn't refer to that, but I know that he did. I know that Mr. Spihar had decided that he didn't want to be involved with Bishop's Lodge anymore at some point. I just don't know when it was.
I see. Why would Mr. Spihar reach out to Mr. Shepard?
Well, because as the developer of the property, we had to interface with a lot of different aspects of the project, even though we weren't in charge of them. For instance, there would be, if some of the horses got out of the pasture or something, and there was a newspaper article, they would have to call someone, and they would end up calling HR. They would look up, Bishop's Lodge, and they would see our name on a sign or something and call us up. So we ended up having to interface with various parties throughout the project. We did kind of become the face of Bishop's Lodge, because there's not, with 350 partners in a partnership, it's not like there's some go-to person that you can, point to and, call up on the phone. So people would call us, and that's, just that it doesn't mean that we were responsible for those different aspects. We had nothing to do with the horses. That was all BL Santa Fe, but they had somebody to call. They called us.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, Mr. Domenici, is there any redirect on those specific questions?
No, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Okay. May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Ms. Holland, thank you for being with us all day. I know it was a long time to wait to testify, but I appreciate your participation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Domenici, does that rest your case in chief?
Yes, we rest.
Okay. Mr. Atencio, Are there any rebuttal witnesses?
No, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Okay. Okay, well then, Ms. Mitchie, I have a feeling that you have no rebuttal witnesses since there's been no rebuttal case. Well, let's go over the exhibits that we have with Ms. Adeguin. We have, for the New Mexico Environment Department, from my memory, have admitted exhibits 1 through 6. And then we also have rebuttal exhibits 1, 2, and 3. Mr. Domenici, we have lettered exhibits in your situation, and let's see if I can get those correct. We have exhibit A, which is your 501.
Yes.
Good. We have B, which I believe is your 521 to 541.
Yes.
Oh, good. We have C, which is your 542 to 547.
Yes.
We have D, 592, 620.
Correct.
We have E, the special warranty deed, pages 632 to 639.
Correct.
Now, let's see something here. I think this is, my computer is going slow. I think this is F. Well, I don't have page numbers on this. For me, it's called a draw file, but it looks like a final settlement statement.
That's HRV 640 to 643.
Okay, I don't have page numbers for some reason, but is it the final settlement statement?
Yes, it is.
It's a 4-page document, and that is your exhibit F as in Frank.
Correct.
Okay. Then we skip this notice of valuation from 2016 and 2021. That was going to be your G, but I have not admitted that into evidence. Then we go to H, which I believe is your 775 to 786, and that is a settlement agreement.
Correct.
Okay, I is the stipulated final order. It is a 3-page document, pages 787 to 789.
Correct.
Okay, that completes your exhibits, am I correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so we had A through I without a G. Okay, the parties are going to send to Ms. Corral and copy each other the exhibits that have not been marked appropriately. Those are respondents exhibits A through I without G, to be marked with the letters on the appropriate pages. We already have page numbers, so you don't have to renumber those, except for the one I mentioned, Mr. Domenici. I think you should confirm that your something called a draw file is actually pages 640. I see them on the bottom, but the file was, I guess, misnamed. So it'll be fine as long as you put it all into one PDF. We'll be okay with that. And then, Mr. Atencio, we're going to expect your rebuttal exhibits 1, 2, and 3 to come to Ms. Corral. I'll review them. If I don't hear an objection from a party, and if I don't find a problem with them, I'm going to have Ms. Corral send them to the court reporter for her control. I next want to ask the court reporter, when do you think you will have a transcript?
Before 30 days.
Well, I anticipated that. I was hoping a little bit more. Do you think it'll be 2 weeks or so, or are you looking at more than 2 weeks?
Hopefully not longer than 2 weeks.
Okay, all right. Okay, the transcript. Go ahead, Ms. Adeguin.
If you need a certain date, I can work on that.
I'm not asking for a certain date. I don't know. I mean, I know that there are times when a party will expedite something that'll cost more. I'm not asking any party to do that. So we'll just go by what you said, Ms. Adeguin. As the parties know, the official record of this hearing will be the transcript. It will not be the recording. However, we have recorded this. It is a WebEx recording, and that will be downloaded. Well, it's Friday today, so I would say Monday. Does that sound fair, Ms. Jones and Ms. Corell?
Yes, yes.
Great. Where will you put the links for the recording?
I save them to our server. I can email them to any who need them, and then I will also link them with a YouTube link onto the website, to the docketed
Okay.
matters page.
Perfect. So council, both parties have access to that long before the transcript is filed. There will be a notice of transcript that comes out from our office, from OPF. That'll begin the time period for the parties to file their post-hearing submissions. I'm going to go to that part of the rule now. It is part 500. And I spoke about A. Okay, so let's look at B. Unless otherwise are ordered by the hearing officer within 30 days after the filing of the transcript or within such time frame affixed by the hearing officer, any party may submit proposed finding of fact and conclusion of law and closing argument. Also, submissions shall be in writing. They shall also be in Word document. That does not say that in B. I'm saying it. If you want me to consider your proposed findings and conclusions and closing argument, it'll be in Word document. You can also submit it in PDF, but it must be in Word document. It'll be served on all the parties and contain adequate references to the record and authorities relied on. No new evidence shall be presented unless specifically allowed by the hearing officer. And of course, the evidentiary record is now closed, so there won't be any new evidence coming in. I will also mention at this time that the not only will there be no new evidence presented in the post-hearing submissions, but if an issue is not addressed in a closing argument, it will be deemed as waived. I then have 30 days after the 30-day period for the post-hearing submissions to draft a recommended decision and a report. And now I know it doesn't say a report, at least I don't see the word report here. Unless otherwise ordered by the secretary, the hearing officer shall issue a recommended decision within 30 days after the period for filing and propose findings and conclusions under subsection B. Here we go. The recommended decision shall contain the following: the hearing officer's findings, that's my report, conclusions, and if applicable, a review of the penalty amount to determine if the agency acted within its discretion in setting the penalty amount. Well, I think that will be part of my hearing officer report, so it should be addressed in the post-hearing submissions. And a proposed final order. And then there will be a 15-day comment period once I file my hearing officer report and recommended decision. There will be a 15-day comment period. That is in subsection C2. It also says that the secretary may, upon request of a party, allow oral argument on the recommended decision. That is in C3. Then there will be a final order 30 days after the comment period of 15 days is over. All right, now let's look at, if I'm not mistaken, is judicial review. Here we have it. Under subsection F, it talks about judicial review of the secretary's final order provided by law. And I'll leave that alone because it doesn't specify what rule that would be under, but I'm sure that could be figured out. Are there any other issues before we call it a day?
I don't have any, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Nothing here.
Okay, then Ms. Adeguin, we wait for your transcript. In the meantime, I wait for the parties council to send OPF those exhibits properly marked, and I thank everyone for their participation. It's been a long day. It's almost 6 p.m. So good night and have a good weekend. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.